Hello and welcome to the Weekly Stuff Podcast with Jonathan Lack
and Sean Chapman. And we are here to look back on 1 year, a 1 year journey so far in the wild and wacky world of Mobile Suit Gundam, Jonathan, that we have been on together and with all of our wonderful listeners with what is, I think, can only be described as an utterly absurd quantity of Gundam.
Yes, and that's just the Gundam we've talked about on this show.
Yes.
I've consumed a lot of other Gundam, but this is our 1 year anniversary celebration episode where we are going to be kind of wrapping up on all the Gundam we've talked about so far this year. That's, again, not all the Gundam that I've seen, because I've seen some of the OVAs and stuff. But do we want to really quickly recap the 11 shows/movies we're going over today?
Yes, yeah. So what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be ranking different features of the Gundam shows that we have covered and given full dedicated episodes. We will go back and we are going to fill in the gaps with some of the OVAs that you've seen, but we haven't done episodes on.
We'll talk about that at the end. We have plans.
Yeah, so we will do that stuff. But for this show, we will be talking about these 11 different Gundam works that we put together. One, Mobile Suit Gundam 1979, the original Gundam, or first Gundam as it's known in Japan, and the accompanying movie trilogy we're combining into one thing. Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam, Mobile Suit Gundam Double Zeta, Mobile Suit Gundam Char's Counterattack, Mobile Suit Gundam Unicorn, and the movie Mobile Suit Gundam Narrative that we are combining together.
Because Narrative is kind of just like the 8th episode.
Yes, which is the one, that's like the one break in the continuity that we did, is we decided, well, let's just finish off the UC stuff, because Unicorn is very much a sequel to Char's Counterattack. And then Mobile Suit Gundam F91, Mobile Suit Victory Gundam, Mobile Fighter G Gundam, New Mobile Report Gundam Wing, and its OVA series Endless Waltz, After War Gundam X, and then finally Turn A Gundam called Turn A Gundam.
So everything we are ranking today is just from those 11 things.
Yes.
So if you're really excited to hear us talk about the best mobile suit in the entire franchise, which is from the 8th MS team, sadly doesn't qualify just yet. Maybe next year.
Yes. So we'll go back to some of those other things, but every dedicated episode, it just felt like, because I've had this idea working in my head for a couple of months now, getting Turn A Gundam in right under the deadline, being like, if we get it there, we could encapsulate all of it and just do some dumb lists.
So do you want to tell us what the lists we're doing today are, Sean?
Yes, so I sort of loosely modeled some of this off of the 40th anniversary Gundam sort of poll that they did in Japan for the 40th anniversary, taking a bunch of people's opinions and feelings on different features of Gundam and ranking them. And so eventually we will have everything that they did for those, and we'll be able to compare our lists with their lists. But we will be ranking on this show the top 10 characters featured in those 11 Gundam works, the top 10 mobile suits, the top 20 songs, the top 5 soundtracks. So top 20 songs is all the opening themes, ending themes, and any lyrical insert song that might be playing during the movie or the TV show. And then the soundtrack is all the regular music composed for whatever that show or movie is. And then finally, we will be ranking all 11 of those shows. We have each prepared a separate list of ours. You have your rankings, I have my rankings, and then at the end, Jonathan, we will have a discussion that will either be like 2 minutes long or maybe like 3 minutes long, depending on how different our lists are. And we will be creating a combined official Weekly Suit Gundam podcast list that can be a reference point from this point forward of our combined feelings on the relative quality of these different Gundam shows.
And I think we will probably plan on revisiting this like every year. So like June 2021, we'll see how far we've gotten.
Yes.
And we'll add in Gundam Seed and Gundam the 8th MS teams because we're going to clean up some of those OVAs. So anything like that, I don't want to say we're going to get all the way to Iron-Blooded Orphans because I don't know if we will, but we might.
Yeah.
We might. So we'll see.
We will get to where we get to, but yes, these will be lists that because one of the reasons why I do want to do this now is ever since it became clear that we were going to end up doing all of Gundam eventually on this podcast, the way that we both are, Jonathan, we both like our dumb lists so much. I knew that eventually we would be having to make these lists, and it would be nightmarish to start from scratch with like every single Gundam thing. So if we are here and we get these the original sort of set of 11 here, and get a list started, eventually we will fill in all the gaps along the way.
And Sean, I have to tell you, these were the hardest lists I've ever had to make for this podcast.
Oh yeah.
The actual show's ranking was not the hardest one. That one, because I kind of generally had that in my head anyway, like, some of the specific placements were tough, but the actual, like, kind of tiers, brackets were very easy for me. Like, I knew what 1 was, I knew what 11 was, I kind of knew where everything went in the middle. But I will say, characters was ludicrously hard. Songs, we at least had 20, but I will say, I cheated like a motherfucker on the songs one, and you're going to see that.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I did not cheat at all.
Okay. I didn't cheat on anything else, but I cheated on that one. Mobile Suits was very tough because I started with like 21, and I didn't know how to cut it down.
Oh yeah, I mean, I have master lists of the like original set that I had that I cut down from, which is I think it is. Looks like about 60 mobile suits was my original list that I cut down to 10.
Yeah, I have that too. I also made a supplemental list that I can share, which is the top 5 mobile armors, because I did not include mobile armors in my ranking just for the sake of ease.
I did not include mobile armors either, but I will give you my number 1 mobile armor when we get there.
Okay,
I already know what that is. I'll tell my.
I think our list would be pretty much the same.
Probably.
I know you like these 5, so we'll share that when we get there. But this was very tough. Soundtracks was not the toughest because I knew the 5, but ranking them was tough. Mm-hmm. But yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I had a very hard time.
Because everything is so good.
Yes, yeah, because this is definitely the most concentrated good Gundam there is. And so it was a lot of the stuff I had difficulty with was the fiddly bits. It's a lot of like, is this better than this? And the list shifted around a lot of like, I mean, I do feel like this song is better than this song, but is it really better than this song that's even lower down on the list? No, that song fucking rules, and I would put it up, like it would jump like 6 spots.
I did that
too. It was
too.
a lot of that kind of stuff, so it took a long time.
Gundam is really good.
Yes.
Before we jump into our list, can I do show and tell?
Yeah, let's do some show and tell.
So I got this week in from Japan my first Gundam Blu-ray.
Okay, cool.
That I have ordered from Japan. So Gundam, starting last year for the 40th anniversary, they're doing a new line of all the Universal Century Gundam on Blu-ray in Japan with English subtitles, as well as Chinese, Mandarin, and Cantonese, and Japanese. So if you want subtitles in any of that, they're on here as well. Former Gundam Blu-rays in Japan have not had that. Mm-hmm. So, and they are also cheaper. Now, I need to cheaper, not cheap, because this is Japan and they have expensive Blu-rays. But this is they are putting out the entire UC Gundam line, all the OVAs, all the movies, all that stuff. And I am probably not going to pick up all of that because most of it you can get basically the exact same stuff, the same masters, the same bonus features on the US Blu-rays that are distributed through Right Stuff, because Sunrise is actually the manufacturer of those. It's not licensed out to someone else like Funimation is for Toei stuff, right? So you can get a lot of that. But some things are different in the US, like the Zeta Gundam Blu-rays don't have the first opening or ending. And Originals Gundam 79 is missing episode 15, and things like that.
Yeah.
And most notably to me, the original Gundam movie trilogy that we love so much, the compilation movies, the US Blu-rays of those only has the 2000 special edition sound mix, where they redid all the voice acting and sound effects and music, and it's bad. You don't want to listen to those. You want the original theatrical mono. That's not available officially in the US. And the Blu-ray in Japan that they put out for this line does have lossless original theatrical mono. So I decided to finally take the plunge. This was 8,800 yen on Amazon, so with shipping about $90 for the original Gundam movie trilogy, and I have it here. It is a very nice set. This is replacing a previous edition they had that was like $300, Sean, because it was a big box set.
Yeah.
And actually, all the booklet stuff from that box set is on the bonus disc, and you can see it on your TV, which is nice. But here it is, Sean. It comes in a nice little box. All of them do. So they're themed like this. All of the UC stuff, it says on the back of the box, UC for this one, 0079.
Yeah.
And you can go through and you could put these on your shelf in chronological order if you wanted, which is cool if you had way too much money to spend. Mm-hmm. But I'm very happy to have these because I love these movies, and I had been looking for a good way to get these on Blu-ray or DVD so that I could use them for teaching or something if I wanted to, or just to have them, because these are like an actual movie. I would like to sit down on a TV like my nice TV and watch them. And it's very good. I also have to share, Sean, look at this typo. Mobile Suit Gundam, the movie Toralgy.
Toralgy.
It's spelled, they spelled trilogy right everywhere on this box except the front where it says Toralgy. But otherwise, it's good. I did pop these in. They look great. They sound great. The subtitles are very, very good. which is awesome. So I will say, Sean, I popped in disc 2 and immediately went to the end credits, which is where they're seeing the flamingos fly as they get off of Earth. That is a good test scene for Gundam. So I'm really glad to have this on physical media. They are putting out First Gundam 79, on Blu-ray in September in Japan via this line, and it'll be about $200, about 20,000 yen. But it will have all 43 episodes, including Kukuro's Doan's Island, subtitled in English officially for the first time.
Nice.
And I will definitely buy that one because I would like to have the original Gundam on Blu-ray. The other ones like Zeta Gundam, Double Zeta, and Victory they're doing them both. All of those shows are in 2 sets apiece, and all sets are 2,000 or 20,000 yen. So it would cost $400 a piece for Zeta, Double Zeta, and Victory Gundam. Probably not going to do those.
Yeah, that is a lot of money.
Yeah. If I don't know, if I come into money, I might have to do Zeta because there's no good release of that in the US. Mm-hmm. But the other ones, no. I might pick up some of the other movies like this, like the Zeta Gundam movie trilogy, just to have on the shelf next to this because they're cheaper. But yeah, I just wanted to let people know because these are nice sort of for Japan budget-ish releases. But also know that like for the OVAs and stuff, like if you want Stardust Memory, for instance, Stardust Memory you have to buy in Japan for like $150, the 13 episodes, and then for another $50 the movie version to get the whole thing. And in America, through Right Stuff, you can get all of that in one set for about $40.
Yeah.
So most of this stuff you can just buy in America for cheaper, but there's some stuff that you want the Japanese release for. So I'm happy I have this, and I'm looking forward to watching the trilogy yet again because they're very good.
They are very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, if only there was a podcast one could listen to tell you just how good they are.
Indeed. So that's my little show and tell.
Nice.
Well, Sean, what order do we want to do these lists in?
I think let's start with songs because we've got 20 songs to go through. So I think we'll do songs, Mobile Suit's character.
Where do you want to do score?
Let's do score as the second to last one.
Okay.
And then we'll do the final ranking.
Yes.
Where we will dub, Jonathan, the Gundam of Gundams.
Yes. All right. The Gundam of Gundam. I feel like we should have the announcer from G Gundam on this episode.
Gundam is a Gundam!
Yes, indeed. All right. So let's do our songs. We did 20 because there were just... Look, there's a lot of songs in Gundam.
Yeah, there are just too many songs. Because, I mean, there's too many mobile suits and characters also, but there's something particular about the songs that just felt like...
Because there's different categories. There's openings, there's endings, there's inserts, there's movie songs, which aren't quite inserts or ending songs.
Yeah, because it originally started out as like, oh, okay, because the initial idea was, let's do a top 10 opening theme, top 10 ending theme, and then it was immediately... But, like, then what do you do? Are all the Unicorn Gundam songs, are those ending themes? What about the songs the insert songs, that a couple of them have, like, really notable insert songs? Like, the movies, those songs are just played during the movie, a lot of them. So it's not an opening or an ending. You put them in one list or the other. There's also not enough insert songs really to do its own insert song list that would be interesting enough. And so we just ended up in, fuck it, we'll just do one big song list and do 20.
So, do you want to get started?
Let's get started, Jonathan.
All right, I'll kick us off.
Okay.
My number 20. So, and I also want to stress... The ranking for all of these lists is much less important than just what's on here.
Yeah.
Because narrowing it down was hard enough, and then the ranking was all this fiddly stuff. But if it's on the lists, we love it unabashedly.
Yes, and a lot of the stuff not on the list, we love unabashedly as well. There's some hard cuts here.
Oh, absolutely. My number 20 is a song I love to death, and I listen to a lot because it is awesome, just fucking crazy rock. And that is the insert song from Mobile Suit Narrative Gundam called Vigilante. By MPI and Jemmy, I don't know what their actual band name is. Okay. But this is the song that in Narrative Gundam plays during the initial training sequence when the main character is in the Narrative Gundam.
Yeah.
And it is just, I don't, like in the movie it's actually used in a very cool scene, but it is just a kick-ass song. It really fits the score of that movie and kind of the Hiroyuki Sawano stuff in general. And this is a song I like the 3 major songs from Narrative Gundam. I love all of them, and I like to like kind of listen to them in a row sometimes. And this one really gets the blood pumping. It is a very, very good insert song.
It is very good. It is not on my list, so I'm glad it's on yours because it is very, very good. My number 20 is a song near and dear to my heart. It is Here Comes Char, or Sha ga Kuru, by Koichiro Hori, which is an insert song in the original Mobile Suit Gundam. That is a goofy song, but it is so good. The little electronic beats at the beginning just building up to the understanding that Char is coming and he is on his way, and then the backing vocal track of Sha throughout the whole thing. Sha, 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 Sha.
So I am so glad this is on yours because it did not make mine.
Yes.
I love Here Comes Char. It feels like more of a novelty to me than like a
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a novelty song.
It's a novelty song that was used in one episode and clearly was designed to be used in more, but they got canceled. So.
Yes. Yeah, so yeah, it is in a like very late episode of Mobile Suit Gundam. That also is not like, it's not a big Char moment. There are other Char moments earlier in the show that would have been probably better times to use Here Comes Char. And yeah, it's not necessarily a song that I'm like walking around and listening to Here Comes Char all the time, but it is when I think about songs in Gundam, and I think about my boy Char's novel, I always think about Here Comes Char because he's just got one of those names that if it's enough of a name to be most of the lyrics in the song on its own, and for that alone, I think Here Comes Char needs to be honored on this list.
I'm glad it's on your list. My number 19 is Aura by Shinji Tanamura from Turn A Gundam. It is the first ending to Turn A Gundam. I think it gets a little overshadowed by the second ending, which is so monumentally good, and you might hear about it more later. But I really love this ending song. It is haunting every time it comes up at the end of the episode. The animation that goes along with it, we're not strictly considering, I guess, but it definitely plays into my memories of these songs. And I love the animation of Lauren kind of passing through the sky, and there's a big Deanna/T-Hell there, and he passes through, and then he's naked and he's flying, and it's a really beautiful song. I love the vocals.
It's a great song. We might hear about it later on my list as well. We'll see. My number 19 is Trust You Forever by Yoshikumi Ushima, which is the second opening theme for Mobile Fighter G Gundam. This is a song that the first time I watched G Gundam, it didn't make much of an impression on me. Like, flying in the sky was definitely the thing I thought about. And I'll also say that flying in the sky is not on my list. It's my 21. It got cut because I realized Shaga Kudu has to be on this list. I can't, in a good conscience, cut that song out. But yeah, Trust You Forever. It's got a real like B-side feel to it that sometimes that's just what I need. Sometimes I just need that B-side song. It's not the hit single. It's not what gets played on the radio all the time. But it's just this real feel-good song. This is definitely one that I think the animation that plays with it sort of helps give me this sort of like emotional attachment to the song, because it's a beautiful animation. It's a really nice, happy song that plays in what is like the most dramatic section of that show, where there is not as much a stretch of characters just goofing around as maybe there was in some of the first half episodes with the fucking knuckleheads. But it is just this really fun song that builds to this great declaration of "I'll trust you forever." That just makes me think of Domon and Rain and makes me happy.
I love this song too. It is not on my top 20. I frankly could have put all the G Gundam openings and endings on my top 20 because I think they're fantastic. That is one of the only Gundam shows where I love all the openings and endings. And it is one of the only Gundam shows where when they make the switch halfway through, I'm not disappointed because the second theme is really, really good too. I personally prefer the other one. You might hear about it later, but I'm glad it's on yours. Trust You Forever. I agree with everything you said, and it's got the part in the animation where Master Asia does his cool like kung fu move, and then he bends over and he matches with Schwarzbruder like they're gonna fucking fuse in DBZ, and it's great.
Yeah, it's great. There's also, I love the point in the animation where Argo Gulski, who's like 8 feet tall or something, is walking in a crowd and everybody else is like coming up to his hips basically, and the camera just like zooms in on him, and it's very good, and I like it a lot.
Awesome. All right, my number 18 is the first and only ending to Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam, and that is Believe in the Starry Sky by Mami Ayakawa, also known as Oh, I Can't Help Believe in You. It's so good.
Yeah.
Even though the song sounds increasingly ironic the deeper you get into the show, because it is very weird to have that play after the final episode of Zeta Gundam. It feels like the credits should have played in silence over black screen or something, because it is a very peppy, happy song, but it is one of my favorite Gundam endings. Zeta has, I will say, the best set of themes of any Gundam show.
Absolutely.
All of them are on my list. They're probably all on your list.
Yes, they are.
And this one, I couldn't quite figure out where to place it because it's not a song I love to listen to on its own, but I do really like it. And I also love it in the episodes. It's just a great ending song. The kind of anime ending you don't get a ton of anymore.
Yes.
But it is one of those like kind of platonic ideals of an anime ending for me.
Yeah, it is. I put that and Romantic Agerio from the end of the original Dragon Ball. They occupy the same place in my mind. We will definitely hear about Hoshizora no Believe later on my list. I'll just, obviously it's going to be there because it's very good. My number 18 is Broken Mirror by Boom Boom Satellites, which is the end credits theme that plays over the 5th episode of the OVA version of Mobile Suit Gundam Unicorn.
Interesting.
Yes. This song, it just hits my fucking ripping guitar soul. It has this very slick kind of really sort of distorted overdrive bass guitar line that plays at the beginning of the song that I just love to death. It's got like one of my favorite opening 30 seconds of any of these songs ever. The only reason it's not higher on the list is I think the song, like as with honestly I think most of the Unicorn Gundam songs, it just goes on for a bit too long. They're all like 5 minutes long. It's like maybe you could cut this down and make it a little bit tighter. But it just has this just mood to it that's really powerful, and it also stands out among the Unicorn Gundam songs that most of them, and some of them will also the other ones will be on my list as well, but they're very kind of like emotional songs, and this one's just like angry, and it's fun to have this just like very angry sort of like slightly metal, I wouldn't call it full metal, but like approaching metal style song. And then I also just adore the name of the band. Boom Boom Satellites is a great name for a band.
Great name for a band, great song. Not on my list, but I do love it. There's only one Unicorn Gundam song that made my cut, and you'll hear about that later. But I do love the Unicorn Gundam themes. There's just a lot of Gundam.
Yes, there's a lot of Gundam.
My number 17 is one of the best Gundam openings, and that is Dreams by Romantic Mode from After War Gundam X. It is the first opening to After War Gundam X, and it should have been the only opening, because the second opening, I couldn't tell you what it is.
It's Resolution by the same band.
Not good. They should have just stuck with Dreams. Dreams is the perfect opening for that show. And one of the best things in any Gundam show is every episode having your black screen, Gundam X, cold open, and then... It's so good. And the rest of the song is great. The song just shreds. It's got fucking great lyrics. I love the animation for this one, too. It's one of the best animated Gundam openings. It is a classic, and I love it to death.
I'm very happy that that's on your list because that's my 22.
Yeah.
Like that was like one of the hard cuts is like I really love this opening, but it just didn't quite make my list. So
yep, it is the after. I think it's the only After War one I have on here because the endings. No. What the fuck am I talking about?
No, as soon as you said that, I'm like, that's suspect.
Yeah,
I feel like there's maybe another one that would be there. Okay.
Yeah, no,
we'll talk about that other one later.
After War has really good music.
It does.
That's the point.
Yeah, very good music. My number 17, this is a song that moved around a bunch because I like it a lot, but it was hard for me to place, is Eternal Wind, Hohoemi wa Hikari Kaze no Naka, by Hiroko Moriguchi. This is the main theme for Mobile Suit Gundam F91. That is the sort of love song of F91, and it plays very memorably over the ending of that movie as they're drifting in space, embracing.
I'm stunned this is this low.
As I said, it moved around a lot.
I'll just say it's a little bit higher on
mine. Yeah, maybe one of the reasons why I felt good placing it lower is I knew it was going to be very high on your list.
Yep.
I love the song a lot. I think it's partially like I'm not always as attracted to the slow love ballad. It's not always the genre of music I go to, but when I'm in the mood for it, and like when it's used in the movie, it's phenomenal. It's just not a song I go to when I'm like listening to stuff on my own. Is probably why it's as low as it is. But it is still number 17. It is phenomenal. Hiroko Moriguchi is someone that we will be hearing from later in my list. She is like the queen of Gundam music, and it is a really hauntingly beautiful song that fits that music and that movie perfectly.
My number 16 is, I think, one of the most unheralded Gundam songs, but it is one of my favorites. This is the only song I have from this show. It is the first ending to Mobile Suit Gundam Double Zeta, and that is The Era is Crying by Masato Arai.
It's not on my list, but it's very good.
It is so good. That is one of my favorite Gundam endings. I love it so much. So Masato Arai, his other song for Double Zeta is more famous, Anime Janai.
Yeah, which you might hear from.
We might hear from later. Not on my list. I love Anime Janai. Just didn't quite make my top 20. But in part because I love this one even more.
Yeah.
This is the theme song. It's just got such a good beat.
It's this like doo-wop song, which rules.
It's this little doo-wop thing with a ton of sax.
Yeah.
The version in Double Zeta cuts out the opening sax solo, but you get a little bit of it later. But listen to the full album version, because this is one where the full album version is just one of my favorite songs in all of Gundam. And I also do love the animation for it in the ending, where it's all the characters, Judo and all his buddies and his sister and everyone, kind of rising up like they're flying through the sky over like a background of space.
Yeah.
And it sets such the right tone for that first half of Double Zeta. And Double Zeta is one where I like all the songs as well. They're not on the level of like Zeta Gundam, but I do like both of the openings, both the endings.
Yeah.
This is the one though that for me, like, I will listen to this song anytime it comes up. I will listen to it in full. It kicks ass.
Yeah, it's very good. I'm very happy with your list, Jonathan, because you're putting like all my hard cuts are on there, because that was another one that was just like, I love this song so much, but it didn't quite make it. And it's very funny because my number 16 is Anime Janai by Masahito Arai, the original opening for Double Zeta Gundam. This song just fucking rules.
It rules.
It just fucking kicks ass. It's got this like unabashed 80s quality to it. I adore. I love the lyrics. The song is about that like this child sort of believing that all these fictional things are real to him. And I just love there's this statement at the beginning of this anime that this isn't anime is just good every single time.
Hontou no koto-sa.
Yes. For people who don't know Japanese, anime janai just means it's not anime.
Yes.
And so it's just a killer song. One of the things it makes me think of every time I hear it is the 1984 Transformers animated movie, because it has a similar 80s kind of sensibility to the music. And especially when the guy says, Anime Janai, and then the robot goes, Anime Janai. Like, no song past that decade would ever make that choice to do it. But this song is a real banger, and it is buoyed by the sort of over-the-top musical stylings of the 80s that it is using.
I don't care about dubs, but I wish Double Zeta had a dub so I could hear the English version of this where they're singing, it's not anime.
Yes.
It's not anime. It is real life. Like, if they had to do that, it'd be so great.
Yeah. It's a great song, a real banger.
Yep.
It also has a moment in the opening, because I think the opening animation feels slightly cheap because they were also making the movie and they were right off the back of Zeta Gundam. They didn't have the money, but it does have one moment where it's like the evolutionary path of like the monkey and like chimpanzee stuff walking towards the camera, and it fucking turns into Omaro, turns into Camille, turns into Judo. That feels weird, but also great. I fucking
love it. It's Judo, and then he does the pose, and then it goes into the Double Zeta Gundam pose. It's great. I think there's a second version of that opening once you meet the Double Zeta, because the Double Zeta is one of the best animated Gundams, and it's great.
Yeah, it's a very good song, very good opening, very good Judo.
Number 15 is a song I knew was in my top 20. This was the hardest one to place for me. It went all over the list, Sean.
Yeah.
I think I round up with it where I'm happy, but this is Forever Amuro by Koikeda from the original Mobile Suit Gundam. It is the ending to the original Mobile Suit Gundam. It is another one of those like platonic ideal anime endings to me. And it's tough because in some ways I think Believe in the Starry Sky is a better song, but Forever Amuro is a better ending to me because you just end every episode and it's this nice mournful Amuro. Not mournful even, but it's like this kind of solemn like song about a young boy growing up. It's got such great animation because a lot of other Gundam ending themes do the common thing where you just have like one character kind of walk, like Believe in the Starry Sky is just Fa and Haro bouncing along, which is cute. But it's not. There's actually some more animation in Forever Amuro, like the great like group shot at the end and everything. It's like it is. It does not have the substance of other songs on this list, but it is a classic for a reason. And just the way he wails that song. Oh, it's a crooner. It's a real crooner of a song.
It's very good. We might hear from it on my list as well. My number 15. This is also one that moved around a bit for me. Is "Stand Up to the Victory" by Tomohisa Kawazoe. The original opening and what should have been the only opening for Mobile Suit Victory Gundam.
Fuck that second opening.
Yeah.
It's fine, but fuck it. This is too good.
Stand Up to the Victory it's just so good. It sort of, I think, completes the turn to the 90s that Gundam needed. It is like the first 90s Gundam song. It's just got this very sort of like driving guitar anthem feel to it. That's like, I think, slightly grunge influence. It's certainly not a grunge song, but you feel that it's got a little bit of punk vibe to it. I love any song that is, written for the anime that features something from the anime in the lyrics. So, Stand Up to the Victory, like Victory Gundam. It just rules. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you'll have more to say about it because I know it's on your list because you sung it in karaoke.
I love this song to death. It is on my list. It is a little higher.
Yeah, so I'll let you talk more about it once we get to you because it's a great song and it just fucking rules. It just fucking rules.
Yes. My number 14 is my Unicorn Gundam pick. It is the episode 6 theme, probably the best known song from Unicorn Gundam. This is I Am by Aimer.
Yeah.
Which is
how you pronounce it. It's like supposed to be French.
Oh.
Yep.
I didn't know that. I've only seen it written down. Anyway.
I saw it written down in Japanese once. I'm like, oh, that's how you pronounce it.
Okay, I've only seen it in Romaji. So yeah, Aime, I Am, which is such a cool song. Like the moment, part of this is I cannot get out of my brain the fucking moment at the end of episode 6 Unicorn Gundam where you have the fucking Unicorn Gundam full armor ready to bear to go out into battle for the final big battle for Laplace's box.
Yeah.
And he flies out and then the black unicorn with the other guy flies in and goes, Banashi! Really loudly. I'm not even going to try to do it because I will blow my voice out. Banashi! And then this kicks in because Riam has a really gripping first 15 seconds where it's the lyrics, please hear me, just screamed by a big chorus. And you get that as you cut to credits. It is so good. But the key for this song is the rest of the song. Because this is the one that I agree most of the Unicorn Gundam themes are a little too long. Riam really uses its length because as it goes on, it starts big and then it goes small, and it builds and builds until the last minute and a half are with this big choir, and it sounds like, it's like a person story that goes on to this whole story of a society singing, which is also the arc of Unicorn Gundam in a lot of ways, and it is just the defining Unicorn Gundam song for me. The cover that Hiroko Moriguchi did for her covers album last year is amazing as well. Both versions of that are just incredible, but the acoustic cover Moriguchi did is really, really special. But either way, this is one of those Gundam songs that is unforgettable once you've heard it. And I frankly figured once I had this on the list, I didn't need any other Unicorn Gundam songs, because this to me really, as much as I like the other ones, this one towers above the rest for me personally.
It's very good. We will maybe hear about it on my list somewhere as well.
All right.
My number 14 is Omaro Forever, An no Amaro, the ending to the original Mobile Suit Gundam by Koikeda. I echo everything you said, Jonathan. This is another one that I struggled the placement on because it is so good. It is so perfect. It is that Amuro. It's just perfect. It's
Furimu kanai.
Yeah. If you put it next to Sharga Kudu, and it is this you just have to say the character's name, and I'm it just hit me in the gut. It's so good. And the full version of the song, if people have not listened to the full version, it is incredible. There's a whole middle solo in the full version that rules.
There's also the do-do-do-wop with the little... with all the soft voices doing it. It's great.
It's just an incredibly memorable melody that captures something about the sort of very solemn tone of that show. The lyrics are great, and the way they sort of are talking about Amaro's experience, being this child soldier in this war. It's just incredible. I think is an incredibly iconic song for an incredibly iconic show. That every time, if it's one of those, I listen to it every time. I've watched that show through to its entirety 3 times now. I've never skipped the song once because it is very, very good.
Oh yeah. All right, my number 13 is "Flying in the Sky" by Hitofumi Ushima from Mobile Fighter G Gundam. This is the first opening. I love the other one as well, Sean, but for me, you can't beat "Fighting in the Sky." I think I fell in love with this show before the show even started, just from seeing the opening titles and being like, oh, that's what this show is. Because this theme song summarizes the show and its tone and just how kind of crazy kick-ass 90s shonen awesome it is. It's got a killer beat. It's got great lyrics. The just opening of "Fly in the Sky."
Yeah.
It's the way this is something I love that Japanese songs get to do that American songs kind of often don't, unless they're specifically doing kind of a sort of rap sing thing, where Japanese is so monosyllabic that you get to put all the syllables on beats, and this song does that really well throughout. The animation with it is fucking great as well. I did not find room for any of the other G Gundam songs. I love both the endings as well, but I figured this one I love enough it can kind of stand in for the others. G Gundam's got great music. We're going to hear about that more later, but "Flying in the Sky," oh, I love it.
It's a great song. As I said earlier, did not quite make my list, but I'm very happy it's on yours. All right, now my number 3. I feel like in many ways, because when I made my list, I kind of split it between the top 10 and the bottom 10 just for my perception. But now that I'm looking at this, I feel like the split happens at 13. This is where I feel like we get to the real shit. That is just like, I don't know how you rank these because they're all perfect. My number 13 song is Beginning by Daisuke Inoue, which is one of the 2 songs from the 3rd Mobile Suit Gundam movie, Encounters in Space. This is the one that also gets a very rousing instrumental version in the last episode of Unicorn Gundam. That is fantastic.
It's so good.
But yeah, Daisuke Inoue, we'll be talking about him more in some future songs on this list because his music for those movies is so phenomenal. They have this I have a deep love for late 60s and 70s era music that is the same kind of music that Daisuke Inoue does for those movies. And there's a very kind of like late Beatles quality to both of the songs he did for Mobile Suit Gundam 3. And this one, Beginning, just has this, the mystery and the kind of new type quality that he gets to put into the music by using the more experimental elements of sort of that 70s era music and late era Beatles, just fuses together with the tone and style of the music or of the movie so perfectly. And it's incredibly haunting. His use of like very stark, isolated piano, also just, it's perfect. It's just perfect. It's an amazing song. I love it to death.
You might hear about it more later from me.
It's very good.
My number 12, I agree, now we're getting into some real shit, is one of the best Gundam openings, and that is the first opening for Turn A Gundam. Also should have been the only opening, because Turn A Gundam's second opening is a bad song and I don't like it.
Yeah, Century Color is like, if we made a top 10 bad Gundam songs, Century Color would be one of the entries on there. There aren't many yet. No. We'll get some later.
Yeah, I do not like Century Color, but Turn A Turn... it's so weird. I love that they did a fucking song. He made this weird show called Turn A Gundam.
Yes.
Turn
A Gundam.
And then for the theme song, probably like asked the artist, hey, can you somehow work in the phrase turn A? And so you get this crooning, turn A, turn. It's so good, and it feels like a callback to the kind of music you got for Gundam 79, where this is not Koikeda, this is Hideki Saijo.
Yeah.
But he has a very similar vocal quality, where when he gets into it, he is crooning in a way that most anime theme songs don't croon. It's this long, smooth voice. I also think Turn A has just one of the best overall openings in terms of like, it really is like a musical visual thesis statement for the show in the lyrics, which are like, they feel like if I somehow learned, this is not true, but if it were true that like Tomino wrote the lyrics, like wrote a poem and then asked someone to set it to music, that's what it sounds like, because it sounds like a thesis statement for the show. And then the visuals mirror that with all of the doubling and stuff it does.
Yeah.
It is so brilliant. I love this song. Turn A Gundam is great. This one, it was a lot kind of fighting recency bias. Where does it go? But it had to be on the list and relatively high, and it placed at number 12 for me because it is great.
It is amazing. We will hear about it again. My number 12, again, man, it's this top for 13. I'm like looking at these, it's like, fuck. These are all so good. Is Zeta Tokyo Koite by Mami Ayukawa, based on Neil Sedaka's song Better Days Are Coming. Because lest we forget that all the reason why all the Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam songs are not on the Blu-ray releases is because there's weird rights issues, because they worked with Neil Sedaka, who's a American singer, songwriter, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, so Zeta Tokyo Koite, the original opening for Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam. So we will hear about the other songs from Zeta Gundam on my list as well. Zeta Gundam has, I think, like hit for hit, the best full opening and endings of any Gundam show.
Yep.
This is including stuff that you haven't seen yet, in my opinion, because I've seen all of it. It is just across the board. They are so good. They are incredibly iconic. Zeta Tokyo Koite, I'll also have to shout out the cover version that Hiroko Moriguchi did on her Gundam Song Covers album. That is also phenomenal. But it just has that sort of very upbeat quality to it that is sort of in some ways feels at odds with the show, but particularly for that first half, it's like sort of getting you into the mood, the 80s mood of Zeta Gundam, and then it building up to that Mami Ayukawa just like shouting out the sign of Zeta, and this sort of big, again, it's another, we're just putting the fucking like what the show is into the song lyrics, and I love like a weird sort of obscure title drop in the middle of the song lyrics. It just has such a driving, upbeat kind of pop feel to it. It is incredibly addictive to listen to hum along with, and it is one of those that every time I hear it, I have to just listen to the full thing because it is so fun. It's just such a fun song to listen to.
I agree, and you might hear more later.
Yeah.
My number 11 is a song that was also tough to place because I kind of forgot about it until I did a thorough check of all the songs. And this is the big insert song from the original Mobile Suit Gundam, Now is Good Night. Mm-hmm. And this is the song that plays at the end of the battle with Dozelzabi on, what's that? Solomon, yeah. And it's a really great scene. And then, of course, famously is the scene that plays when Lala dies, or the song that plays when Lala dies. And it is a really, really lovely song. It is so tied into these great moments from the show. I had kind of forgotten about it because it had been supplanted in my memory by the Daisuke and Inoa songs, which I do think are better. They're higher on my list. I think Beginning in that scene is better than this in that scene. But I still love this song, and it is so crucial to these major moments from what I may or may not think is one of the best Gundam shows. So I don't want to spoil it for our rankings later, Sean, but it's a really good show. And, so it kind of got the honorary number 11 slot right before we go into the top 10 for me, because it is such an integral song. And it's one of many songs that just croons the word Omaro, because Omaro is a very singable name, and I love it. Yeah,
this song is not on my list, but I also like it a lot. It's very good. I think it is one that I think having no Amado and a bunch of the Daisuke Inoue songs, I just like it. I kind of pushed it out of the list for me, but I'm glad it's on yours. And then my number 11, sticking with my Zeta, is Hoshizoda no Believe by Mami Ayukawa, based on Neil Sedaka's song Bad and Beautiful, which is the ending theme for Zeta Gundam that you had on your list as well. I mean, this is just, as I said before, it has this romantic agerio feel to it, which is the ending theme to the original Dragon Ball. Every time the song starts up, ba-da-ba-bum, bum, 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 I can't help believe in you. Like, it's just immediately, I'm just taken away by it, right? It's just, I'm going along the ride with this song. It is a good sort of pair with the first OP, Tokyo Koite, in having this incredibly upbeat feel to it, which is, like, has this interesting friction with the show, because as the show goes on, it just gets increasingly darker and more intense.
I don't know if it ever really fits, given the first episode is about Camille
it never quite fits the tone, but there's something about that is so charming about it. That it sort of cleanses you of the darkness of everything you just watched, of like, oh, Camille just saw his mom get fucking shot out into space and suffocate in the infinite darkness of space by some fucking Chad named Jared. Fuck that dude. Anyways, I can't help believe in you. Kanarazu wa eruto. I'm like, now I'm just dancing, having a fun time, and I can kind of purge myself of everything before I see the tears of time, you know?
Yes.
It is just this purely happy-go-lucky song that I adore. That is, it just, as with all the Zeta stuff, it just feels kind of like with a lot of the music from the original Mobile Suit Gundam. It has this truly iconic feel to me. That when I hear it, all my memories of the show just come rushing back to me whenever I hear a single note from one of those songs.
My number 10, it had to be in the top 10 because I love this song so much, is Stand Up to the Victory by Tomohise Kawasoe. Oh my god, this song is so fucking kick-ass. It starts with a great melody, but like, then it's got this kind of low part, and when it builds to the full stand up to the victory, oh my god, it is one of the great sing-along Gundam songs. It is one of the great get pumped Gundam songs. It does not entirely fit with the show, because this feels like it should have been like the theme to Gundam Wing or something.
Yeah.
But oh my god, I love it. I love the visuals with it. It's honestly like where the Victory Gundam itself looks the best in the whole show is in the fucking opening. And yes, I did sing it at karaoke, and I probably should just edit that clip in here.
Yeah.
Stand up to the victory, so the
So yeah, I mean, that's how much I love this song, that I sung it drunk at karaoke, and it was one of the most fun things. I love it, and it's perfect, and it is one of the, according to me, 4 best Gundam openings, because there are only 4 in my top 10, so there you go.
Interesting.
Yeah. you'll find out what the others are from.
Very cool. My number 10 is Aura by Shinji Tanamura, or Aura, the first ending for Turn A Gundam. This song, this is one where like I have been listening to this song regularly since I first watched the show like 5 years ago, and it just has this. It is particularly the beginning of it, and especially the full song version, which has a longer instrumental opening. That's very good, and then those first lines, "Binetsu ga samenai mama." It's just, again, it kind of like with "I Can't Help Believing You." I'm just immediately taken away by the song as soon as those lyrics are said. Combined with the ending animation, which is one of my favorite animations for any ending, because, as you said earlier, it is Lauren flying through space, well, not like through the sky, basically, in a dreamlike fashion, initially wearing his pilot suit and then being stripped naked, basically, with his little goldfish covering his dick, covering his little beam saber. And then visions of Deanna slash Kiel in the clouds. So it is one of those where the whole aesthetic of the ending kind of combines with the song for me. But it is, again, I have now watched every episode of Turn A Gundam twice, so I have seen 100 episodes of Turn A Gundam. I guess not all of them end with this, so it's more like 60-something episodes of Turn A Gundam that every single time the episode ended.
It's 80 because it goes through episode 40.
That's true, yes, but it doesn't play over the first episode, right? I think.
No, it's in the first episode.
Is it in the first episode?
Yeah, you don't get the opening in the first episode.
True. Yes, okay, that's what it is. So it's maybe like, let's say 78, something like that.
Yeah.
Whatever episode count it is of these, and every single time, barring the very first time I watched it because I didn't know what the lyrics were, I sung along with those first like 6 words or so. It's just a beautiful, haunting song, and then especially when he builds up to the chorus with Aura, really, really powerful song. Is one of those things where the word aura said in Japanese just sounds so good, and it has that sort of crooning quality to it, along with a sort of Okinawan island singing style that Tanimura uses. It's very good. It's very good. It's a very, very good song. I like it a lot.
Yep. My number 9 is Zeta Tokyo Koite, which is Zeta Transcending Time, is how they translate it in English. You already just talked about it.
Yeah.
I don't know how much I can add on to it, except that I love the beat and the rhythm. It sounds very 80s to me in a good way, and I love all there's just like this structure of like crying, searching, and like they go through those, and then I wanna have a pure time. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah,
and it's honestly, I think as a song, it's a little overshadowed by the second Zeta opening, which we'll talk about in a little bit because it's the best Gundam opening. But like, that shouldn't mean you discount this. That this is like the overshadowed song is amazing. This is like, to me, maybe the only time Gundam ever made the mid-show song switch, and the second song was actually like genuinely better, because the first one is always so good, and this one sets that standard, I think. But it is great. I agree with you. The Hiroko Moriguchi cover that's acoustic is so good. But all of those are. Did you see there's a sequel to that album coming out?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, it's coming out, and it was going to come out this month, but then it got pushed to COVID. It's coming out in September, and it is another 10 from like the poll, and it's a really good set of songs.
I'm very excited for that.
Yeah, it's got a great cover too. It's a version of her in the F91 ending.
Nice.
It's very good. Anyway, but yeah, that's my number 9. It is one of the best Gundam openings from one of the best Gundam shows. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, very good. Okay, my number 9. Okay, let me try. You have to do this properly. Tobe Gundam by Koikeda, or Fly Gundam, the original OP for Mobile Suit Gundam. This was originally not on my list at all.
Oh, fuck you!
And then, because like in my head, I'm like, it's an iconic song, but it's maybe too cheesy. I don't usually listen to it on its own, and I was like, but I can't. I have to like, because I went through and I like listened to like 50 songs the other day when I was making the list, and as soon as I listened to it, I'm like, I'm an idiot. That's like threw it on my top 10 immediately, because it's just good. Like, yes, it's very cheesy 70s kids show song. It's
so good.
It's just really fucking good. Yeah. It has, as with all Koikeda stuff, as we've been saying, it has this sort of crooning quality to it, and it is the friction between this like kids show opening, but that has some like weird darkness to it in places. And then introducing the show that is like looks like a kids show but has a lot of darkness to it, and is a lot more like under the surface than you expect. I love the opening, just sort of noise of the I don't even know what that is, combined with like some like electronic beeps.
I think I have a special relationship to some of these songs, Sean, because I do all the editing for our podcast. So I've gotten to put them in and do the special credits we do and all that. And I've gotten to work with this song a lot because this is the default song we use like in today's episode when we're not talking about something that has its own theme song. And I love this song to death. It is second only to one other Gundam opening to me, and I even debated that a little bit. I think it is just a perfect opening to that original show. I love the sing-along quality. Hachiagare, 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 Gandamu, Kimi yo. Oh my god, and then the animation with it is so great. It's the perfect... I remember, Sean, when I started watching the show, and we were like, okay, Sean, Jonathan, you're going to watch 2 episodes of Gundam.
Yes.
And this came on, and I just had this smile of like, it's gonna be a fun summer. Yeah. That's how I knew.
Because it is also, it has like this very compelling, simple melody to it that is also reworked really well in multiple tracks in the original show. But it is, I mean, like Tobey Gundam is the definition of an iconic theme song. Like it just. Again, it's not even music. It is some like weird, like the sound of the bay of the white bass opening up. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but some weird sort of like mechanical whooshing sound at the beginning. And as soon as you hear that, you're like, it's Gundam time. It immediately triggers that in you. And it definitely is, again, it has a sort of goofy quality that I think it is easy to sort of dismiss offhand if you haven't listened to it in almost a year. But it does, as soon as you listen to it, you're like, no, this is... Even among songs like that, it stands above them. It is an exceptional version of that kind of song, and it is...
Something was in the water when they made the original Gundam, where everyone involved just did something iconic.
Yes.
And that extends to the theme song.
Absolutely.
I'm very glad Original Gundam does not switch, because I cannot imagine Original Gundam without this at the top of every episode.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, my number 8 is a song that made me cry. And that is Cage from Narrative Gundam, Mobile Suit Narrative Gundam. This is the insert song at the end. It was composed by Hiroyuki Sawano, sung by TL. I don't know if that's... Maybe it's TA, if it's also French.
I don't
know.
Anyway, probably.
Cage is a song. Cage, specifically Cage NTV, so it's like Cage Narrative. It might be from something else that they like revised it for Gundam. But this song plays at the end of Mobile Suit Narrative Gundam, when basically the main character kind of reunites with his other new type friends in like this weird afterlife new type space. And Narrative Gundam, we talked about it. I don't think it's a great Gundam movie on the whole, although there's a lot I really like about it. It's phenomenally animated. It's got crazy good action. There's a colony action sequence that's one of the best pieces of colony action in Gundam. But the thing that makes Narrative Gundam special to me is the ending, and is sort of its meditation on death and new typeness. And I know we disagreed on this when we talked about it, Sean, but that ending hit me really hard. And the song itself, I've listened to it a lot. It's a song with English lyrics, which is actually pretty rare for Gundam. Gundam is like the opposite of Persona, where Persona is all English lyrics and there's a couple of Japanese. Gundam is mostly Japanese and a couple of English. This is one of the English ones. It's got absolutely beautiful lyrics. I think the way the song builds is stunning. I have listened to it. I actually listened to it, Sean, so many times after that movie that in 2019, this was in my top 10 most listened to songs according to iTunes.
Wow.
So I listened to this song a lot. I listened to it a lot when I was sad, because it's a very sad song, but it's also a very beautiful, uplifting song, which is how I kind of think of Narrative Gundam at its best. So I really love this song, and Narrative Gundam got 2 slots on this list, which I did not expect, but Narrative Gundam has really good music, so there you go. It
does, yeah. It's interesting, because that one wasn't really on my radar, because I like it, but it didn't sort of reach for me, in the same ways that's true of Narrative Gundam as a movie. But that's cool.
That's one of the only things we significantly, I think, had a break on in terms of, like, not that we were, like, fiercely arguing, but I liked it, and you were more like, eh.
Yeah, that is my feelings on Narrative Gundam. Is like, oh, okay, sure, it's a Gundam.
Yeah.
But sticking with that style of music, my number 8 is I Am by Ime, the ending theme from the 6th episode of the OVA version of Mobile Suit Gundam Unicorn. This is composed by Hiroyuki Sawano, the composer for the music in the show itself, and it is, to me, like the defining Unicorn Gundam anthem. Basically, it is it has all the hallmarks of Hiroyuki Sawano's style as a composer and his style as a singer, who they, partnered together on a lot of other stuff as well, most notably Kill la Kill, which is also a soundtrack that I love, that has a lot of lyrical songs that are incredible. And Re-I-Am, it is a song that I have listened to a lot since, again, over like 4 or 5 years at this point, since I originally watched Unicorn Gundam. It encapsulates for me all my feelings on Unicorn Gundam, that sort of sense of sort of that teenage angst that is so intense there that Banaji has of trying to figure out what to do, who he is, what he is like right for him to believe in, what he's trying to fight against with his like even so, but he doesn't even necessarily have an answer for what the alternative is. He just knows what's wrong, and all of those sort of complex emotions I feel like are musically represented so incredibly in this song. That, as you said when you talked about it on your list, is one of the few Unicorn Gundam songs that I think fully justifies its length. It does something interesting with its length. It has a lot of complexity, musically speaking, that it moves through a lot of different phases. In particular, this like build up to this big moment in the middle of the song is really powerful. That hits me emotionally every time I listen to it. Re-I-Am, 2 thumbs up.
Yep.
Great song. It is to me like it is the Unicorn Gundam song.
100%, and it is according to the fans too, because it was the one that broke into the top 10. It's on that Moriguchi album. It is the great Unicorn Gundam song.
Yeah, it is like iconic to me for Unicorn Gundam in so many ways.
Hiroyuki Sawano is doing the music for the Hathaway's Flash movies, which is so exciting. I hope he and maybe Ame do something together. Yes, because that'd be cool. Yeah, because I think those movies are going to be kind of dark, and they could use a nice.
Yeah. When I read the like Gundam Wiki summary of the novels forever ago before I knew they were making movies, I'm like, this sounds fucking dark.
Yeah. So anyway, it could fit, because Unicorn is also pretty dark, but also Unicorn has this element of uplift that probably won't be there in Hathaway's Flash.
Yeah, because there is with Re-I-Am and with a lot of Sawano's music, there's like he's very good at the big triumphant turn in music. That Re-I-Am as a song just like has maybe my favorite version of that. Yeah, that or like My Body Becomes Dry, which is the main anthem from Kill la Kill.
Nice. All right. Well, and now that I know he did Kill la Kill, now I really have to watch Kill la Kill. So anyway,
it's a good show.
My number 7 is what I think is the second best Gundam ending, according to my list, for a show, not for a movie, and that is Human Touch by Warren Wiebe for After War Gundam X. This is the first ending theme, the English version. There's a Japanese version that's also very nice, perfectly nice, but the English version by Warren Wiebe is in-fucking-credible. We went into extreme depth about it on the After War Gundam X episode, but I have listened to this song so many times. I think it's even better in its full, 5-minute version. Yes. But it has a ton of saxophone, which you're going to hear a lot about because I love saxophone. It's got really beautiful vocals by this guy who died way too young. He died a couple years after this song came out. It's got just the most beautiful lyrics. It's very 90s Michael Jackson or post-Michael Jackson kind of pop ballad. Mm-hmm. But, oh my god, because they also do this a little bit in Stardust Memory with a song called Magic by Jacob Wheeler. And I really like that one too, but this one feels like it's more than just a novelty. It is just a great song in its own right. It fits After War Gundam X so well. It does more than most Gundam songs to give a show identity, I think. Yeah. In that I really tie up my thoughts about After War Gundam X, which is a show I love, into this song. I love it to death. It is so good. I don't even know. We talked about it so much on that episode. I don't want to go too much further, but oh my god. That saxophone solo, Be Still My Heart.
Absolutely. My number 7 is Turn a Turn by Hideki Saijo, the original and should have been only opening theme for Turn A Gundam. Turn a Turn fucking rules. What a crazy song that is. Yep. It really is just... We talked about it on the Turn A Gundam episode, but if you have not listened to the full version of that song, you have to. And just, isolate yourself, get a good pair of headphones, crank the volume up, and listen to Turn A Turn, and just be ready to be taken on a fucking journey. Because it is a song that, it is this sort of style of song I love, where the song just gets more desperate and frantic as it goes along, and each sort of instrumental part... it feels like every instrumental part in the song is doing something really interesting. And I love that because every time you listen to this, or every time I listen to the song, I like listen to a different part of the song. Either focusing on the vocals, or I focus in on what the lead guitar is doing, or the fucking bass, which fucking rules. And very rarely is this the case in a song, where I think frequently the most interesting part of the song is the drums.
Yep.
The drums in Turn are just incredible, particularly during that first verse. It's just like, it's like these weird sort of like almost off rhythm sounding drum rolls that are amazing. I just very rarely ever hear drumming in music that catches your attention, because it's usually meant to be in the background. And in the first verse of Turn, it is like the driving instrument. It's the thing you are meant to be listening to, is the thing that just sort of grabs you. And then as the song goes, like every part gets more crazy, more ridiculous. It pushes more, and it feels like every part of the song is vying for your attention by the time you get to that last verse in chorus. And you have just people fucking wailing in the background. The singer going Tane, and just fucking going higher and higher. It is crazy. It is just a crazy song that I adore listening to. It is a song I listen to over and over again. It is a song that, like, when I listen to it, I tend to listen to it multiple times in a row if it's like taking my focus, because I feel like there's just so much to listen to and so much it has to offer. And it just sounds utterly unique. There is no other Gundam theme that sounds like Turn. There's no other theme in any anime show. Very little music I've listened to that like quite has the quality that Turn has as a song.
Which matches the show, because there's no other show like Turn Gundam.
Yeah, it is incredibly sort of idiosyncratic and kind of bohemian feeling to me. And it just, I love it so much. It's such a cool fucking song. If you have not listened to the full version, because the 90-second cut for the show is great, obviously, but the full version, that's where the real juice is at.
Yep, absolutely. All right, my number 6 is Tobe Gundam by Koikeda. We already talked about it. Yeah. I think I said my piece on this song, but I'll just add, this is on the short list of songs that if I was having a bad day, you could play for me to not fix my day, but perk me up and make me feel a little okay inside. This is one of them. I love this song that much.
It's very good. My number 6 is Human Touch by Warren Wiebe, the English language version of the first ending theme for Afterwar Gundam X, which you talked about. It just has this, as you said, sort of earlier, or like, I guess kind of like mid Michael Jackson, very Stevie Wonder feel, sort of like crooning ballad with a piano. Warren Wiebe's voice is just gorgeous, and it is that build up to a line which is just one of my favorite lyrics in any of these songs, which is "My heart is full of light and laughter," and the build up to that line, which is so sort of pure feeling, and it does have that kind of, like, the song's tone moves between this very interesting kind of solemn feel that it occasionally has, because again, it's mostly just a lot of piano, and then eventually you get the saxophone in there. But then it moves from that sort of more solemn tone early on to this almost saccharine. It's so happy. It is so full of love. This song and this sort of ballad of like the value of human touch, of people being together, and this like warmth that the song conveys. It's just beautiful.
Can I read some of the lyrics?
Yes, go ahead.
They're just too good not to read. Can I find the words to tell you how I live between the walls of steel and stones? How I close my eyes to find some kind of rapture in a world where you can feel so alone? Inside I'm full of light and laughter. There's a flame that burns in me. I need a way to set it free. When you find love in your heart,
the human touch,
you can believe from the start.
The human touch.
Dreams, they come true. It all comes to you, all at once, if you believe in human touch. And it keeps going on. They're all just fucking gorgeous. I mean, man, because I often think like English songs in Japanese are kind of novelty items where you have, as an English speaker, fun with the lyrics, but they're silly and I love them because oftentimes you get this in Persona a lot where I think Japanese singers are playing with kind of fun elements of the English language rhythmically.
Yeah, that native English speakers just wouldn't even be able to see.
But it almost sounds like they're using the language as an instrument more.
Yeah.
Whereas these are this is like a poem, and it's truly gorgeous.
Yeah, it's an utterly beautiful song. It is because it was one that I remember really liking when I first watched the show. But I didn't listen to a lot afterwards, and then coming back to it, I was just floored by I remember liking this ending, but I didn't remember it being this powerful. And it's a lot of that with After War Gundam X to me is that where I enjoyed it even more in my second viewing, and it is just a gorgeous song, and it just feels like this true sort of hidden gem, a really incredible example of a genre of music from that period that doesn't really exist anymore. People don't make that kind of music much anymore. This very sort of modern soul infused thing. And if you like that kind of music, if you like Stevie Wonder, this is just absolutely in that wheelhouse, and it hangs with the best of them. It's incredible.
So now we're into the top 5, Sean.
Yeah.
This is where the rubber hits the road. This is good stuff.
This is I wonder if we have the same top 5. Maybe the order is different, but I feel like we've been narrowing it down.
We have some of the same ones because my number 5 is the Gundam ending that is around for the shortest number of episodes, but is the best Gundam ending. Mm-hmm. And it is also the best, I think, insert song ever used in a Gundam show. And that is Moon's Cocoon by Aki Okui, composed by Yoko Kanno, used instrumentally and with sort of nonsense lyrics and then actual Japanese lyrics later in the show as the second ending to Turn A Gundam and the ending to the show overall. Moon's Cocoon is fucking stunning.
Yeah, it is.
It is a hell of a song. It over what I think we both agree is the best ending sequence of any Gundam show with Turn A Gundam.
Yeah.
And getting to hear the full version of that song and all the ways it builds is incredible. It's got very simple lyrics, but it sounds kind of like the scene at the end where Sochie howls to the moon. It is this primal music that is coming from a place beyond words so often. It sounds both apocalyptic and beautiful, like something being destroyed and something new rising out of the ashes. That's what it sounds like, which it's about a cocoon. That's literally what it's about. But man, it is a powerful song. And yeah, I could have put it even higher. I could have put it low, because of recency bias, I wanted it as high as I was comfortable putting it, because few Gundam songs have had as visceral an impact on me.
Absolutely. It's very good.
Yeah.
Yeah. My number 5 is Ai Senshi, or Soldiers of Sorrow, by Daisuke Inoue, which is the main theme from the second Mobile Suit Gundam movie, also called Soldiers of Sorrow.
So good.
Yeah, this song just is incredible. It has this real sort of Warren Zevon or Bob Dylan-esque energy to it. It is an ironic song. It has this upbeat, driving kind of folksy guitar musical styling to it, but the song is all about people dying. It is about people being separated by death and dying as soldiers. It has really sharp lyrics, and it is that contrast, which is one of the things I think is really. It's a song that makes that second movie, which is a movie that drags in a lot of places. It makes it worth it in a weird way, that it sums up to me the tone of that movie and what that movie is doing by sort of cutting together that middle section of Mobile Suit Gundam. And I think that song just does that work for the movie. Without that song, I don't know if I would have the fondness for that second movie that I do.
There's the scene at the end where they have the big battle with Char and his forces, and they play it, and it's this summing up of all the lengths the White Base crew has gone over the course of that movie, and they are actually a crew now at the end fighting together. That's what that song kind of represents to me in that scene, and it is one of the most rousing, because all three of those movies have rousing endings, but they really it works so perfectly for that movie.
Yeah, it is just incredible. Again, it is straight down the strike zone for my tastes in music. Yep. So it particularly hits what I'm looking for. It is just
fun fact. It is the first song not called Tobey Gundam that we used as an opening for Weekly Suit Gundam. Because when we did the episode on the trilogy, I used that, and then we started going through all the other theme songs. But yes,
yeah, it is an incredible song. It's one of those that I listen to all the time now. It was that after we watched that movie trilogy, which I hadn't seen when I originally went through Gundam, And I watched for the first time when we did that podcast. I was like, oh, I did not know that these movies had these songs in them. Oh my god, they are so good. Daisuke Inoue is amazing. It is just amazing. These songs are incredible.
Yep. My number 4 is, I think, undisputedly the best Gundam opening. And that is From the Aqueous Star with Love by Hiroko Moriguchi, the only Gundam song that should be the name of a James Bond movie.
Yeah.
From the Aqueous Star with Love. Oh my fucking god, Sean.
Yeah.
This fucking song, and the animation that goes along with it, like, it's just perfect. It is so, I don't even know how to describe it.
It's very,
I'll
describe it when I get to mine.
Okay. I might leave it to you, because it's, it's the defining, like, Hiroko Moriguchi. So this was the first thing she did for Gundam.
Yes.
She did a bunch more. She's done the cover albums. It's got this opening that, like, has this kind of, like, otherworldly instrumentation going into the main rhythm. It's got that kind of slow, like, she's almost got a hypnotic quality to her voice in the early going, where she sings the lyrics kind of very slowly until it builds to the chorus. I think the animation for this one, in that stretch of this, it reuses some of the animation from the first Zeta opening, but adds even better stuff to it, because now they've got the full, like, Zeta Gundam to show off and stuff like that. If you are a Gundam fan, you love this song, right? Like, I don't know how... It's the best opening for a Gundam show, I think.
I agree.
Yeah.
We will see it on my list.
All right.
It is absolutely the highest OP on my list. So what, we're on 5 or 4.
Yeah.
So my number 4 is Encounters by Daisuke Inoue, or Encounter in Space if you want to call it that, because it is the theme for the third Gundam movie, Encounter in Space. And this is like with Beginning, which was my number 13. They're very similar songs. They're from the same movie. They're like paired together in my mind. And it again has this like if you told me that this was a like lost late period Beatles song, I would just believe you. It is literally that good. It has this same Strawberries Field Forever kind of like. This is just like magical music to me. It is like I absolutely recognize that I'm in some ways biased towards it because it is my genre. It is the thing, like, what I love. But it has this just magical quality to me that it is both clearly from this very specific period of time, from a very specific style of music that also just feels sort of like timeless and transcends what it is in terms of its instrumentation and style. Daisuke Inoue's vocal performance is just incredible. It is my favorite, it is my favorite of any of these songs. Obviously, there's only one other one, which is the other one from the second movie. That
Alone in the Wind.
Yes, that didn't quite make my list. But it is... it's just so good. It is just... that is the best of those 3 movies. It is one of my favorite Gundam things. Now it is that thing that like made the project of watching those movies fully worth it. And this is one of those songs that it is that movie to me. And when I listen to it, it brings me to that moment of all the stuff from the ending of Gundam and the weird new typeness, which again is so melded with the musical style that has that kind of experimental late 60s kind of...
Because it's the song that plays over Omaro coming back to the White Base at the end, or what remains of the White Base crew at the end. And it improves on an already great moment by virtue of that song.
Yes, and it's just that very heavy piano. I just love it to death.
It's perfect.
Yeah, it's perfect.
You might hear more about it later. All right. My number 3. Good God, this is so good. Beyond the Time, Beyond the Mobius Universe by TM Network for the movie Mobile Suit Gundam Char's Counterattack has the best like opening musical hook of any Gundam song, I think. And the overall like main melody rhythm of it on that guitar lick is so good. The lyrics also, I recently rewatched Char's Counterattack for this episode. I rewatched that in F91 because I realized as 2-hour movies, they didn't loom as large in my mind as some of the shows that I'd spent dozens of hours watching. Right. So to rank them, I needed some more with them. And the Blu-ray I was watching of Char's Counterattack, I have the English Sunrise Right Stuff Blu-ray. It has these lyrics subtitled at the end as you're watching the movie. Other versions I'd had didn't have that. So I'd never really looked through the lyrics translated. I could get some of them knowing some Japanese. But seeing them all written there, it is, in many ways, lyrically, the defining Gundam song. It is a song about the whole saga of Gundam that you just saw finish with Char and Amaro's last fight. That is what it's about. It is incredible. It is so catchy. It just sticks in your head. It has the most wonderful, unique rock instrumentation, and it makes what was already a phenomenal ending for Char's Counterattack that much better, because Tomino drops the mic, TM Network picks it up, and then fucking rips shit with this song. That's what it is, and it is so good.
It is very, very good.
Also has a great Hiroko Moriguchi cover.
Yes, it does.
As most of these songs do.
Yes. My number 3 is Tsuki no Mayu, or The Moon's Cocoon by Yoko Kanno. The insert song / second ending theme from Turn 8 Gundam that you talked about earlier. This song is, this was, for the 5 years between my 2 viewings of Turn 8 Gundam, this was my memory of Turn 8 Gundam. It was this song that plays at a couple of moments throughout the show. Obviously, it ends up being the ending theme, but for me, most notably, it is the pairing of the sort of Latin-esque lyric version that plays at the end of the first episode, and then the full lyric version in Japanese that plays at the end of the last episode over the montage. And it encapsulates everything about that show to me. It has what is an incredibly simple melody at its core, so simple that when I started watching Turn 8 Gundam again, I picked up the melody and was able to play it on my guitar in 5 minutes. I'm oh shit, I don't usually do that. I usually just look stuff up, but obviously with a lot of Japanese stuff, it's harder to do that on guitar. It's I can probably just figure this out, and in a couple of minutes, that's just what it is. It is a very simple, straightforward melody that the whole song is hinged on. That is utterly gorgeous, and it does, in its simplicity, I think it captures this very haunting, complex tone of what Turn 8 Gundam is doing as a show. That it is full of it feels to me like every emotion imaginable. It is full of sort of grandeur, and it's full of sort of smallness and intimacy. It is full of dread. It is also full of love and hope and fear. It just feels like everything about that show, which is such a holistic perspective on the society and world and history that it's choosing to portray, is encapsulated to me in this utterly gorgeous song that is that also serves as the basis for some of my favorite instrumental tracks on the soundtrack for the show as well. Because again, it is all rooted in this very simple sort of up and down melody that is gorgeous. And one of my favorite versions of it is a version that they play on an acoustic guitar that has some really good, very simple slide stuff they do that just is perfect and gorgeous. It's a very gorgeous song on the guitar. It is one of my favorite Gundam shows. It's one of my favorite Gundam songs. It is so good.
Yep. My number 2 is Eternal Wind, Smile in the Shining Wind by Hiroko Moriguchi, the queen of Gundam music. From Mobile Suit Gundam F91, this plays early in the film over the scene where you have Vera Rona returning, or Cecily Fairchild returning to the Rona family, and this passage of time scene, which is beautiful. But it is the star of the show for the ending, which is one of the great Gundam scenes, unquestionably to me, is the ending of Mobile Suit Gundam F91. I love that scene as much as it is possible for me to love a fucking scene in a piece of visual media. This music is a huge part of it. The way it starts so small with these kind of chime sounds coming in. I'm very bad at describing instrumentation, but these small sounds that come in, and this little string part that kind of builds into Moriguchi's very soft but controlled vocals, and this sort of poem about new type love, almost. It's love in a that kind of new type connection of beyond words, beyond time, that sort of thing. It is incredible. It's impossible to separate from me from that scene where it is used so well. But it is a great song in its own right too. And I think it's easy for me to discount it because I agree with you. This is not my style of song. Doesn't speak to me as much as some other songs. But you sit down and you listen to it, and it is so transfixing. It is so good at what it does. It is so captivating that whenever I hear it, I am transfixed by it. And it takes this turn about halfway through the song where it, drums kick in and electric guitar kicks in, and it becomes a little more of a rock ballad a little bit, or a power ballad. And I love that moment. I think the acoustic cover that is on the Moriguchi cover album is just as good, if not better. And it makes that change too really, really well halfway through the song. It is tied to one of my favorite Gundam memories, but I think it is also one of the best songs in its own right, and that is why it rises to number 2.
Awesome. My number 2 is Mizu no Hoshie Ayokomite, or From the Aqueous Star with Love, which I really want to know who did that translation, because this is a very good translation of the title of that song, by Hiroko Moriguchi, Queen of Gundam, and it is based on Neil Sedaka's unreleased song, For Us to Decide. which is the second opening of Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam, which, as you said, Jonathan, is indisputably, and I will say that for me, it is an ongoing truth that this is the best opening theme for any Gundam show. It's just amazing. One of the things about it is that it serves as the musical basis for my favorite track on the Zeta Gundam soundtrack, which is the song Conclusion, which plays over 4's death and the ending of Zeta Gundam, and then a couple of really key moments involving Camille in Double Zeta. And it is both the full lyrical version and then that sort of very stripped down, really raw feeling instrumental version that really sort of brings the melodies in the verse and the chorus to the front of the song. It is haunting and beautiful, and I think one of the things I love about it so much is how that haunting beauty is mixed with the more kind of 80s pop style that the full lyrical version uses in the original opening. That feels like, Tokyo Koite, or Zeta Tokyo Koite, the first OP, and then the song that is not called I Can't Help Believing You, but Hoshizono no Believe.
Believing the Star Sky.
Yes, that I always think is just called I Can't Help Believing You, because that's the lyric of that song. But those have that 80s pop feel to them that is amazing, but sometimes maybe feels at odds with the show. I think From the Actress Star with Love manages to fuse the tone of the show and the 80s pop styling of the music of the period in a way that doesn't seem like it should be possible, and it's that mixing that makes it. It's like the defining Zeta Gundam song is a defining song of that feel of Gundam to me, and that kind of Kill 'Em All Tomino mood. It is this song that I think of, and it is that instrumental version as well that I listen to all the time. That every time I listen to it, I get incredibly emotional because it is this defining piece of music for that period of the history of this franchise, which is very, very good. And it is the song that skyrocketed Hiroko Moriguchi to anime song queendom for good reason, because it was her first single. It was incredibly successful when it first came out with the show on disc, and it's incredible. It is just an amazing song to listen to. I listen to it all the way through every time. And the most incredible thing about it is that it is also the best song on the Gundam Song Covers album as well. And it is one of the more radical, I think, reimaginings of at least the instrumentation that has this just incredibly gorgeous, unbelievably gorgeous violin component added to it. That if you have not heard the Gundam Song Covers, they officially released a music video for that. So if you want to just go on YouTube and listen to it, it was the first thing that they released when they started talking about the Gundam Song Covers, and it just floated in my YouTube recommends because I YouTube Gundam music all the time, and I'm I'll listen to this, and I was oh my god, this is so good, holy shit. I don't know how you made this song better, but they did.
Number 1.
Yep.
I cheated like a motherfucker. I'm just going to be honest. I'm a complete cheat. I'm a complete and utter cheat.
I know what you did. Yeah.
My number 1...
You fucker. You can't do this.
My number 1 is the 4 Daisuke and Inoue songs from Mobile Suit Gundam 2, Soldiers of Sorrow, and Mobile Suit Gundam 3, Encounters in Space, Alone in the Wind, Soldiers of Sorrow, Beginning, and Encounters. All 4 of those as one entry. That's my number 1. Because I could not separate them. I could not figure out where to rank these. They are my favorite Gundam vocal songs, just they would have just kind of otherwise been 1, 2, 3, 4 in some order, or scattered throughout weirdly. I also had this fucking tie at the other end of the list where there were songs I just did not want to get rid of, and so I completely cheated. You can call me a cheat. I don't care. I love these songs so much.
If the hilarious thing is that if you had not done this, we would have the same list just with different placings, because all of the songs on your list that are not on my list, which is 3 of them, are all the songs that I cut.
Yeah, that's okay.
You bastard.
Yeah, I know. Fucking, they're so good, though. And I don't know how to separate them because Alone in the Wind, do I remember it the least? Probably, but fuck, it's got a great harmonica part, and I am a sucker for a great harmonica part, and it's a nice crooning song about Omaro out on his own, and it plays during that scene where they've redrawn the whole... It's a new animation where he's burying the Gundam in the desert, and that is so cool. That's such a cool way to do that. It's such a great way to represent one of my favorite arcs in all of Gundam, which is Omaro Deserts. But Soldiers of Sorrow, man, that song, is that the best Gundam song? Maybe. It's certainly got one of the best fucking beats. It's one of the best, like, sing-alongs. It's one of the best karaoke songs I can say, because all 4 of these are in the fucking karaoke box in Japan, because these are very famous songs. And God, it is used so well as an insert song in that movie, and as you say, kind of ties that whole second movie together. But then there are the 2 songs from Mobile Suit Gundam 3, which are not as flashy as Soldiers of Sorrow, because they are slower and quiet and build to these really haunting, beautiful choruses, but then kind of go back down. I love the Beatles comparison. They very much feel like late 60s Beatles, or even some like Dylan-esque stuff as well. But God, those piano riffs. Beginning, I think, is my favorite of these, just because that chorus is so haunting, and certainly the way it is used in Unicorn Gundam bolsters that case. But man, Encounters is really beautiful. In the Hiroko Moriguchi cover of this one, as we keep saying, she does this cool thing where she's like doing these chirps, ha 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 ha, to do the beginning of the song.
Like an a cappella version of the song.
Yes. Oh, and it's so beautiful. It's got this part where she goes, or he goes, Hitoshi Sani, and I always sing that to my dog, because one of my dog's name is Sunny, and so anyway, I love these songs. These songs so define my love for these fucking movies, which is so crazy, because the original Mobile Suit Gundam is like, well, I don't want to spoil my rankings later, but it's one of my favorite TV shows of all time. And then these movies are 3 of my favorite movies of all time, and such a big part of that is the Daisuke and Inoue songs, which I think help to give these movies a firm identity of their own that isn't just a rehash of the show. They really have something to offer that the show doesn't, just as the show has stuff to offer that the movies don't.
It's almost like you would theoretically be able to rank them separately were one inclined to do so.
Maybe.
If one was not shut down when that idea was offered, because someone was too much of a coward to separate out those rankings.
I just can't. It's hard. And and I what was I trying to say? It also, like, if you want to know why these movies were such a fucking phenomenon in Japan when they came out, just listen to the Daisuke Inoue songs, because that will tell you as much as anything else why these movies helped get Gundam the fame it has now. Because those songs, like, to this day, are very, very beloved in Japan, you know. When they did the Mobile Suit Gundam, the origin anime version, not the OVA version, but the recut 13-episode anime, several of the ending themes are versions of the Inoue songs. So it's just really cool. I love these songs, and that's why they're my number 1.
Yeah, and you remind me, when I talked about Encounters, I forgot to talk about my favorite part of that song, which is when it builds up to the chorus and it just turns into English lyrics, and he says, yes, my sweetest.
Yes, my sweetie, I want to get back where you want to be. It's so good. So good.
They're very good songs. They're also 4 separate songs that are not the same song.
Yeah, but they're number 1 in my heart.
Well, let me lay down the facts, though, for you, Jonathan, because there is only one true number 1 song in the history of Gundam, and that is Beyond the Time, Beyond the Mobius Universe by TM Network, the theme for Mobile Suit Gundam, Char's Counterattack, and what may be one of the all-time greatest 80s jams ever.
Oh, absolutely.
It is inconceivable. It is this, like, I distinctly remember watching Char's Counterattack and having this revelation of, like, oh, the West just missed out on the best 80s song because it was the theme to this fucking anime movie that nobody knew about, because it has just this incredible beat. It's got this almost like Toto-esque quality to it, with this sort of piano this very kind of digital feel to it. It is a song that, like, moves through all these different cool melodies. It's got, like, such a, like, an interesting sort of acceleration to its chorus, which is this incredibly rousing moment that I adore so much, where it just becomes this very, like, it feels like the singer should, like, sing the first line and then point the mic to the audience and everyone else sings along, where he goes, you can change your destiny, Toki no Mukou. You can change your future, Yami no Mukou. We can share the happiness, Sagashite Yuku.
Oh, it's so good.
It's so good. It's so good. It's such a good song. It's just such a good song. It is. I've listened to this song it's hundreds of fucking times over the course of the past 5 years.
As you can tell, these, like, top 3 were very hard to rank for me. But like, The thing about Beyond the Time, Sean, is that it surprises me every single time I hear it.
Yes.
And I've listened to it probably not as many times as you, because I saw the movie more recently, but dozens of times, and every fucking time it surprises me how fucking great it is. How does it do that? How does a song do that?
I don't know. It is, it is also, there are lots of really great covers of the song as well. There's a cool one that Aimee did in a Unicorn Gundam concert that's on YouTube that people can listen to. The Hiroko Moriguchi song version of it is great. Like, it's this song that like feels like it keeps on giving, that it does have this complexity to it with the amount of different kind of, again, it's not just here's verse, here's chorus, and there's just like, here's like two simple melodies that complement each other, and you just recycle it over the course of the song, which is fine. Lots of amazing songs do that. But Beyond the Time has kind of more going on with it musically that it works through. And so, yeah, I agree with you that it just has this feeling of you're going along with the song, and there are different things I notice about it all the time. It's got some of my favorite lyrics of any Gundam song, both in terms of its meaning, but also just in terms of the like aesthetic quality of it. Like Mebiyusu no wa kara nukedasu nakute ikutsu mono tsumi o kurikaisu. Like there's a lot of really good repeat. You know, the Japanese has lots of repeating consonant and vowel sounds naturally because that's how the language is constructed. But the lyrics into Beyond the Time really leverage that really powerfully, and I love the mix of Japanese and English lyrics. I like it in any Japanese song when they just throw in here's a random English line, and the kind of back and forth that the first verse does, of where one line is in English and the next line is in Japanese, is so cool sounding and gorgeous. It is my jam, and I'm not even like 80s music. I enjoy 80s music a lot, but it is not what I would call my favorite genre. And that is just how good Beyond the Time is. That it is just, when I made this list, I knew Beyond the Time was number one because it's just a Titanic song to me. It's like I can't argue against it. I can't fight against it. Like, you know, again, the Daisuke Inoue stuff, like with you, Jonathan, is like the kind of music that we both love the most of like genres of music. But Beyond the Time is just it just feels like a masterpiece to me. I love it.
It is a masterpiece. No fucking question.
And I love that our top five basically is the same in different orders. You just also kind of cheated.
Yeah, no, I totally cheated. I admitted up front that I cheated, so that's okay. We've got so much more left to do, Sean. Should we do the other part of music now or save it?
Yeah, let's just move that up to now since we're already talking about music. I think that does.
And I think we can move through this kind of fast because we are not musicians, but we can talk about some of the, because I will say, for me, so we did 5 BGM soundtracks, the background music.
Because if we did any more of that, we'd just be ranking all of them.
Yes.
Yeah, so it wouldn't make sense.
And I will say the 5 for me fell into place. Just these were the 5.
I knew what they were as soon as we decided it was going to be 5. I'm like, I know what they are. Yeah.
And then just futzing with the rankings. And I'm curious to hear if you have the same 5 as I have.
Yeah.
But
I'm willing to bet probably, but we'll see.
Why don't you start?
Okay.
Tell me what your number 5 is.
My number 5 is Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam soundtrack by Shigeaki Saigusa. This is one where like he also did the music for Double Zeta, and I feel like if I wanted to, I could just say Zeta and Double Zeta because it's kind of the same soundtrack to me.
And Char's Counterattack. So he did that. I'll just say right now it's my number 4. So Zeta Gundam is my number 4, and yes, for me it does kind of stand in for the whole Saigusa age, which is like Tomino made a very clear decision that saga of Zeta, Double Zeta, Char's Counterattack, it had the same composer, it had the same mecha designers, it had the same character designer, so it has a very like consistent aesthetic. And I think Zeta is Saigusa's best stuff in Gundam, like if you just pick one, but I do think like you could really put all of them together.
And for me it stands in for all of them. I'm with you that Zeta is partially because, you know, Double Zeta reuses a bunch of the music from Zeta and stuff. And this is it is this really cool, very heavy orchestral music with lots of like heavy horn pieces that is incredibly distinctive. There's not a lot of anime like from that period or now that goes for that style. It feels cinematic. Like it doesn't feel, obviously the Char's Counterattack was literally made for a movie, but the TV show stuff doesn't feel like it was made for a TV show.
Yeah.
It has lots of interesting like interworked different kind of themes that play for the different like factions and organizations in the series.
It helps to signal how ambitious Zeta Gundam is going to be right off the bat, because whatever you think of the original Gundam music, I love it, we all love it. It is not like super cinematic in the way that this is. Like, it's a little more for the movies, but it's very like 70s anime music, and I think it's a phenomenal example of that. But this is like we are in different serious territory now. Here's Zeta Gundam, and the music signals that.
Yeah, and it's fantastic. And then also when they use instrumental versions of the themes, like we talked about with the second OP from the Aku Star with Love, the conclusion song that uses the instrumental version of that is the best instrumental version of a theme in any of these shows. And it's used, and it is the quality of the music is outstanding, and it's also the way the music is used and how it fuses with the pacing and style of the show. It's just like a truly impressive, remarkable soundtrack for an anime.
It has my favorite like Gundam action theme, which is the one. It's hard to describe. I forget what it's called. There's different soundtracks too. So, but it's on the kind of collection soundtrack. It's near the end, and it's like the Battle in Space song, where it's like these like sharp like strings and a horn that comes in, and just whenever that plays, and then like it goes into the one that goes and oh my god, I get so pumped every time I hear that. Zeta Gundam has special music.
Absolutely.
My number 5 is the original Mobile Suit Gundam, and I'm throwing in the trilogy there too because it's all the same composers and we are mixing them anyway.
Because a lot of the themes are shared in the movie and the TV show,
and it's one kind of body of music, and it's great. It's by Taiko Watanabe and Yushi Matsuyama. I have also seen many people credit Joe Hisaishi, for the Ghibli composer, on the movies. He is not credited in the films. I went and checked this with like the kanji at the end. He's not in there, but he was Taiko Watanabe's assistant. That's how he got his start in the industry. So he did work on Gundam.
Okay, interesting.
We don't know in what capacity. Those records don't exist. Yeah. But he did work on these, and on those movies it sounds like he was more involved. But it's so good. There's so much iconic music in the original Gundam and its trilogy, and it is a little less distinctive in my memory than some of the others on this list, but it's in the top 5 for good reason. And certainly I know you're going to say the sad song that plays at the end of episodes when Omaro is sad in his room is one of the...
Yeah, it's the iconic Sad Gundam song. And since you did this with Zeta, I'll say that is my number 3.
Okay.
Is Mobile Suit Gundam. And I did the same thing with the movie trilogies included. And it sets the template for Gundam. Like, it has the, like, every Gundam has to have the sad song that plays at the end because the original Mobile Suit Gundam had the best sad song that plays at the end of the episode.
Yes.
And the thing I love about the Mobile Suit Gundam soundtrack is how idiosyncratic it is. It has just some bizarre instrumentation in places. It has one of my favorite songs in any Gundam soundtrack, which is Gallant Char.
Oh, I love Gallant Char. Yeah,
which is one of the main battle themes, and it is just peculiar. It is this... I have no idea what the instrumentation is, because a lot of it is digital, but some of it sounds like it's probably like they did something weird with an actual instrument, and it's hard to tell. And that's one of the things that I love about the soundtrack across the board is there's some of the more traditional tracks that make use of like very heroic horns, for like the big like kind of military themes, but a lot of like the nitty gritty songs, I don't know what I'm listening to. It's like, is that a Jewish harp? Like, what the fuck are they playing? There's the Jaburo song has a lot of that weird instrumentation, and it's that blend of it will just get fucking funky because it's a show made in 1979 and it's just like weirdly funky. Not in the way of like it's not funk music, it's funky in that it's just weird. But then it also is mixed with more traditional music that is really impressively done and has a lot of these really well done sort of intermixings of melodies from the opening and ending songs and stuff. Since they were all made for the show, they're using all those melodies frequently. It's just like, it is not as movie-like as the Zeta Gundam soundtrack, but it's some of my favorite music of this series. It is weird, and I love listening to the soundtrack.
Yeah, I just want to say I am least confident on my rankings for the soundtracks. Okay. Of any of these
very
lists.
Confident in my ranking.
So these 5 could go in, frankly, any order for me. I love them all. But I had it at 5. I could put it at 1. I could put it at 3. It could go anywhere. It is great. It definitely is one of the defining, like, TV anime soundtracks for me. Because TV anime, especially if it is not just like a 1 12-episode run, but if it goes a little longer, often is very idiosyncratic in this way. Yeah. Like, I think of like Dragon Ball's that way, One Piece is that way. A lot of shows have very like idiosyncratic music that goes for a lot of styles and stuff, and this is one of the best versions of that, if not the best. And it's so good. So that's my number 5. You've heard my number 4. Your number 4 is?
My number 4 is Mobile Suit Gundam Unicorn by Hiroyuki Sawano.
That's my number 3.
Okay, yeah.
So there you go.
We have the same top 5 because I know what the other 2 are. I mean, it's just to see the order. But yes, so the Gundam Unicorn soundtrack, Hiroyuki Sawano is one of my favorite composers working in anime today. As I said, he's done lots of other good stuff, like Kill la Kill is my favorite other soundtrack he's done. He's done a couple of video games as well. I think he's done some of the Xenoblade Chronicles games and stuff like that.
Nice.
But yeah, he just has a very distinctive quality to his music. Like I said earlier, he is, I think, the best in the business at big triumphant turn in a song. And some of those main themes, like the main Unicorn Gundam theme, the RXO song, are just some of my favorite battle music, and particularly that at the end of the first episode when the Unicorn Gundam goes out and it just swells with this ba-dum, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-dum, like that track. I don't know how you're not just like standing up and flipping stuff over and clapping your hands. It's just, he's so good at eliciting a really pure emotional reaction from his audience. And if like that's the kind of music you like, if you like the music that is in a movie or a TV show that is really kind of in there with you and like pulling you in with the emotions, rather than some of like the stuff I think in Zeta and Mobile Suit Gundam is more it's like accenting the scenes rather than kind of like sitting there in the scene, other than maybe a couple of exceptions. Unicorn Gundam is like, it is there, it is tied so directly, like it is inconceivable to even imagine a second of Unicorn Gundam that is not this music, right?
Because Unicorn Gundam
it's so fused together.
Unicorn Gundam is very aesthetically maximalist.
Yes.
It is all in all the time, and like the Sawano music really underlines that. It is the most cinematic music I've ever heard in Gundam. Maybe there's something else coming up that it would supplant that, but like going for like big like John Williams-esque scoring, like that's what Hiroyuki Sawano gives this, and it is the scope and scale of it is jaw-dropping. I also, just because we included them elsewhere, Narrative Gundam with this, because Narrative Gundam also has a phenomenal soundtrack, and if you just want a good like 60-minute soundtrack to listen to, the Narrative Gundam soundtrack is one of the best because it's got a lot of that Unicorn Gundam quality to it, but it's its own thing. He uses lots of cool instrumentation. The main Unicorn Gundam theme is the best thing in all of it. You were just describing it, but there's lots of other good stuff. It is constantly moving you to like the edge of your seat just through music. It is incredible.
It is very, very good.
So we've done our top three, right?
Yes. So let's go through those again since we did the order of all mixes. So my number 5 was Zeta, my number 4 was Unicorn, and my number 3 was Mobile Suit Gundam.
My number 5 was Mobile Suit Gundam, my number 4 was Zeta Gundam, and my 3 was Unicorn Gundam.
Yeah.
My number 2
this is a moment of truth. Let's find out.
is Turn A Gundam by Yoko Kanno.
You know what my number 1 is?
Turn A Gundam by Yoko Kanno.
Yeah. It was a late game. Oh shit! I have been underestimating. I knew it was at least the second best soundtrack. I had been vastly underestimating how much I like Turn A Gundam soundtrack because before doing this watch through, I had never listened to the soundtrack on its own. Yeah, and I was like, oh no, this is very good.
No, and I agree. And I actually had it. I swapped these like 20 times.
Yeah,
it's very tough because they're both phenomenal. So my number 1 is Mobile Fighter G Gundam by Kohei Tanaka.
My number 2 is Mobile Fighter G Gundam by Kohei Tanaka.
Yeah. So there's no disagreement that these are the two best Gundam scores, and they're both incredible. I think G Gundam has... Look, I'm a sucker for saxophone, and like half that fucking show is a dude wailing on a sax, and it is the most awesome thing in the world, and I love it. And I just kind of the heart wants what it wants, and my heart wanted G Gundam, but that is not to take anything away from Turn A Gundam, which is a ludicrous achievement of a TV anime soundtrack. It is unlike anything I've ever heard, and it is beautiful, and I would be just as happy. Like, if we were doing this as a group ranking, Sean, and you really wanted to push for Turn A as number 1, I would not fight you too hard, because it's really great.
I mean, which is the same way I feel about the G Gundam, is like, if we did the combined list, you're like, I just really feel like G Gundam should be the best. I'm like, I mean, yeah, sure. Because it is, like, and this will be true for one of my other lists, like, if I could just do a tie and it wasn't 1 and 2, it was just 1 and 1, this would be a 1 and 1.
Because they are also so different.
Oh yeah, they're completely polar opposite different soundtracks. Turn A Gundam has this classical... I mean, so Turn A Gundam... Yeah, let's because we need to like break these down, since we're kind of talking about both of them at the same time. Let's talk about Turn A Gundams first. Because what Turn A Gundam does that I find... so incredible is it is not as sort of eclectic as G Gundam, which does
everything.
Because the show is about going around the world and meeting all these different cultures and stereotyping them. The music also then has to do, like, here's Chinese music, and here's, like, American jazz, and here's, like, this heavy Russian kind of theme, and here's, like, all these cool songs that are sung in fucking Chinese when they're in Hong Kong. So it's doing so much. Turn A Gundam's soundtrack style is more focused, and it is a blending of classical music and folk music, with a couple of exceptions that are very cool when they do a few exceptions. But almost all of it is like traditional instrumentation, so it's horns, it's strings, and then there's some like good like folksy style acoustic guitar. There is straight up what I can only describe as fiddling in the Turn A Gundam soundtrack.
I love the fiddling.
Yeah, I think there are some banjos in there, so it has this kind of very folksy feeling when it's doing some of the earth music and your kind of like wacky militia buddies and the music associated with them. But then it has this big sweeping classical music. And I think one of the moments where I realized, I think Turn A Gundam is actually the best one of these, is that one of the songs in Turn A Gundam, which is one of the most famous songs in the soundtrack, is called The Final Shore. And it's one of the big battle songs.
Yep.
And it's the one that starts with ba-dum, 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 and it just has this big classical music kind of swell at the very beginning. Jonathan, for 5 years, I thought that was a piece of classical music. Yeah. I legitimately thought that was like, I knew it wasn't Beethoven or Mozart because I don't know much about classical music, but I know enough that like I knew it wasn't one of them. I was like, that's probably some German dude who's been dead for 300 years composed that.
It does sound like that.
Yeah,
I agree.
because it is, and like the full song is 5 minutes. It's the first half of it is the one that feels like probably classical. The second half is a bunch of Turn A Gundam themes in it. But and one of the reasons why I thought that is that song is in a bunch of the video games, and so I thought, they probably just put it in there because they don't have to pay royalty rights because it's just like here's like some random orchestra's version of The Final Shore. And then when I was listening to the soundtrack, I'm like, oh wait, this is Yoko Kanno composed this. This is a Japanese woman in her 20s composed this in 1999. Not a German dude.
She was that young, right?
Yeah, wow. I'm pretty sure she was in her 20s or like early 30s. She was young.
We've talked about this before, but Yoko Kanno, kind of an institution now for anime scoring. But she was pretty new on the scene when she did Turn A.
Yeah, she had done a couple of things. She had like the main thing I think is she did Brain Powered before this, which is another Tomino show. But yeah, and it was that moment of like, I thought this was literally just classical music because I've heard lots of composers imitate classical music. It's a common thing you'll get in movies, but they never sound like actual classical music. And that's just classical music. Like that's just what it has, the same kind of rises, the same swells, the same way it quiets down. Like if you had told me 2 years ago that song played in a segment of like Fantasia that got cut, I would have believed you because you can imagine like Sorcerer Disney or Mickey doing crazy stuff while that song's playing. And its ability to emulate that kind of classical style, I find utterly remarkable. And that's just with some of those sort of major tracks. But then it also has this sort of suite of different themes, which if you listen to they did a touring orchestra version of a symphony orchestra hour-long thing concert.
It's really good.
When the show came out, that is definitely, if you just want to listen to a 50-minute condensed version of the soundtrack, you should listen to that. And it opens with a medley, which is a bunch of the different songs together that all share different sort of leitmotifs, because there's like 100 different leitmotifs in that soundtrack. And the way that they're layered on top of each other is so incredible. There's this great sort of very light kind of naval flute theme, this ba-ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-da-da-dum, ba-dum, 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 that I'm now convinced that Koji Kondo listened like obsessively to the soundtrack before he did the soundtrack for Wind Waker, because it almost sounds like Wind Waker rips off the soundtrack in places, and Wind Waker is my favorite Zelda music. Sochie's theme is just Zelda music. This is like better than Zelda music to me. It like across the board, when I was listening to the soundtrack, I was just blown away by both the musical complexity that is on display, and then also the leveraging of really effective, simple melodies in places. And again, most of it is either very classical style or very sort of folksy. There's a couple of tracks that do a bit more sort of mix in electronic stuff. There's one track, Days, which is one of my favorite ones that has a very subtle amount of electronic in it, but it's mostly this gorgeous piano track that has a guitar backing that does a really great thing that it is sort of building towards this melody that you think is going to sort of go to this low note that will conclude the melody, but then it goes to a high note that sort of sustains the suspense in the melody, which is a common thing in music, but the length that it does that for, and you're just like hanging, waiting for this melody to resolve. It's really, really smartly done. Because specifically how they do it on guitar is that you're expecting it to hit this note and then slide to a fret lower, and that would be the note that resolves it, and they've used slide notes previously in the song on guitar, and you're like primed to hear this slide note, and the note never slides. It just hangs on this one fret higher version of the note, and so you're just it just gets under your skin, and it's really, really good little guitar trick that guy does. And then there's also a song, I think it's called Air Supply, something like that, which is one of the Moon Race songs, which is one of, I think, 2 or 3 songs in the whole soundtrack that uses electric guitar. And there's this one 15-second clip in the middle of that song that is just the slickest fucking electric guitar lick. It uses these really cool jazz chords. Every time I hear it, I just back up the song like 15 seconds and listen to that part on loop, because like this is, as someone who likes playing guitar, it like hits a certain part of my brain that's like, this is so fucking rad. And then I'd listen to it and like learn how to play some of it on the guitar. It's something that's kind of hard to do, particularly on acoustic, but it's like, it is a phenomenal soundtrack. I had no idea how good it was and how much I'd been underestimating it until I had listened to the whole thing. Because it's 3 full discs and then the symphony version and then an additional disc from the additional music they made for the 2 movie recap movies of Turn A Gundam. So it is a healthy body of music. It's a lot of music. There's so much good stuff, too much stuff to be able to even talk about, but we didn't talk about it much on that episode. So I want to give Yoko Kanno her fucking due, because holy shit, the soundtrack is amazing.
But Mobile Fighter G Gundam has a lot of sax.
It does. In Mobile Fighter G Gundam, I mean, it has the Shining Gundam theme, which is one of the coolest songs ever.
Here's, like, if we just wanted to... we talked a lot about it on the Mobile Fighter G Gundam episode, so I don't want to get too into it, but I will just say, Mobile Fighter G Gundam is a show that for, like, the first 25 episodes basically verbatim repeats a scene where Domon Kashu is fighting someone, and he's starting to lose, and he goes... And then he gets like a pep talk, and then he goes, this hand of mine burns with...
this hand of mine glows with an awesome power. Its burning grip tells me to defeat you. Here I go, Shining Finger.
Shining Finger, and he does the move, and it's often recycled animation. But you get to hear that music every time, so you don't get tired of it. And it's awesome every time, all the way up through the fucking ending, where it all comes together. I mean, the music in the last couple episodes is especially good.
Yeah, when he brings all the different themes together and twist them all to 11 to like really sort of twist the knife in for some of the big emotional turns in the end of the show.
It is such a rich body of music. I love it. It is like a significant percentage of why I love G Gundam as much as I do.
Oh yes.
Kari Tanaka is the hero of that show.
G Gundam, if you're going by like how much the show is benefited by the soundtrack, G Gundam is one with a fucking bullet.
Yes.
Like it is like that show doesn't work without that music.
Yes.
The music really sort of sells the big emotions of the show, because the show is a big, crazy martial arts melodrama, right? And it sells all of that, and it sells it with fucking panache and style.
Yeah.
It is an incredibly sort of idiosyncratic body of work that borrows so many different styles of music, and there's too many incredible tracks on that soundtrack to even count. One that when I was listening to the soundtrack the other day, that I sort of picked out that I loved is I think it might just be called Domon Kashu, something like that. It's on the first disc.
Yep.
And it is the song that plays. It plays in a couple places, but it most notably plays in episode 1 when his friends have been kidnapped or whatever by the Italian Gundam fighter, and Domon is like walking up to them with the wind blowing his red cape, and it's just this ba-dum. It's just like the wind playing, and it's basically like if you fuse the Shining Finger theme with an Ennio Morricone Western soundtrack. It's like, this is the cool... Like, it's just one of the coolest songs ever. And it is amazing how much oomph Kohei Tanaka is able to get out of literally just 2 notes. That, like, it's like, okay, I'm there. This G Gun. That is G Gundam.
I'm
it's
on
just
board.
those two notes. Like, you're there. I'm good.
Yeah, Koei Tanaka is obviously one of the greats.
Yes.
There's no doubt about that. And he did one other Gundam show that we're going to get to talk about soon. So that's good. All right, we've talked about music. Let's take a quick break, and then we're going to talk all about mechs and characters.
Yes, we will.
All right, Sean, do you want to do characters first or mobile suits first?
Let's do mobile suits.
Let's do mobile suits.
Yes.
All right. So I have my top 5 mobile armors, and then I ranked out to 15, but we're just going to do the top 10. Although I could quickly rank for you some of the other ones, but yes.
Yeah, because I have my top 10, and then I have a list of 24 others that were like close there, and I started to sort of put them in ranking. I'm like, this is too hard. Why am I doing this? Because we're doing a top 10. So I'll name some honorable mentions that are on that one.
Okay.
But I want to let's do your top 5 mobile armors first.
Okay.
I'm curious what you've got in there. And if you don't have my number 1, I'll be upset.
All right, so top 5 mobile armor. So these are the big, not necessarily shaped like a human, different things that you get in the series.
Yeah, they're basically ships. Sometimes they might have what looks like a mobile suit head on them.
Right.
And specifically, these are only mobile armors, right? So it doesn't. If it's like the Zeta Gundam can transform into the Wave Rider, which is a mobile armor, but
yeah, I didn't include that.
No transformable mobile suits, right?
I'll say these are all pretty obvious, but yes. Number 5 is the mobile armor / mobile suit with the best name, maybe, which is the MAN-03 Brow Bro, piloted by Chalia Bull. It's a really cool design. It's got this kind of gray. I have pictures, all of them here, so I can look at them.
Yes.
But it's got this kind of gray, purple, orange aesthetic. It looks very cool. It's not as good as the Elmeth, which you might hear in a second, and it's only in one episode briefly.
Yes.
But it is called the Brow Bro.
Yes. In a show that one of the main characters is named Frau Bo.
And I think my only complaint with original Gundam is that Frau Bo does not pilot the Brow Bro, so we get Captain Bright yelling like, Frau Bo, launching the Brow Bo.
Yes.
Brow Bro.
It's like, I want to hear Frau Bo go, Frau Bo, Brow Bo, ikimasu.
Brow Bro. It's
Brow
the two R's. This makes it so perfect.
It's such an awkward word in English or in Japanese. I don't know why they went with that name, but it's good.
I think it deserves to be here on the merits of the mobile armor itself, but the name is what makes it.
Is that the one that like it has what is basically bits, but they're attached by cables to the mobile armor?
Yes.
That little detail is very cool.
Yes. This one, number 4, the NZ999 Neo Xiong, which is piloted by Full Frontal in Unicorn Gundam, and it is the one that is just a fucking massive, basically mobile suit that he puts his Neo Sazabi in.
Yes.
And it is like, it's the biggest thing in like all of Gundam.
Yeah, it looks like it's the size of a continent. It's crazy.
It's insane. It's essentially just a really big mobile suit, but I think you call it a mobile armor because it's just as big as it is. Because like the main suit is like the size of the pilot, so the scale of it is insane. But the scenes where it is used in that final episode of Unicorn Gundam, Sean, are so crazy memorable. It had to be here. Had to be. My number 3 is the MAN-08, the Elmeth, piloted by Lala Soon. The Elmeth, which is one of the most elegant mobile armors. It's got this very, very sleek design. When you see it in the show, it's such a shock because you'd seen the Brow Bro a little bit, but the Elmeth you really get to know, and it is so different from any of the other mobile armors or mobile suits, and it's a really beautiful, iconic design. I love looking at different drawings of it. There's one in the original Gundam novelization that's really cool, but it is a sleek little ship.
Yeah, it is the thing that I think of when you say mobile armor.
Yeah.
The Elmeth is because I think generally the mobile armors are not like particularly interesting.
Yes.
In terms of their design, but the Elmeth I think sells the concept of mobile armor very well.
Absolutely. And it's also the center of the most memorable scene with a mobile armor, which is Lala's death. My number 2 though is the XMA-01 Rafflesia, which is Iron Mask Kurozo's mobile armor from the end of Gundam F91. And this is the big mobile armor that is like a flower, and it opens, and he's in that cockpit in the middle, and it's got all those cords attached to his head.
Yeah.
And this is one of my favorite action sequences in all of Gundam. And the Rafflesia is like this perfect core of it, and the way it transforms, and all the cables, and he jumps out of the cockpit at one point to just taunt Seabook. It is a cool motherfucking design.
Yes, it is.
And my number 1 is the MA-08 Big Zam.
Big Zam?
Big Zam. This is what you were talking about, right?
Yes, this is the mobile armor of all mobile armors.
Because
it's like a walnut with legs. It is called the Big Zam. It is piloted by Dozozabi, and it is fucking awesome.
And in the climax of the Big Zam's big scene, Dozozabi climbs out of it and starts shooting with a fucking assault rifle, and then he dies. The Big Zam is perfect. It is basically one of the... it's like if you took the Elmeth, made it more kind of stocky, and then just stuck legs on it.
Yeah, like weird chicken legs.
It's so good.
It's very good. I will also shout out a couple of other ones of, I think, the 2 goofiest mobile armors. One is the ZMT A31S Dagorla from Victory Gundam.
Yes.
This is the one that is just a fucking dragon with like a weird snake tail that comes apart, and it's fucking stupid. But then you also get the greatest joke in the history of mobile suit or mobile armor design in Gundam, which is the MA-04X Zacrello, which, Jonathan, if you haven't seen him in a little bit, there he is.
Yes.
He's just got big scythe hands. He's got a weird bug head. He's got a big cannon-looking thing on his belly. He's got like this pointy fake mobile suit teeth in his mouth. And it is the mobile armor that is just tossed aside in one random episode that after it's blown up unceremoniously by Amuro and the Gundam, Char, like one of the dudes comes up and is like, oh, I'm sorry that he went off and stole the Zacrello and got it lost. And then Char's like, I didn't even know we had that thing. Like, if I don't even know it exists, it's not like it's a loss to our combat potential. And then they just move on, and the Zacrello is never mentioned again. And it is one of the iconic moments of Gundam to me. Whenever you mention mobile armors, I think of the Elmeth, I think of the Big Zam, and I think of the fucking Zacrello and how dumb it is.
All right, you want to do the main list?
Yes. Now let's get to some actual proper mobile suits.
So I will say this was a difficult list. And
this was an incredibly difficult list.
I did make a rule for myself. 5 entries could be Gundams, and 5 would be others. Because otherwise I might have had too many Gundams, or not. Like, it was just... Because the main Gundam in every show is generally very good.
Yes. And I will say, I didn't set that rule, but that is exactly how it came out. I have 5 Gundams and 5 non-Gundams.
Literally, Sean, when I was doing this, I color-coded all the Gundams were a light blue, and that helped me, like, number it.
Yeah.
But Sean, my number 10.
Okay.
My number 10 is one that is near and dear to my heart because it is the wallpaper on my iPad. Because this is one of my favorite drawings of a Gundam, and it is the MSZ010, the Double Zeta Gundam from Gundam Double Zeta. Yes. And I have the drawing on my iPad. I have basically the eye catch from Double Zeta Gundam here, because it is one of my favorite drawings of any Gundam. The Double Zeta is a sexy-looking Gundam. It's got so many lines.
It's a big boy with a lot of lines.
Big boy with a lot of lines. Its transformation sequences are, to me, the best use of transformation in all of Gundam, and because it is the 3 different pieces that come together. So, like, if you were going not on just design, because I don't know how you ranked this, but for me it was more design than anything else.
Yeah.
But if you're going also by like utility in the show, I could argue that the Double Zeta is the most interesting Gundam because I think they get to do the most with it, with all the different pieces, and sometimes Judo is just piloting the core fighter, and someone else on his team is piloting something else, and then like having all these action sequences built around getting the different pieces of the Double Zeta Gundam together. It is so cool. Like, just as a design, it's basically a really fucking big Gundam.
Yeah.
But I especially think when you consider the utility and how good it looks in its, like, it has some of the best action poses. It has some of the best repeated animations. I love the Double Zeta Gundam just as I love the show Gundam Double Zeta, and it had to be on my list.
I definitely don't like the Double Zeta as much as you. I respect it. I respect that choice. He's not on my list, but
yeah,
he's a good boy. My number 10. This is a hard one to figure out where I wanted to put him. Is the RX-782 Earth Federation Experimental Mobile Suit codenamed Gundam. He is the original Gundam from the show Mobile Suit Gundam. It is also the first Gunpla I ever made. It is my HG, little tiny baby Mobile Suit Gundam. And this was a hard one to rank because it is like the fountain from which all other Gundams spring, obviously. It is an incredible, iconic design, and I was worried that I felt like if I put him any higher, I might as well put him as like number 1 or number 2. I'm like, I don't want to do that because that just feels kind of lame to put the original Gundam up that high.
It's like when you do the best video games list and make Super Mario Bros. number 1.
Exactly. It's like the Gundam is an incredible design. It is again, is the fountain from which all Gundams come from. And it is truly and incredibly iconic. But it is also a little bit sort of simple, and I think a lot of the other Gundam designs end up adding things onto that design that I just find incredibly compelling, and I love. But there is a gorgeousness to the simplicity and the bright colors of the original Gundam that are so attractive. And you know, it spawned a whole style of design for Kunio Okawada that just, you know, is continued to be the face of the franchise for a reason, because it is really cool.
It is also on my list. It was also very difficult to place. We'll hear about it later.
Yeah.
My number 9 is the MSN 00100, the Hyakushiki. From Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam. This is Char's mobile suit from... I have a lot of Char suits on my list. I could do a top 10 Char suits, frankly.
Yeah.
But the Hyakushiki, definitely one of his best. This is the big-ass gold design. The Hyakushiki is also the basis for a couple of others that are similar, like one that I could not make room for, but I love and I cut because it's basically the same thing with different coloring, is the Ba Wu from Double Zeta Gundam.
Yes, he's one of my honorable mentions.
Yeah, I love the Ba Wu. I thought the Hyakushiki kind of summed it up, but the mix of gold with the black kanji on it, it is so good. It is involved in some of the best fights of the series. It is the center point of the final image of Zeta Gundam.
Yeah.
And it is such a good match for Quattro Bagina, Char's fourth alias at that point, I think, because it's Quattro. But anyway, it's a great suit. We talked about it a lot when we talked about Zeta Gundam. Yeah. It is, I think, the highest I have. Yeah, it is my favorite suit original to Zeta Gundam. So it's on there.
Cool. Yeah. The Hyakushiki is not on my list, but it is in my honorable mentions.
It's one I really want to build someday as a gunpla.
It's a very good one. My number 9 is the Oz 00MS Tall Geese. My big boy, also my first master grade Gundam build. I guess first and only so far, because I'm still working on my Turn A Gundam build. But the Tall Geese, we talked about him a lot in Gundam Wing because he's the best part of Gundam Wing.
Yes, he is.
It is just, it's an incredible design. It sort of borrows these sort of Roman centurion elements. He's got his sort of crown with the like, I don't know, like brush thing that they have. This is like, that's almost like horse mane-esque thing on the top of the helmet. He's got these big fat boosters on the back. A big ass rifle and cool rounded shield, again with this kind of that Roman aesthetic, the big round shield. And it's very sleek. I love, this is the original Tall Geese design is what I'm talking about here, because there's a Tall Geese 2 and 3 that are also good, but I like the color of like the stark white with like gold and dark blue highlights is very cool. And then the Tall Geese also gets a boost from, I think it's very rad narrative placement as being this mobile suit that is the original mobile suit in that continuity, and it's too good. It's so powerful that it kills the pilot, and Zex / Miliardo Peacecraft in that show has to somehow master like the G-forces and everything required to pilot this Tall Geese, this mobile suit that was built seemingly without any regard for the safety of the pilot, and it's older than any of the other mobile suits, but it's able to fight on par with, or maybe is even better than, the first generation Gundams in Gundam Wing. And that is such a cool narrative setup for such a cool mobile suit that also has one of my favorite names, because the Tall Geese, it is a tall mobile suit, and it is white like a goose. I don't know. I'm not sure where all that comes from, but it is very fitting, and I love him.
I love it too. Not on my list, but it is a very good mobile suit.
I do feel like, Jonathan, because so for viewers or listeners are not aware of this, but I have assembled all of my gunpla. I feel, Jonathan, you're maybe getting some spoilers for what's on my list, because obviously, you know, I only bought gunpla for mobile suits that I like, because all my gunpla are somewhere on my list.
Yes. Oh, they are. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Not all my gunpla are, although most of them are. But I have most of my gunpla from one show, and I didn't want to overdo one show, but we'll get to that.
All of my top 10 list is either I already own the gunpla, or I'm like waiting to find a good one that's on sale.
Yes. Awesome. Yeah, I know I would love to build all of these that I have as gunpla, but my number 8 is the MSN 04 Sazabi from Char's Counterattack. The main two suits from Char's Counterattack, the new suit for Omaro and the new suit for Char, are both phenomenal. Yeah. You will hear about Amaro's suit a little later, and I think Amaro's, the new Gundam, is so good it sometimes overshadows, even for me, the Sazabi. Also because Char loses that last fight pretty quickly. Yeah. But the Sazabi is so good. Like, my most recent rewatch of Char's Counterattack is what really got it on the list for me, because it is this big, bulky red suit. It's got, like, the icon of Zeon on it in several places that looks really cool. It has this kind of, like... It really is a suit that feels like it was drawn to express the personality of Char Aznable, in that it is dressed to the nines, the way he dressed himself to the nines as a young pilot. But it is like the way he expresses himself in that movie, because otherwise he doesn't get to wear the mask. He doesn't get to wear the sunglasses, really. He has to be politician like Char Aznable, Casval Rem Daikun. Yeah. But when he's in the Sazabi, he gets to be himself. And it is such a good expression of that basis of him. It is so well drawn in that movie.
Yes.
It is one of the pinnacles of that era of Gundam designs, I think, which is largely very good. There's some I don't like. There's some I really love. This is one of the ones I love most. I think it's one of the ones that's highest placed that's not a Gundam from that era of 80s Gundam. But it is fantastic. I love the particular shade of red they use, where some of it is darker and some of it is lighter. It's a little bit more like the coloring on the Zaku from Gundam The Origin, that they would, I think, borrow that later. And I really love that color scheme. So... it's a masterpiece.
Yes, and the Sazabi will be later on my list as well, because it is very good.
Okay.
My number 8 is the RX-178 Gundam Mark II. Specifically the AU colors. Like, I like the black Gundam as well, but the Gundam Mark II, I think we talked about this when we talked about Zeta Gundam. It is one of my favorite Gundam designs. It is the second Gunpla that I got. And it is... I like that it is... basically the Gundam, but translated into the more grounded style and aesthetic of Zeta. So it has slightly more muted colors. It has a like sort of more pronounced backpack section that houses the beam sabers. It is, you know, in most respects, the Gundam is just kind of bulked up a little bit, and it has this like darker kind of navy blue that is shared with some of my other favorite Gundam designs, and I really like that very rich navy blue. That I think captures some of the more Saturday morning cartoon toy thing that the original Gundam has with the big bright colors, but doesn't clash with the rest of the more realistic aesthetic that later Gundam goes for. And it's just a very slick, cool looking Gundam. It doesn't, you know, get as much sort of attention as your big Zeta Gundams or Double Zeta and stuff like that. They're the flagship Gundams from those shows. But I will say, like, the Zeta Gundam is not on my list either, and I think the Gundam Mark II, there's something about the basic element of its design that I think, for me, the Zeta and Double Zeta are maybe slightly overdone in some ways as Gundams that I don't like as much, and the Gundam Mark II is, like, efficient, direct, to the point, and just looks very, very handsome.
I love the Gundam Mark II. I also have a Gunpla of it, though I have not finished it. I have the chest, head, and arms. And then I went on quarantine and came to Colorado, and it's in my apartment. Yeah. So I will be able to finish it. Luckily, everything is numbered in a Gunpla kit. So
yeah, it's very easy to pick up something you haven't done in a while.
Yeah, so I will finish it at one point. I do love it. It is not on my list, and frankly, it's because there were so many I wanted to put on here. And I'll just say the new Gundam is on my list somewhere. And I kind of have always felt like the new Gundam took the basics of the Gundam Mark II and just made it even better. And so I kind of felt like it would be redundant to have both. And even just looking at them, your two Gunpla of them here, I kind of feel like I was right in that call. But I'm glad it's on yours, because I
feel like the Gundam Mark II has virtues all its own.
No, it does. It absolutely does. It's a great mobile suit, but just to make room for things, that's why it's not on mine. But that's why I'm glad it's on yours.
The Gundam Mark II also has, I think, my favorite. I love his little leg boosters that then became a common feature of design from that era.
They're very good.
It's very good. It's just lots of good detail in the design.
Yeah, nothing against the Gundam Mark II, just trying to find...
like you were insulting it to me, I don't know.
How was that? Okay. My number 7 is my boy, my wonderful, wonderful boy, the YMS-15 Gyan from Gundam 79.
You sure do love your Gyan.
I love my Gyan. I might be the only person who loves the Gyan this much. It was the second Gunpla I built. And my favorite part of building it was the big fuck-off shield it has. That is just this giant, like, kind of, again with that kind of Centurion thing, because the Qualities has a similar, it's thinner, but it has a similar idea, like scale to the suit. But I love that the fucking Gyan has this giant red and yellow shield from which it's able to shoot missiles, which is so cool. But otherwise, like, it is this, like, old-fashioned, like, you know, knight in shining armor Gundam. It has a beam saber that looks more like a fencing sword and has kind of a fencing style in one of the best animated episodes of all of Gundam, the Duel in Texas. And I love it to death. My initial, because this was also around the time I played the first Dark Souls, and my first thought was, that looks like a Dark Souls boss became a Gundam, and I love nothing more in this world. So the Gyan, I love it. It is so good. I think at one point I had ranked it as my favorite from the original series. I probably wouldn't say that anymore because the shock has worn off. But I do love the Gundam. I love the way its helmet is like in 4 pieces, and then you have the eye in the center. That was really fun to have to like put the eye sticker on when building the Gunpla. But yeah, it always looks good when drawn too. It's like a very like painterly kind of, not painterly, but it looks like a sketch gun, like one that is really good to see someone artistically sketch. And it really fits that 79 style where you have a lot of like sketched lines very, very well.
Yeah, I just say the Gyan is not on my list. I respect the Gyan a lot. Because I love all the designs from the original Mobile Suit Gundam.
They're all good.
They're some of the best. And if we extended this out to a top 20, I think the Gyan maybe would make it in somewhere near the bottom of the top 20 to me.
Yeah, awesome,
cool. My number 7 is the XXXG-00W0 Wing Gundam Zero, the Endless Waltz version. It's a lot of zeros. So this is, I love the Wing Gundam Zero in the show as well, but this is the Angel Wings Gundam that is just one of the coolest designs, particularly when it gets to be animated in Endless Waltz with the OVA style budget, that gets to put all the detail in the weird feathers that it has on its wings that like drop in that very angelic pose that it strikes when it first comes in. It has a lot of the hallmarks of the Wing Gundam Zero design, but I think the color palette is simplified in a way that is nice. It has less red, so the red is used as a couple of small highlights rather than one of the major colors, and it has more of that rich navy blue color that I talked about with the Mark II. He has the same big kind of weird sort of like fins almost on the side that are blue for the Wing Gundam Zero Endless Waltz. And it's just this really slick, refined Gundam that then has this one really incredible eccentricity to it, which is that it has just these 2 pairs of massive wings that are just look like wings on the back of it. This was one of my Gunpla builds, is the first and only real grade I've made so far, and putting together the wings was really interesting, and seeing how they sort of like slotted together. They can kind of fold out in different ways. It is not a particularly well balanced mobile suit, which a lot of the ones that have big wings on the back in terms of Gunpla tend to fall over backwards, but his wings sort of like buoy him up, and it looks really cool that way. And yeah, I just think that design is so striking, and the idea of fusing this beautiful, angelic, organic quality of the wings with this very slick mechanical design that the Wing Gundam has, it is just a match made in heaven. It is one of the most unique Gundams in the whole series. Is one I fell in love with as soon as I saw it.
Awesome. I've got a Gundam for my number 6 as well.
Cool.
My number 6 is the Formula 91 Gundam F91, which is I think how it's officially written, which is funny. But the Gundam F91, this was a hard one to put on the list because there's not obviously a ton of like animated material with it, just that one movie, and he comes in like near the end of the first hour. But it is such a good Gundam design. It is this stark white balance all over with the red on the shoes, a little bit of yellow, and then this chest piece that I really love the chest piece because it's got the big like exhaust on the chest, and the chest kind of sticks out, and there's this blue over the cockpit, and then it's got the 2 layers of the yellow horns, which is also what I think the new Gundam was the first one to do that. Maybe the Double Zeta, but I'm looking. No, Double Zeta has 1 line of horns. The F91 has 2. It looks so cool. Obviously, this is, Kunio Okawara came back to do all the designs for this one, so it is straight from the tap as Gundam goes. I love how it has the F on one shoulder and the 91 on the other. And I love that it is small and compact and extremely mobile. Like, it nails the sense of mobility in the term mobile suit.
Yeah.
And in the movie, like, all the cool stuff it gets to do with speed and force and all of that is awesome. It has one of my favorite action scenes, which is when it just sets its hands spinning and has the fucking blades in it so it can fight the bugs.
Yeah.
It is a really, really cool looking mobile suit. I love the F91 to death. It is one I really want to build as a Gunpla one day. And it is just, it's like, I think it's one that doesn't get a ton of love because it is one of the simpler redesigns in a lot of ways. Like, when you just look at it, it's not the most striking, but I think you spend time with it, and it is one of the smartest kind of revisions of the original Gundam we've ever had.
Yeah, it is not on my list, but it is the next highest Gundam. Like, if I put one more Gundam, it would be the F91 and then probably the God Gundam are the two that's like, those are the other Gundam designs that are not on my list that I would really love. Because I think it would be a really cool Gunpla. So I also love the like slight kind of feathering on the shoulder pads. I think it's very like slick look.
Absolutely.
Cool. So my number 6 is the System Turn A99 Turn A Gundam, or as you call it, Turn A Gundam, or the White Doll, or that mustached mobile suit. This is the one I'm currently building, the Master Grade version, the 100th release of the Master Grade line. And the Turn A Gundam is just a handsome lad. He's just a very handsome boy with a big old mustache. This is the Sid Mead designed mobile suit in collaboration with some of the designers at Sunrise. And he's just, it is that thing where it is one of the most out there Gundam designs. It's this and the G-Self, which is from Recco and G. But he still communicates something about Gundam to me. I like that they have basically turned the Gundam crest, which is the V, the gold V that has on the head, has turned into the exaggerated white mustache thing that is also sort of the Turn A look as well with the mustache. So it loses sort of part of that iconic Gundam sort of silhouette with the crest on the top of the forehead, but it communicates a sort of sleekness to me. It's got a lot of sort of rounded components to it that makes it look like it has almost like musculature underneath it, which is one of my favorite elements of all of Sid Mead's designs in Turn A Gundam. And I particularly like the legs. I think the legs are the coolest part of it. Both like the whole thing, but especially the back and the sort of high heel feet that it has, that is very mechanical. But the back of it has these weird kind of fibrous, almost cable-looking things to it that looks like sinew or muscle from the back. And it is sleek, round, and combines elements of sort of organic visual design with this very mechanical thing that then combined with it being, I think, of the TV shows that we've watched so far, at least for certain, has the best animation in any of the TV shows. It gets a lot of really good eye candy over the course of that show that really shows off how cool the design is and what you can do with it in the weird ways it moves and the way that it's like the structure of the legs and stuff cause it to run in ways that other Gundams don't run. And then I also did like the design of the core fighter that kind of slots in at the crotch area, and the fact that the cockpit is down near its cockpit and not in the chest area where it normally is in mobile suits. I think it's a cool, unique thing.
I agree because it's my number 5.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. The System Turn A99 Turn A Gundam. And I agree with everything you just said.
Yes.
And I would add, I think it gets as high as it does for me because how effectively it is characterized through the show Turn A Gundam. It is one of the Gundams that has the most personality. And I think it is because they have it do a lot of things that Gundams don't typically do, like carry around cows and put a nuclear bomb in its chest.
And, like, jump around trying to make sure it's, like, covered in soil.
And it has a pilot in Lauren Sahak, Lororora, who does not really want to fight, so it just often does things that Gundams don't do. And I think that idea at the heart of the show to take this Gundam that in the lore was one of the most destructive Gundams ever and have it used by the most pacifist protagonist we've ever had, and it becomes kind of this friendly Gundam.
Yeah, it's like a gentle giant kind of thing.
Yeah, gentle giant is a great way to say it, and I think it feels like a character more than most mobile suits wind up. So more than most Gundams. I think a lot of like Zeon mobile suits and enemy mobile suits get characterized because evil is a character, you know? But I think the Gundams are often kind of a little more stoic, and the Turn A really gets that, and it has a fucking awesome mustache, and mustaches are cool. So, Turn A Gundam. It's great.
Turn A Gundam. Okay, my number 5, this is one you talked about a little bit earlier, is the MS-04 Sazabi, the Taisa, the Colonel's good old mobile suit from Char's Counterattack. It is like the Char mobile suit to me. It is. I guess this is a Char's only mobile suit I have on the list. There's one where you can argue about whether it's a Char mobile suit. That we'll also talk about later. But this is the one that when I think of Char's mobile suits, this is it. It is this rich, deep crimson red that has some parts of it are darker red and some parts of it are lighter red. It has a very light gold trim around certain elements, including its shield has a gold trim. It's got Char's sort of like emblem is gold. It has some cabling around it that is this gold color. That red and gold is this very sort of like regal, royal kind of feel to it that feels like it is this man who has ascended to the top of Zeon, and he gets this very gorgeous, sort of elaborate-looking mobile suit. It is one where like I sort of pushed and pulled with myself for a while on whether or not I wanted it to be the Sazabi or the Sananju, which is full frontal's version of which is basically the Sazabi from Unicorn Gundam.
I had the same.
Yeah, and I would honestly kind of both put them in the same slot. The designs are too similar that I wouldn't want to kind of put both of them on my list, but they're two of my favorites. The Sananju has more black in it, and the gold trim is more pronounced. I think, like, my gut is I kind of prefer the Sazabi a little bit more. I think some of that maybe comes from I just like the animation style of Char's Counterattack more, and so when I look at the movie, I just, associate that style with the movie. So I think it gets the slight edge in that way, but it's definitely both the Sazabi and the Sananju are ones that I really want to make a gunpla of because I think they're really cool, and they communicate Char and who he is in a mobile suit design in a really powerful way.
Abso-fucking-lutely. It is a great mobile suit. My number 4 is the RX-78-2 experimental prototype Gundam. Yep. The original Gundam from Gundam 79. And this was the hardest one to rank, because it is easy to overlook, it is easy to underrate. But, when thinking about this list, Sean, I just went back and was looking through clips from the original series, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is a wildly effective design that carries this entire 43-episode show, that may or may not be my favorite TV show of all time, on its shoulders. Through every fight, it is so versatile in how it is animated. It is such a good core of that animation style. And everything that has come after, they have never ditched this entirely. Pieces of that original Gundam are there to this day. Most obviously in the face, which I think is the ultimate masterpiece of the Gundam design, to the degree where, like, Transformers just stole that. Yeah. Like, all Transformers, like, Optimus Prime's face is just a Gundam face. Like, and that's true of, like, all the Autobots, basically. But there are so many pieces of art I love with the original Gundam. In fact, my favorite single drawing in the history of Gundam, Sean, is from Volume 1 of Gundam The Origin, and it is the color splash page of the RX-78-2 standing up for the first time. It is the cover of the first Gundam The Origin manga in English, but it is also its own page in there. And that image that Yoshikazu Yasuhiko drew of the Gundam standing up for the first time, and like the mix of colors and how he gets all the lines, it is probably my favorite single drawing of any mobile suit in the series. There are versions of the Gundam that I like better than this, obviously, and like for my taste, I probably like the color scheme of the Gundam Mark II more, but this original design, just I feel like I have to pay it its dues. And then I also see images like this, and it's like, I'm not just paying it its dues, I really do love it that much. Holy shit, it is a great fucking design. So that's my number 4.
My number 4 is the AMX-004 Cubile Haman-sama.
It made it in my top 15. I did not get into my top 10. It is a great suit.
It is one of those that it is... I feel like Zeta Gundam has a problem in that a lot of the enemy mobile suits are very kind of generic feeling, and like some of them they're cool designs, but none of them rise up to a couple of the ones higher on my list that are from the enemy mobile suits from the original show that are all of them like incredible. Yeah. And so there's a long stretch in the middle of Zeta Gundam where they are introducing new mobile suits that the enemies have, but none of them really kind of stand out. And then all of a sudden, Queen of Space herself, Mon Karn, shows up, and she's got the fucking Cubile. And it is this white and sort of soft pink with purple highlights suit that is rounded, that has these big wings on the side. It's got a very flat, slanted Zaku-style head with the mono eye. And it has like these cool like knee guard looking things that kind of stick out, but it feels elegant. And it's not something that I think a word I would describe for most mobile suits, because most mobile suits are kind of blocky looking, or if they go for rounded, it's much more sort of like subtle. Here it is just like big swooping round spheres in like a circular shapes all around the Cubile, and it is just such a striking design combined with that really kind of rich color palette. And this is specifically the original Cubile. I like some of the recolors of the Cubile 2 and stuff as well. But the original one really stands out. And then it also ends up serving as, I think, the basis for a whole kind of subtype of mobile suit in future shows that are some of my other favorite ones, like the Kushatreya and the Queen Mansa, and some of those later mobile suits, and Double Zeta and Unicorn does some of those, that clearly pull from the design of the Cubile and build from that. And it's one of the few mobile suits, I think, that has that distinction past the original show, that's so capturing a specific style that future mobile suits and future shows would specifically pull from design elements of the Cubile to really kind of bring themselves apart from the normal Gundam mobile suit style.
Absolutely. It looks like the mobile suit of someone who thinks they are better than everyone else in the universe.
And she is.
She is.
So she's right to do so.
All hail Queen Haman Karn.
Yeah.
All right, my number 3 we're at, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. My number 3 is the MS-07B Goof, my beautiful blue boy. And I want to say, if we had done 8th MS Team, and I was considering that, and maybe I'm being too cute here, but if we were considering it, and I could use the custom Goof from 8th MS Team, which you have here in Gunpla form, that would be my number 1. That is my favorite mobile suits that I have seen. But if we're just considering the version from Gundam 79, which is still great, I have it at number 3 to be clear, I would put it just a little lower than some of the others. It is still great. It is my boy Ramba Rao's suit. It is involved in some of the best action sequences. Maybe my favorite single confrontation in Gundam, which is Omaro versus Ramba Rao when they rip each other's cockpits open and he cuts off the arms and all that. The Goof is iconic and perfect and beautiful. I'm kind of splitting the difference here. One day we will do this list again, and we will have 8th MS Team in there, so the Goof will have an even bigger day in the sun then. But for now, that's where I have the Goof.
I'll say the Goof is on my list. We'll talk about him soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's your number 3?
My number 3 is the MS-06, the Zaku 2. And this is the original Zaku 2. So when I said earlier that the Sazabi was my only Char suit, like, I like the red Zaku 2 also. Like, I would put it sort of side by side here. Because I wasn't really going to rank those separately. But if I had to pick one, it is just that green boy that shows up, our entry into all of Gundam, with the Cyclops eye coming in and going into the space colony. And it is just, one of the great mechanical designs for any sort of mech in anything ever. It is so truly iconic, and its ability to sort of capture, I think, this sort of perfect middle ground between something that looks military, like it looks legitimately sort of, it could be used for some kind of military use, but still is human, which is one of the things I like about mech designs, is I don't want something that is so hardcore military that it ends up just looking like a tank, like a mech warrior thing, and then something that's so too far on the other side and it's just a big super robot. That doesn't always work for me, but the Zaku 2 is right there in that sweet spot. And there's something about that sort of, it is the iconic grunt mobile suit that that gets blown up every single episode. And it just fills that role perfectly. And it is the basis from which all the Zeon mobile suits are built from in that first show. And it has, this sort of like pseudo Nazi SS kind of thing going on. A little bit of that like Roman design as well. It almost has like what looks like a skirt thing with like the detail on its lower part above the legs. The Zaku 2 is just, it's the fucking Zaku. Like, what else can you say about it? It is one that, like, I desperately have been looking for a good mobile or a good Gunpla build of it, and haven't quite settled on one that I want, because there's a lot of different versions of Zakus. And that's the main reason why I haven't built one yet. But it is the fucking Zaku, man.
You might hear about it later from me.
Yeah.
My number 2 is the RX-93 symbol, I don't know what it's supposed to be, Gundam, aka the new Gundam.
I will say that symbol is the Latin, or the Greek character, sorry, that is pronounced new. So
okay.
It is new. It is NU, new Gundam. That's how it's read. And I will say, Jonathan, that my number 2 is the RX-93 new Gundam.
Wonderful.
Yes.
It's the best Gundam.
It is the best Gundam, yes. We can agree on this for sure.
It has just the perfect, because it basically takes the Gundam Mark II color scheme.
Yeah.
So the best Gundam color scheme. It refines it. It is big as shit. It is especially when you have Sean here. You have all your Gundam Gunpla here, and most of them are the 1/144th size, and the new Gundam just towers over everything else. Even if it didn't have the cool bits systems on the back, it would be striking. But when you add those on, the funnels, I guess they call them.
Yeah, the fin funnels.
The fin funnels. it cuts such a striking image. Every time it appears in Char's counterattack, you kind of just have to gasp a little bit.
Yeah.
It is by far the best use of the PSI-Commu bits system in any mobile suit design. It is so cool when it gets broken out and he's using all of that. It's only in that one movie, and it doesn't have a ton of action except in the last hour of that movie, but it is so striking every second it's on screen. I think we can agree it is the best Gundam. I don't even know what else there's to say on my end. You take it away, Sean.
Yeah, I think it just has some of the best sort of color balance of any of the Gundams. It has all the Gundam colors in it prominently. It has blue, yellow, red, and white. And so it has small red highlights around it. Particularly, I love, you have Omaro's sort of logo that he has, that A that is on his shoulder and that is also on the front of the shield. And then you have a lot of really good small yellow highlights, and I think the use of yellow is one of like the kind of the killer design elements of the new Gundam. So it's got little yellow highlights on the knees, and most of them are embedded in the blue parts. So on the front of the blue part of the foot, or like the kind of the toe of the Gundam, and then it has, like with the new Gundam, the little leg boosters on the side of the legs, but now those are rendered in navy blue, and then the kind of exhaust part of them is that kind of soft yellow color, and that balance around the whole suit really makes it pop. And it just has some of the coolest design things around it as well with the weaponry. So it has a small thing on the right arm that houses the beam saber on the right arm. There's like this blue kind of thing that comes out the top of the arm. It of course has the fin funnel, which is a really good asymmetrical element that really kind of makes it stand apart, and the way that they kind of slot together. It's also a very fun part of the build for the high grade new Gundam, and how you kind of like interlock them together and make this sort of cool pose on the side of the Gundam. And its sort of stature, the way it stands really tall above everything else. It has cool on the build. It has these little exhaust things on the back of the leg that add an element that's very good. That also in the movie, when they blast, they push out these little kind of fins on the back. That's very cool. The rifle is a good two-tone design that is white and navy blue. It is just across the board. Oh, it also has one of the coolest shields of any of the Gundams.
Yes.
Like, it is just across the board. The fucking hyper bazooka, the crazy beam saber. It is just... It's the coolest Gundam. It is unbelievably cool.
It is the Gundam you make when you know this is the last time you're using Amuro as a character.
Exactly. Yeah. And it is like the pinnacle of Amuro and the last Gundam that he builds. And it is so cool looking. It is just... I remember distinctly when I was first watching through this, through Gundam 5 years ago. And then I bought Dynasty Warriors Gundam 3 to play while I was working out on the elliptical machine that we have. And I got to, like, the new Gundam was one of the first ones you unlocked, and I hadn't seen Char's Counterattack yet. I was like, what the fuck is this thing? Like, even without the context of anything about that movie, it's like, this is one of the coolest looking. I can't wait until I see this thing, because it is so immediately strikingly cool. The new Gundam. I love it.
Absolutely. All right. Moment of truth.
Yes.
My number one for now is the MS-06S Zaku 2 Commander Type Char Aznable Custom.
Interesting.
Which is 3 times better than any other.
Certainly at least 3 times as fast.
Three times as fast.
It's got a little horn on it. I guess it makes it more aerodynamic.
Yeah.
Except for space doesn't have atmosphere, so that doesn't count.
Yep.
And since because we might as well just do our number ones at the same time, because we both kind of already talked about them.
Yeah.
My number one is the MS-07B Goof.
Yes.
I do like the Goof custom a little bit more, but I mean, almost all the elements of the Goof are there in the original.
They're pretty much the same.
He just doesn't have the cool Gatling gun shield is the main difference.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I think it's because I'm so used to seeing, because you always have it out, your Goof custom when I'm over here, and it's my favorite Gunpla I've seen, and I want to build it at some point because it looks so fucking cool. And I'm kind of used to just the little refinements it has, but you're right. They're pretty subtle.
It's mostly the Gatling gun shield, and it has the two-tone element of the light blue is way lighter and the dark blue is way darker in the Goof custom. So it's a slightly refined Goof design, but the original Goof has got all your Goof goodness that you're looking for right there in that first show.
You're absolutely right. So let me explain why the Zaku 2 Char type is my favorite so far. I think so. partially it's because of how much I like just the base Zaku design.
Yeah.
And everything you said about it applies. I will say when we were watching through Turn A Gundam, you have the Borjanon, which is just the Zaku.
Yes.
They don't know that it's called a Zaku, so they call it the Borjanon. And that is the biggest mobile suit from the original series that recurs, and it's just there through most of Turn A. And I realized how much I love the Zaku. Like, it reinforced to me that I already knew I loved the Zaku, but it really reinforced that to me. That base design, which is the first mobile suit you ever see in the series, it's in the canon, the first big mobile suit that was built for these kind of purposes. I love the Zaku. But when you paint it red, I love it even more. Mm-hmm. The green is great, the green is wonderful, but you paint it red and you put a little fin on the top, and I love it even more. Now, I'm a little biased to something that we haven't talked about yet, which is the version in Gundam The Origin, which kind of changes the tones a little bit. Yeah. I like the red they use in the Origin even more, and the Origin version of the Zaku 2 is the one I've built. It was actually my first gunpla ever, and I think it's the best looking gunpla I have. Like, if you want a good Zaku gunpla, Sean, that one is as good as money can buy. It's got like 50 stickers. It's fucking amazing. I love that one so much. But that's really the only change they made is some of the coloring to it. Other than that, it's all the same. I love where the shield goes over the arm. That shield is so cool. I love kind of its stocky stature. I love any Gundam with a skirt. That's why I also love the goof. But I think the skirt on the Zaku 2 is so good. And I just remember how... Like, the Char Zaku 2 is in the Origin way more than it is in the original series, because he only has it in the original series until, like, what, Garma... Does he still have it when Garma dies, or has he abandoned it by then?
I think because he just doesn't pilot it at that point.
Yeah.
Like, I think he still technically has it, you just never see him in it.
Yeah, it's basically like the first movie, if you were doing that breakdown, that's where he has it. But he doesn't use it a ton, but it still strikes such a cutting figure in those early episodes as the first enemy, the first, like, real enemy that the Gundam fights, in terms of having a real mobile suit duel. I do also love its kind of pinkish look in the original anime. It's very adorable to me. And it's had so many good, like, refinements and redesigns over the years. And I think you just take... I love Char. Char is a character I love so deeply. This mobile suit so helped to define this character I love in the early going. And then you add in just that it also kind of stands in for the Zaku for me. It's got that fucking red design that's so cool. This was, for now, with the ones we've considered so far, a pretty easy number one call for me.
Yeah, my pitch for why the goof is number one is very simple. It's that it's a Zaku, but it's cooler.
And and here's the thing, I think I might just need to change the goof to my number one, Sean, because I think you're right. I think especially if, like, you're not worried about mixing these two, then I don't have to be worried about it.
Yeah.
Maybe can I just...
It's almost the same exact... I mean, it is as different as the Origins Char Zaku from the original Char Zaku.
So can I revise my list on the fly?
Oh yeah, sure, yes. If you're because you're making revisions to make it more true.
Yes.
To put the number one mobile suit where it deserves to be.
So I'm going to move my Zaku 2 command type to number 2. I'm going to make my new Gundam number 3, and I'm going to make my goof number 1, and now we're in agreement.
Yes, and now we have the same top 3, only the new Gundam and Zaku 2 are switched for me. Because again, like, the red Zaku 2 is in the same slot.
Sure.
Because it's the fucking Zaku 2. So yeah, I think we have the solid... That is just the top 3.
Because I think
that is the top 3.
That is the top 3, and I think you just made the right pitch, Sean, which is that it's a Zaku but cooler, and you are correct.
Yeah.
That is literally in the show. It is a Zaku but cooler. That's how it comes in for us. Is that it is the better Zaku. It's the first one that gives Omaro a real challenge. It kicks his ass, and it's fucking blue.
It's fucking blue. It's got spikes on the shoulders. It's already got that fin. It don't need to be red to have a fin. It can be blue and have a fin. It's got a heat saber sword. It's got the fucking heat rod and it just and shocks people with it. And it's piloted by Ron Baral. It is a very, very cool mobile suit. It has all the advantages of the Zaku, but just cooler.
Yes. No, I think you're right. Because it's got like the best version, I think, of the Zaku helmet piece. I've always loved the wiring around the helmet, which I don't know what that's exactly supposed to be for, but like that's so cool. And it's got like this little kind of snout that's a little more elongated than on the Zaku 2. They got the coloring on that gunpla so well.
Yes, the high grade goof custom is definitely, I think, is my favorite high grade mobile suit. I guess the new Gundam 1 build is also very good, but that's still probably maybe the best. Like, we'll never get the feeling of it snapping together because it's just like, oh my god, it just all goes in, and when the head goes in, it's like it's perfect.
Yes. I will say the Zaku 2 is like from a similar vintage as this one, and so it's also got really, really good coloring, kind of like that. Obviously, Gundams don't have as much coloring because they're white.
Yeah.
But yes, it's good. So is that so your new Gundam is a high grade?
Yes.
For some reason, I thought that was a master grade because it's so complicated.
No, because if it was a master grade, it would be huge because it would be 1/100th.
Oh, it would be 1/100th. Okay.
Yeah, so it would be it looks like a master grade because it's almost as tall as the Tall Geese, which is a master grade, but that is just because he is big.
Yes. Awesome. Well, then we're in agreement. Goof, best mobile suit?
Yes, Goof gets, and I believe that's what we did, or I think you did the Gyan, but I am consistent in when we did our 5th episode or whatever it was, when we did the wrap up. I think it was the 6th episode. We did our full wrap up, and we ranked the mobile suits from the original show. I mean, obviously, I'm consistent because this has been my opinion for 5 years. You're just hearing about it now. That's the Goof I have long hailed as my favorite mobile suit, and it will not budge based on all the Going to Gundam I've seen. When we
finally do the fucking 8th MS Team episode, we're just going to spend half of it talking about the Goof custom and that scene.
It's one of the reasons why I'm like, we have to do an episode that's just of the OVAs because we need to do a whole thing that's just talking about that one episode in that OVA.
Yeah, so we'll have part 1 on 8th MS Team, everything that doesn't involve the Goof. Part 2, everything involving the Goof.
Yeah, this one 10-minute action scene in one of the episodes.
Oh my god, the Goof is great.
Goof is great. Goof is good.
You want to talk about some characters?
Yes, let's do our top 10 characters. Because this was the one...
This one was a bitch.
Yeah, this is the one... I would never have done this, or never even thought of doing this ranking if it had not been for the Gundam poll doing this. And then I was like, oh, we might as well do it. Without thinking about it, it's like, how hard it is to rank characters.
It's really hard.
Like, even if you don't even think about the huge volume of characters, which I have a list of... this is my 10, and then I had 28 that were in consideration in the top 10. It was just even if it was not that many, it would still be hard because what is interesting about characters in different shows is so different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're right.
But I did find the experience very interesting to try to rank these characters.
I did too. I am least confident in these rankings. I guess I said that about the music too. Uh-huh. I don't feel confident about these rankings. I feel pretty confident about 9 of the 10. And I love that, and the 10th slot was just so wide open.
Yes, this is the same for mine.
But, you could, okay, my top 3 are my top 3, and I knew that just boom, boom, boom. Mm-hmm. Obviously, those are the top 3. You'll hear those in a minute. And then everything else, you could have thrown these in a hat, shuffled them, and I would have been just as happy. So don't take this as gospel, but I'm glad I have these.
I'll
10.
say my list is that, except for my top 6 were, locked in stone.
Okay.
I knew immediately as soon as we were doing top 10 characters, I was like, I ran through a bunch of characters in my head. Okay, those would be the top 6. And then the bottom 4... are I feel good about them, but they could be. There's a bunch of other characters that could be in there.
For me, it was 1, 2, 3, and I wrote those down immediately. And then it was 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 were another set of 6 characters that I was like, those have to be on there. And then for 10th place, it was like a 30-way tie. And I'll start off.
Okay.
My number 10, I had so many I was considering for number 10. At one point, I was considering chickening out and just putting Haro as number 10. And just being like, fuck it, Haro is in all the Gundams, he's always great. Yeah. Specifically, Haro from Victory Gundam is the best Haro. Yes. But I didn't do that. I decided to pick an actual character, and I was thinking about it, and I was thinking, Sean, I love so many characters. I love Lala Soon. Yeah. I love Camille Bidan. I love Garodran. I love Jamil Neat. I love Mina Vazabi. None of these are on my list, though. Because none of those characters, Sean, inspired me to do an ongoing Twitter thread for my entire viewing of the show. But you know who did? Who also became my Twitter avatar?
Yep.
Mashimeyer Cello did.
Mashimeyer Cello.
Or Cello is really what they say. But it's spelled like cello, and that's funnier.
Yes.
So
the man with his rose.
The man with his rose. The funniest Gundam character to me is Mashimeyer in the first 10 to 15 episodes of Double Zeta.
Yeah.
And even when he comes back later, all glowed up and buff and shit.
Yes,
he's great.
Where Quattro Vagina's out and gets a sleeveless shirt.
Yep.
Yeah.
So this is from Gundam Double Zeta, voiced by the great Kenyu Horiuchi, who you will hear about more on this list, probably from Sean. And he's voiced lots of cool characters in Gundam, and he has voiced lots of cool characters just in anime. He's great. I also have their status. He is killed in action. I will say more than half my list was killed in action. But you'll hear about that. But he's so great. I did have a whole Twitter thread that I did find. I went back and searched for it the other day, and I got so much joy just screenshotting all of his awesome moments. And I think One of the things I love about Maschmeyer is that he helps pull off one of my favorite hat tricks Gundam ever does, which is the transition from Zeta to Double Zeta and how it plays with point of view. So nothing about the plot and the state of the world changes between Zeta and Double Zeta, but the tone changes because we are with new point of view characters.
Yeah.
And it's easy to point that out with Judo and all of his friends because they do not have the weight of the world on their shoulders as Camille did in the previous episodes. They are tabula rasa to all this, right? And so they have a different viewpoint on things. But that is also true of the first villain we meet in Double Zeta, which is Maschmeyer. He does not really know what is going on out there in the world. He is very young. All he knows is that Haman Karn is this beautiful, awesome space queen. He is completely infatuated with her. He completely believes her propaganda that she just wants to spread peace and love everywhere. He is on board with that. And so we get this very different view of Haman Karn. And because as viewers, we know Haman Karn is a fucking ruthless, terrifying person.
Yeah.
We know that he is naive about this. And we also know how threatening she is because she inspires this in people. And it is one of the great things I think Gundam Double Zeta does in establishing its world in those early episodes. He is so funny. Moriguchi is so great through this whole show. He has one of the best death scenes where he blows up and he yells, basically, Haman-san Banzai!
Yes. Haman-san Banzai! And he explodes in a new type flash.
Oh, it's good. I love my boy Maschmeyer Cello, and I will say I tried a lot of characters out at number 10 that were more responsible than picking Maschmeyer, but my heart didn't feel right until I put my boy with the rose there.
I respect it. Obviously, he's not on my list.
Okay, that's fine. He's not on anyone else's list. I just love him.
Yeah, no, he's good. I mean, I really like Maschmeyer. We are hard pro Double Zeta here.
Yes.
In all of its elements.
Double Zeta has some of the most, other than OG Gundam, it has the most characters on my list.
Yeah.
But you'll hear about that later.
So my number 10, this is one that I went back and forth on a bit. I knew I wanted a character from this show, but then it kind of came down to two. And I ultimately resolved on Marita Cruz from Gundam Unicorn, voiced by Yuko Kaida. She is the Pudu clone of Unicorn Gundam. And I was kind of jockeying between her and Subaru Zinnerman, who is like her the captain / lover.
He is on my honorable mentions.
Lover / father figure, weird, it's Gundam. So Marita, she to me is kind of in many ways the heart of Unicorn Gundam. It is her death scene is the thing that sets the finale off and kind of brings us to the final moments of that series. And it is such a memorable performance by Yuko Kaida, and this very intense woman who has been clearly heavily traumatized by her experiences, and it's only until you get a fair bit into the show that you understand that she's not just a new type, she is a clone of Pudu. So it's she has never had her own humanity, has never been something that's been respected or protected for her, and so she has had this really traumatic existence, and then you see her try to kind of fight through that and recover from that. And I think that her being this living remnant from the wars of the original cycle of Gundam puts her in a really interesting position opposite Banaji that ends up having her be the heart of that show to me. And she's just such a striking memorable character. And so it came down between her and Subaru, who he is the dude Marita. He also is this father figure to Banaji, and he is also an awesome character. But it also ultimately, I got to give it to her because she then also has Piles the Kishitreo, which is did not quite break my top 10, but is one of my favorite mobile suits. And her fight with Banaji at the end of that first episode, where she kind of doesn't understand what's happening because the fucking Unicorn Gundam pops out of nowhere, is a great moment.
It's a great moment. I did not manage to fit a Unicorn Gundam character on here. I love many of them. There wasn't any single character who quite read strong enough for me. I was considering Mina Vazabi / Audrey Byrne because she's so great in that. But I really like this choice, Sean, because her death scene is also a pretty direct adaptation of Amaro's death scene in the original Gundam novelization. And it adapts that to a different context really effectively. Mm-hmm. And I think this is a good choice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think your choice was good as well.
Oh, thank you. We're going to be very regal on this podcast. No,
very complimentary to each other.
Number 9 is one of the best named characters in Gundam, and that is Lauren Sehak / Rora Rora
Rora Rora
from Turn A Gundam, voiced by the great Romy Park. thankfully alive at the end of the show, because if we had to watch Lauren die, that would have been tragically sad. What a great Gundam boy. He is one of 3 Gundam boys on my list. So I guess he's one of the best 3 Gundam boys. Although he's also kind of a Gundam girl, because he is our only gender fluid protagonist. Yes. Not necessarily by choice, but he does wind up being pretty gender fluid. He is, as you said last week, Sean, he's very hot when he is a woman.
Yeah. And when he's a man.
And when he's a man.
Especially the epilogue Lauren with the long hair.
It's a good-looking dude.
It's a good look.
Good-looking dude. One of, I think, the great vocal performances in all of Gundam is Romy Park. Kind of breakout role as Lauren Sahak. So fascinating in that so many Gundam protagonists want to find peaceful resolutions, but none of them are as committed to it as Lauren. None of them are as deeply to their bones pacifist, where it is only in episode 50, at the very end, when he resolves, I'm going to kill someone in this Gundam. And he doesn't actually wind up doing it, because other things happen that we can't really describe. It involves a cocoon. We talked for like an hour about Lauren last week, so I'm not going to go on too long. Also, I think one of the great character designs.
Absolutely.
And kind of our only black Gundam protagonist, if you look at, skin tone. He's great. One of the great Gundam boys.
Absolutely. So he's not on my list, but there is only one Gundam boy on my list, and I did end up preliminarily making, I think in the future, once we've done more Gundam, we will eventually do a ranking of the Gundam boys.
Okay.
But we only have 10 if you count Hero from Gundam Wing. But I did just quickly bring up a list and how would I rank this? And he is my number 2. So if there was to be another Gundam boy on my list, which I think I kind of consciously wanted not to do too many of the protagonists, he would also be on there.
Okay.
Yeah. This is a good choice. My number 9 is LP Pudu from Double Zeta.
Sean, you're saying it wrong. It's LP Ple.
It's El Peo Bleh. Blah, 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 blah. So when I wrote her name down, because I did also put /Pudu 2 in here. I mean, it's really for a Pudu, but because I had a moment where I was going to put all 3 of the Pudu clones together and then have Subaru Zennerman be my number 10. I'm like, Marita Cruz is
She's too different.
I think kind of reasonably put Pudu 2 together because those characters are paired in an interesting way. But Marita Cruz, that doesn't work. But yeah, so this is LP Pudu, voiced by Chiyoko Honda from Double Zeta. She is the representative of the tragic new type girl sort of character archetype. The other one that I maybe almost considered putting on the list was Lala. But Pudu and her position and her relationship with judo and how it complicates over the course of that show, that it is both a very heartwarming relationship and also at times an incredibly toxic one, where she is latching onto him to have this sort of safety net of this sort of big brother figure, even though judo is literally a big brother to Lena, and he has a literal little sister that he's trying to find and take care of, and Pudu is trying to occupy that place in his life, and it's that awkward human relationship dynamic between them is such a huge part of that show, and particularly the middle stretch of that show, which is I think when Double Zeta is at its strongest, and a lot of that is on the back of Pudu as a character who exists in a certain archetype that Gundam had not really played in much, but is in anime a lot. But I feel like the sort of psychological depth of Pudu and the ways that she sort of is trying to establish human relationships and the ways that she's failing at it make her such an interesting character that I think breaks out of that type in really, really fascinating ways. And she ends up having, I think, one of the best character deaths in one of the best episodes of Gundam in the Colony Drop episode, when she dies to herself effectively in the fight with Pudu 2.
And they don't even really animate it as a death. It's like she just goes.
Yes.
Just becomes part of the universe.
Yes. She new types ghosts. It becomes a new type ghost in the most pure way possible. And yeah, she's just a character that I think has is the thing from Double Zeta, that even though it's a show that is not well watched or well liked, even though that's crazy and I still don't understand why it is that way really, Pudu is something that has maintained to be iconic in the Gundam fan base, because I think that character pops out of that show so strongly.
I love her too. She's not on my list. If I were only limiting myself to one Gundam boy, she probably would have made it. But I had more than one Gundam boy. But I do love her, and I especially love the clip I've definitely already edited in here of you going blah, 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 blah.
Blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
Anyway, maybe I'll just put it again in here twice. We'll have it twice.
Blah, 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 blah.
All right. My number 8. Speaking of Gundam Double Zeta, a show with great characters,
Yes.
is my second favorite Gundam boy, and that is Judo Ashita, voiced by the great Kazuki Yao, who is one of my favorite voice actors. I have also discovered the joys of his voice as Frankie on One Piece, where he is also fantastic. He's a weirdo, and he voices lots of weird characters.
Yes.
But Judo, he voices kind of the most down-to-earth Gundam boy, which is, you had Omaro, who was manic-depressive. You had Camille, who was even more manic-depressive.
And angry.
Very angry. Just Camille, a tortured kid. And then you had Judo, who did not grow up in great circumstances, but is a pretty well-rounded guy. He's got a bunch of friends. He takes care of his sister. He's very responsible, even though he steals a lot of shit. And when he gets when he gets in the cockpit, he starts doing some pretty cool shit, and ultimately achieves more in a lot of ways than any of the other Gundam boys did. And I think Judo is the archetype for a lot of future Gundam boys that I really love, like Garrod Ran. Like I thought about putting Garrod on here because I really love him and that performance. But I do ultimately think like Judo is kind of the blueprint for that, and I think the best version of that kind of Gundam boy.
Yeah.
And he is such a driving force in one of my favorite Gundam shows. Gundam Double Zeta is great, and everyone who doesn't like it is a dumbass. He is so core to that show for me, and so many great moments come from Judo, and especially, putting him with other characters like Play, or with Lena, or with Bright, who he, is able to stand up to, unlike some other characters.
Yeah.
And just, Judo is the guy who, when he meets all the officials on Earth, he punches them in the face and runs away, and that's something everyone else needed to do, and Judo's the one who does it. And he is a great character. I could argue for putting him higher. He is such a great character. He is, in many ways, I think the most well-rounded and interesting a Gundam boy has been since Amuro, and you could make that argument for several of them, but I love my Judo Ashita.
Yes, I will say in my preliminary ranking of Gundam boys, he's my number 3.
Okay, so we at least agree Lauren and Judo are very close behind Amuro.
I love Judo. He's not on my list because I only have one Gundam boy. Who could it be on my list? But yeah.
I can't believe you put Hiro Yui at number 1.
Yeah, Hiro Yui, he's just the Gundam boy of Gundam boys. He's the best. My number 8, the only representative from this show, but he is well deserved, is Master Asia, voiced by Yosuke Akimoto. Shisho, or Toho Fuhai, the man with 1,000 names. We talked about him for like an hour. I feel like that was half of the G Gundam podcast. So let's just talk about how good Master Asia is. So I don't want to go on and on about him. But he's just super cool. He is like the Gundam character in G Gundam. He's the character that makes that show a Gundam show. He is an interesting, complex villain whose motives come from one of the core themes of Gundam, which is environmentalism and him seeing the destruction of Earth and the sort of hypocrisy and cruelty and absent-minded cruelty of humanity and letting the Earth be destroyed. And his complex motives and his really complex relationship with Domon is the best part of G Gundam. It is the thing that makes that show what that show is, and it is because Master Asia is able to walk that line between diabolical villain and misguided, kindly old martial arts master. And that moment when he loses and to Domon finally near the end of the show, and his face just softens and he just says, "Well done, my people," and explodes. He doesn't literally explode because then you have to have the final scene on the beach, but representatively he explodes and Domon cries out "Shisho." It is the best, most dramatic, most emotionally grueling death of any character in Gundam. And it's crazy because it is by far the goofiest show in Gundam that we've seen so far. But Master Asia just deserves that amount of respect, that when that dude goes while the sun, the red sun is rising, you gotta shed some tears for the man.
The East is burning red.
Yes.
My number 7 is the Queen of Space herself, Haman Karn, the great Yoshiko Sakakibara. Yes. Have you seen her picture on Wikipedia, Sean?
No, I've not.
Okay, I have to show you this because, Haman Karn, as we have said before, we talked a lot of... I consider her kind of a double Zeta character in my mind, but obviously she was originally in Zeta, so she's in both of those. But you see what I mean, Sean?
Yes, yeah, I've just looked her up on Wikipedia, and it is a very good picture.
Because her picture on Wikipedia is her in, cool blue sunglasses with an awesome haircut and jacket. Yeah. And it's yes, of course, that woman voiced Haman Karn, who is the greatest human being in Gundam.
Yes.
She, I don't know if everyone would have the best quality of life under Haman Karn, but you would know you were being ruled by someone better than you. You would never have that feeling like you do, say, in America or the UK right now, that you are being ruled by someone worse than the bug you squashed under your shoe the other day. Because you are the bug compared to Haman Karn.
Yes.
She is the best, and she knows it, and she's, she's very conceited. She has every right to be. She's really cool. And she is a great villain across 2 shows. She really takes center stage in Gundam Double Zeta, but of course some of her best material is in Zeta as well, when she's needling poor old Char.
Yep.
She is the woman who defeats Char Aznable, because there's no doubt he fucking just loses to her in the last episode of Zeta. She is awesome. I could put her anywhere on this list from like number 1 to number 10 because she's so good. She could fit anywhere. I wound up kind of putting her at number 7. But man, there's so many defining moments, and all I'm thinking about now is her sunbathing on the roof of her estate on Neo Zeon, because that's really what she wants. She just wants a mansion where she has ultimate power, and she gets to sunbathe and be cool and not be bothered by a bunch of stupid kids in Gundams, and just rule space. And you know what? We might all be better off if we just let her have it.
Yeah.
You know.
I think we'll hear a little bit more about Haman Karn soon on my list.
I think the problem is her dynasty would be short-lived because there is no man to breed with good enough to create a second generation.
There's no successor. It's just Haman Karn rules space, lives out her entire lifetime, and then she passes on unless us mere mortals figure out what to do from there.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right. My number 7 is Kateshina-san from Victory Gundam, or Kateshina Loose, but she's just Kateshina-san to me, because that's what Uso calls her. The one Victory Gundam character I have on this list, voiced by Kumiko Watanabe, who would then also go on to play a couple of very good roles in later Tomino shows. But Kateshina-san is the character of Victory Gundam to me. She's the one that, after I first watched the show, a couple of years after watching Victory Gundam, a lot of the details of that show, outside of some, incredible, really good episodes or scenes and some major character deaths and stuff like that, had mostly kind of fallen away in my memory. It was one of the interesting ones to rewatch just because I kind of forgotten about some of it. But Kateshina-san, that character is so striking and so memorable that was the main thing I remembered of Victory Gundam. And she is just one of the most fascinating villains in all of Gundam. She comes out of a not villain archetype. She's effectively she is presented early on as the princess archetype, and then later you understand that that's actually Shakti, but Shakti seems to be the childhood friend Fraubo kind of character. But Kateshina-san seems like she's the Sayla of the show, and then eventually grows to be the villain. She is the Char in many ways, more so than Chronicle Asher is in Victory Gundam. And those moments where at the end she has basically just become this demonic version of herself, and she is so succumbed to the power she's wielding over these men in her life, specifically Uso and Chronicle, is so kind of enthralling and fascinating. And then she gets one of the most kind of unsettling endings of any Gundam villain, that she's not killed in the end. She survives, but is blinded and is wandering the earth in winter, in the very kind of strange ending that Victory Gundam has. And there's something about that character that just has sat with me forever since I first watched that show, and I think she is by far one of the most fascinating characters that the Gundam franchise has ever produced.
I agree. She was in contention for my number 10, but as I said, I did not do a Twitter thread on her, so that it went to Mashimire.
Okay, yeah.
But I agree with everything you said.
Enough.
Great character.
Yes.
All right, my number 6, you already talked about him. He is Toho Fuhai!
Toho Fuhai!
Master Asia, the undefeated of the East.
Shisho!
The East is burning red, and the scene where he and Domon lay together, he is laying in Domon's lap on the beach, and they say the words together, and over his dying body, the kanji comes up on screen in red, is one of the great scenes in all of Gundam. He is a phenomenal character. One has absolutely one of the best Gundam deaths. Certainly the most, perfectly melodramatic.
Yes.
If you want to teach someone what melodrama is, show them Master Asia dying in Mobile Fighter G Gundam. He is great. Yosuke Akimoto's performance is chef's kiss. It is perfect. Love me some Toho Fuhai. Also, he is the only Gundam character who rides a Gundam on top of a horse in a Gundam.
Yes.
And I will say one of my honorable mentions for Mobile Suits, which we didn't do, was the Master Gundam and Fun Saiki together, because that is a Gunpla kit.
Yes, it is.
So I don't think that's a cheat. I think that is one suit together. And no one else has a Gundam horse. So Toho Fuhai, you know, when I'm looking at, is it Master Asia, is it Haman Karn? Haman Karn does not, and I think Haman Karn could have a Gundam horse. If the technology existed, she 100% would do that.
Yeah, they just don't have that, like, cockpit technology by that point in the dark history.
Yeah, so Toho Fuhai.
Yes, very good. Well, my number 6 is a character that you talked about a little bit ago. The Queen of Space, Haman Karn, voiced by Yoshiko Sakakibara. I mean, you said all of it, Jonathan, but she is just... It's fascinating because in many ways she's not one of the most complex characters. Like, she's not as complex as Kateja Nissan. I don't think she's even necessarily as complex as Master Asia. She just doesn't need to be.
Well, and she's not the most complex villain in Double Zeta because they introduced Glemmy Toto to be the complex villain who you have to, like, kind of piece apart and has an arc.
Yeah, so it's like in her role is not to be this fascinating, sort of like Machiavellian scheming type villain, which is kind of what I think you think she's going to be when you first see her in Zeta, because she's doing the whole, like, Cardinal Richelieu, like, the child's on the throne, but she's the real power behind it kind of thing. But she's not really quite that character, because she doesn't need to be, because through sheer force of presence and charisma, she dominates every scene she's in. And it is the combination of one of the best character designs in Gundam and one of the best performances in Gundam by Yoshiko Sakakibara that just carries such immense regal weight and authority that you're just like... Okay, yes, Haman-sama, I will do whatever you want. Like, it's like, say, I will lick your fucking boots, because that's who you are. Like, you are the Queen of Space. She's got crazy purple space hair that I don't know how it's supposed to work, and then you get some of those scenes in Double Zeta where her hair is, like, down, and you realize, I guess that's, her hair goes down, like, it is normal hair, and she does something to it to be Queen of Space, wearing these, like, this... You know, because her costume is also, for most of it, she is like simple, like this simple black robe that eventually she gets kind of more regal adornments to in Double Zeta. But she wears these very simple clothes in all of Zeta Gundam, and she still just owns everything. She just dominates every scene.
She also has a crown that's very cool.
Yes,
once
in
a while.
She gets her Queen Space crown as well. Yes, and as you said, Jonathan, she's like one of the only characters that is able to just, both in terms of like the fight scene at the end of Zeta Gundam, but I also just think. In the scenes that they have together, she overpowers Char.
Yes.
And it is something that like almost no other character does in the whole series.
I think to some degree she's who Char really wants to be deep down.
Yes, yeah. That she is the leader that Zeon needs in some ways. And you know,
a leader who has no interest in the people, but is so good on her own merits that maybe this works.
Yeah, I mean, she just sort of seems to effortlessly over the course of Double Zeta kind of subjugate most of the Earth Federation. Like everybody else has been trying so hard, and she just kind of is able to do it through like political maneuvering and having like the resources and authority to demand these things. And she's just fucking cool.
And we didn't mention how fascinating and deep her relationship with Judo is.
Yes.
Because that's really one of the things that makes Double Zeta so notable and great, is all the interactions those two have. It's great stuff.
I love you, my queen. Queen of Space, Haman Karn.
Yes. All right.
Number 5.
I'm just making a quick change here to something else. Sorry, not to this list.
Okay.
All right. My number 5 in characters is not, as cool a Queen of Space as Haman Karn, but definitely the best leader in all of Gundam, and that is Deanna Soriel / Ki Helheim. I have them together.
I will say they are on my list, and I put them together as well.
Because how do you separate them?
I mean, the show literally multiple times states that they are 2 in 1.
And they are credited together in the credits just as Deanna Soriel / Ki Helheim, voiced by Riko Takahashi. From Turn A Gundam, one of the few characters on my list who ends the show alive, but might be dying. One of the two of them. One of them lives. The legacy of Deanna lives on. Look, we talked about her so long last time, but I think in terms of how much a show gets out of a character, Turn A gets more out of her than most shows get out of most characters. Because she is the heart of this thing, even more than Lauren. The conceit, that the kind of Prince and the Pauper conceit at the heart of the show is what Turn A Gundam is about.
Yep.
The transference these two undergo, the performance Riko Takahashi gives in giving a very subtle gradation between these two figures. It is one of the great master strokes of characterization ever. And I have characters above her who have sat with me a little longer in the Gundam canon, but I, revisit this in a year, and she might, in my memory, even rise above some others who would be unseated. But Deanna Soriel / Kielheim, the best character from one of the best shows ever made.
Yep, absolutely. My number 5 is Bright Noah, voiced by Hirotaka Suzuki. Also, the good interpretation by Ken Narita in Unicorn Gundam, but I'm talking about original Captain Bright.
We'll hear him again in the Hathaway's Flash movie.
Yes. But yeah, so, what is there to say about Captain Bright that we haven't said in our Mobile Suit Gundam podcasts, our Zeta Gundam podcast, our Double Zeta podcast, and our Star's Counterattack podcast? He has been...
And Unicorn.
Yes, he is one of the omnipresent characters of the Universal Century form of Gundam. And he's just the, glue that ties it all together. He must appear in more episodes than any other Gundam character. It's got to be ridiculous. And he is, I think, his best work is all in the original show, because that's where he's most prominent. And you watching his slow growth from this young military officer who has basically no experience, totally over his head in the situation he's been thrown into, making the mistakes he makes in the first half of that show, particularly with how he treats Omaro, but in lots of different ways. The way that he collapses after Ryu's death and stuff like that. You see him go from that to eventually growing over the course of that show to be an incredibly competent military commander that has earned the trust of everybody under him. And then over the course of the subsequent shows, him sort of both trying to figure out what his position in the world is, who he needs to side with, and then also learning to kind of step out of the way and let the future Gundam boys do their Gundam boy thing. And the way he changes from who he was at the beginning of Mobile Suit Gundam and how he treats Amuro to his attitude with Camille, and then ultimately his attitude with Judo, where he at some point fully lets go and just he realizes it's time that that Bright doesn't need to be there to give structure to Judo anymore, that Judo has to go off his own, and it is time for Judo to sort of fly. And seeing Bright make that journey as a character over the course of those 3 shows is it's often in the background. It's usually not the focus of any individual episode, but is one of the most satisfying, consistent character progressions. That is also one of the best performances by Hirotaka Suzuki. Just such an iconic, powerful voice. He is the best of any Gundam captain at just saying, fire the cannons, launch the ship, fire our mobile suits. Who's stealing a mobile suit from the deck? Why does this happen every 2 episodes? The prisoners got away. What are you talking about? In the middle of a fight when he just has to shout orders and respond to people saying, some ridiculous shit has happened that we now have to deal with, and Bright having to figure it out. Bright is the best of all the Gundam captains at having to deal with that, and the performance is so good and so engaging in those moments, that he is the Gundam captain. He is one of the many characters from Mobile Suit Gundam that is so big and so larger than life. He creates a hole that future Gundam shows constantly have to figure out some way to fill, like with the Jamil Neat or someone like that, because you have to have someone that needs to be compared to Captain Bright.
Yep. I agree with all that.
Uh-huh.
You might hear more about him later.
Maybe,
My number 4 is Rambaral.
My number 4 is also Rambaral.
Yes, from Gundam 79.
Yep.
Masashi Hirose, tragically killed in action.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god. Rambaral was one of the hardest to place on this list because he is by far the shortest lived character of any of these.
Yes.
Even Mashimeyer, he's not in a ton of Double Zeta, but he's in more of Double Zeta than Rambaral is in the original Gundam 79. And yet, the shadow Rambaral casts over the whole franchise for me in how, in many ways, the Rambaral arc is where Gundam goes from great to all time.
Yes.
I don't want to say good to great, because it's already great from episode 1. But it is where it really starts to just stick in my mind as this is one of my favorite things ever. And when you meet this character on the other side of the war, who is such a deeply good man, who is so deeply respected, who is so generous to his enemies as well as his opponents, and really does kind of almost try to take Amuro in under his wing, and kind of fails in the end. and has like a tragic like failure arc. There is this, you know, he is clearly the best enemy they've ever faced, and one of the best they faced in the whole show, and he fucks up because he meets Sayla and is distracted, and everything kind of goes to shit. And even when he's dead, he is still one of the best characters, because you have Hamon, not Haman, but yes. Hamon, you know, going, and all of his men going after them in the episode where Ryu dies. He's fantastic. He's one of the best character designs by Yoshikazu Yasuhiko. I had him as my Twitter avatar for a while, and he probably will be again one day, because he is so iconic. That vocal performance is so fucking good. What can you say? We have talked about the Ramba Ral arc to death, and we could talk about it more, because it is one of the best things in the history of fiction. Yeah,
it is phenomenal, and it hinges so much on his character. And I think one of the things that makes Ramba Ral really notable is that, you know, there again, like I said with Captain Bright, there are a number of different characters that sort of create an archetype that future Gundam shows have to follow up on, and a lot of them make sense. Like Omaro is the Gundam boy, you need a Gundam boy. Char is the rival ace, you need a rival ace. You have like Bright is the captain. Sayla is this sort of princess character that's maybe like kind of on both sides. That one is sort of played with in a lot of Gundam shows, and a lot of those make sense. But one that feels like it would be fine if most Gundam shows didn't do some version of this, but most Gundam shows do, is the Ramba Ral arc, and having some Ramba Ral-esque character. Like, to the point where after Gundam X for theirs, just cast Masashi Hirose to play their Ramba Ral-esque character.
And it's some of the best stuff in Afterward Gundam X.
Yes, exactly. And it feels like a very specific type of character that you wouldn't expect needs to be a thing that is in a bunch of Gundam shows. But I think it is just so phenomenal in the performance, in the design, and the dynamic of who Ramba Ral is as the enemy officer that you can't help but kind of love and respect, because he has earned the love and respect of all the people around him. And also as a potential like surrogate father figure to the Gundam boy that is in constant search of some sort of stable father figure. It's just such a great character role. And Ramba Ral is the best of all of them. And he is a character that, for like relative to the number of episodes he's in, like casts such a huge shadow that we will continue to either like indirectly or in multiple ways very explicitly directly refer to Ramba Ral in multiple future Gundam shows to come. So we are not done talking about this beautiful mustachio daddy. He will be around for a long time.
Also, he pilots the best mobile suit.
Yes, also he is the pilot of the Goof, and you know, he is the best man, deserves the best mobile suit.
And he's there for the best Gundam fight. So, There you go. My number 3. Oh, no, is it my turn? No, it's my turn. Yeah.
Yeah, it's your turn. Yeah. We both did 4. Yeah.
Okay, we both did 4. My number 3, you know what my top 3 are. My number 3 is Captain Bright, Bright Noah, Gundam 79, etc.
Yes.
Voiced by Hirotaka Suzuoki. Luckily alive. We do not see him die in the Gundam arc. I think he gets to die of old age eventually. Although they haven't written that story, so who knows. But Captain Bright, I agree with everything you said, Sean, especially about the subtle arc he gets to undergo. But I also just want to say, like, if you're talking about character utility, Bright is so essential to the entire sort of Tomino line of shows ending in Char's Counterattack, that original saga.
Yeah.
He is such a great comfort blanket character. He does such great work giving structure to episodes and entire shows. You know, like, Zeta really feels like it kind of locks into place structurally when Bright walks onto the deck of the Argama. And from then on out, he's just there until the end of Double Zeta, when he kind of walks away for the Nail Argama.
The Nail Argama.
Nail Argama, yeah. It's spelled very, very weird in English.
It's spelled like Nahel Argama.
I know. Yeah. It's one of those that I wish they would just write in katakana so I could just read it like that. But yes. And I think Gundam, one of the ways Gundam flounders a little bit after he's gone is not having a Captain Bright. You know, like Gundam F91, there's a character who probably would have filled that role, but in the movie as it stands, we don't really get that. Victory Gundam, I think, has lots of characters who sort of play that role, but not one single one, and I think there are parts where I wish it had sort of that. Bright helps give shows directions, and I wish it had that. The Gundam Wing desperately needs a Captain Bright and never gets it, and it's a huge flaw in that show. And part of why After War Gundam X is so good is that they give you a Captain Bright in the form of Jamil Neat, who is also your Char and also your Amuro, but he fulfills that role. And then I think Turn A is the first Gundam that really rethinks itself enough to not need a Captain Bright.
Yeah.
And that's part of why that show is so strong to me.
I will say that we are soon to embark on a long series of shows that are going to have someone who's basically the Captain Bright.
Right. And you kind of need it if you're going to do it like this. And no one did it better. And the great late Hirotaka Suzuoki, just one of the greats. And that voice is, in many ways, the voice of Gundam.
Absolutely. I mean, he read the title call for each episode.
Yep.
It is that moment at the beginning of the first episode where he goes, Gundam Daiichi ni Tatsu. And you're like, yep.
Voice of Gundam. Absolutely.
All right, my number 3 is Deanna Sorel / Kiel Hein from Turn 8 Gundam, both voiced by Reiko Takahashi. It is, we talk, again, this is another one where on that podcast that we just did, we, like, half of it was talking about her because she is what that show is about. She is more of a protagonist in many ways than Lauren, because she, specifically Deanna in particular, but also Kiel, goes on the most dramatic character arc and motivates the largest number of episode plots. It is one where I think if it had not been for the rewatch of Turn 8 Gundam for me, I think Deanna would probably be more in like a 7 or 8. But rewatching it again and talking through it with you, Jonathan, like kind of really giving Turn 8 Gundam the amount of appreciation that it earns and deserves as a show, like it made me appreciate, this character really is that good. Even if she is not iconic in the broader Gundam fan base in the ways that a Bright or a Ramba Rao or maybe 2 other characters that might be the top 2, who knows, on our list, are. It is because for the same reason that Turn 8 Gundam isn't, is because she's like too complex of a character to, I think, to be summed up in a simple way. She is so strange. The root of that show is this weird doppelganger setup, this Prince and the Pauper thing between these 2 characters that is so complex that at times the viewer themselves are at odds at who is who. And Kiel acting as Deanna acting as Kiel, the way that they're able to, in opposite ways, fulfill the other person's role more effectively than that person themselves could. It feels like it is making this really complex analysis of things like class and upbringing and like nature versus nurture. Like there's just so much wrapped into that character dynamic that is utterly fascinating. And then specifically, like, of the 2, Deanna is my favorite. She's the one that is the focal point of my favorite stretch of Turn 8 Gundam. And she has one of the most remarkable episodes in the entire franchise dedicated specifically to her, which is the Deanna's harsh battle episode, where she finds out a way for her to help, which is helping with the laundry and helping with like cleaning stuff at this war hospital. And that is the revelation of that episode, is that it is about small things that these powerful people can do that doesn't have to do with anything of like Deanna's influence with the moon race, and more of like basic human kindness and decency and getting your hands dirty for the benefit of another human being. And that sometimes those simple things you can do are the best things you can do. And it is such a beautiful moment at the end of that episode, seeing her face reflected with joy in all these soap bubbles. That it is a character that looms so powerfully over that whole show, which is one of my favorite shows. And then, like, over the franchise, I think will be probably as we go to other shows that have their Sayla-esque princess archetype, like nothing can ever live up to as good as Deanna is. Like, she breaks that archetype's mold. I think, like, kind of destroys it and turns it into its own thing, and makes it this, like, almost feels like, in hindsight now, after having rewatched Turn 8 Gundam, like, why do future Gundam shows even bother with the Sayla archetype? Because Deanna just did it more than anything I ever could. It's one of the only times I think any show after the original Mobile Suit Gundam is able to do one of those Gundam archetypes better than that show. Yep.
So I'm guessing our top 2 are the same?
Oh, yes, definitely. I'm curious to see what the rankings are. I suspect the rankings are the same.
I think they're the same. Okay.
Yeah.
My number 2 is Amuro Ray.
My number 2 is Amuro Ray.
By the great Toru Furuya,
yes.
Voiced. Killed in action, tragically, in Char's Counterattack.
Or Yamcha. Amuro gets in his Yamcha hole.
Yes. Amuro,
Amuro.
What can you say? His name is perfectly singable.
Yes.
He is a phenomenal character design. It is a all-time great, like literally star-making performance by Toru Furuya. Involved in so many of the great Gundam scenes. He has a great evolution after his own show, obviously, too, going on to star in the movie Char's Counterattack, having a phenomenal final scene. He is the archetype from which all other Gundam boys come. Not just other Gundam boys, all mecha pilots come.
Yes.
And
there would be no Shinji and Eva were it not for our Amuro.
Yeah, and Amuro is more interesting than most of them combined.
Yes.
And more dynamic, and he's great and wonderful, and we've spent hours talking about him.
Yeah, and it's not just, so obviously his role in the original Gundam is amazing, but it is also, and I like him in Char's Counterattack, but I think it is also his role in Zeta Gundam is one of the things that gets him so high.
Yeah.
In a way that I think is like unarguable, because his role in Zeta Gundam and the complex place they put their previous protagonist in is one of the things that makes that show work. And as that first time that they cut to Omaro, you're like, what the fuck is going on with Omaro? And then they cut to him again in a later episode. He has the whole scene with Fraubo, and you realize how kind of fucked up Omaro is at this point psychologically, and seeing him trying to sort of find out what his place is in the world. That is one of those things that makes Zeta Gundam as great as a show it is, and it is still crazy to me looking back at it that they were able to make that choice to do that with this character, because Amuro was a beloved character at the time, right? Like this, like Zeta Gundam was hugely popular, iconic already through the movies and toy sales and all of that, and to take your protagonist, one of everybody's favorite character from that first show in those movies, and make him do the thing that, like, if you've listened to our Weekly Stuff podcast thing, I talked about Advent Children, where they do a thing in Advent Children that with Cloud, that I think they're trying to do what they did with Amuro and Zeta Gundam, and they just can't do it because they don't understand how to both put your main character that everybody loved in a position that makes him kind of inherently unlikable, and that he is immobile, he's not doing anything, he's unmotivated when he should be, and still make it a compelling character arc that you want to see with that character. That's an incredibly difficult, deft thing to be able to do, that only a small handful of media, the other notable one that we talked about on Zeta Gundam was Last Jedi with Luke, that does a similar thing, and it is incredible. So it's like, it's not just, Amuro is not this high just because he's like the protagonist of the first show, because that also means that he's one of the best characters in one of the best shows, but also what they do with him past that point is so fascinating. That's what gets him this high.
100% agreed. Number one
is, of course, everybody's favorite, Carl Man. Carl Man in Flanders, number one.
Yes, it's Haro. Haro. All right. Number one.
Yes, real number one.
Shara's Nobble.
Sha.
A.K.A. Casval Rem Daikun. A.K.A. Edouard Mass. A.K.A. Quattro Pagina. A.K.A. Akai Suise.
Yes, a.k.a. the Red Comet, a.k.a. Taisa.
A.k.a. the great Shuichi Ikeda,
yes,
in his best role, in his most iconic role, in one of the great vocal performances in the history of anime or anything else that involves vocal performances.
And one of the great characters in all of fiction.
Yes.
Char's novel.
I mean, just, if I cut together all the time we've spent talking about Char, it would be like the length of that crazy Persona 5 podcast we have.
Yes, and there would be a huge amount of it from shows that he is not in.
Yes.
Like, we probably talked more about Char in Gundam Wing than any of the Gundam Wing characters.
Yes, because Gundam Wing talks about him more than any other Gundam Wing characters, and he's not even named. I mean, he is the best character design in the whole franchise. Yes. If you just look at him, especially in Gundam 79, when he's dressed to the nines and he's got the mask and everything. But it's amazing how much the underlying character design is also great and evolves through Quattro Bagina and then sort of vanilla Shara's Novel from Char's Counterattack. Yeah. You know, I don't know what more there is to say other than that he is a character of endless complexities who gets to go out on this great final line about how Lala Soon could have been a mother to him, so he ends on a point of endless complexities.
Yeah.
And he is cool and fun, and he is also a criticism of parts of the genre and the character in and of himself just through his actions, and he animates so much of the action throughout the show. He is a character who is reinvented and reinvents himself multiple times, always with this phenomenal vocal performance. Char is the reason to watch Gundam. Mm-hmm. Char is life. I love Char.
And it's this thing of where he strikes this incredible balance of he both has this like Darth Vader-esque, you just look at him, you hear the first line of dialogue from him, and like this character is iconic. Like he just is. Like, it's just he establishes his place in pop culture purely through like first blush. Like it is like the cover of the character. If you're judging a book by its cover, if you're judging Char by his cover, like it's immediately iconic, and it's like the fucking Great Gatsby cover or something. You're just like, nope, this is it.
Yeah.
You never have to do another cover because this is this character. Like just immediately on first blush. But then he also has the complexity of a character like a Deanna Sorrell that lies underneath it, and he's the most fun character to talk about. He is like, I think one of the primary reasons why this podcast exists is just so I could talk to somebody about Char in my actual life. I'm not talking about it on the fucking internet, because he, like, as just a subject of character analysis and character psychology, there's precious few characters that I think that can exist in the same ring as Char to inspire the same level of discussion, either about psychology, about politics, about storytelling, about like how you expose things about character, things about character design, like all those elements just all wrapped in one, in this fascinating character that at times is a villain, at times is a hero, at times is like an anti-hero. I don't know what he is in Char's Counterattack, you know, like where like the hero villain role is so, protagonist antagonist role is so mixed up in that movie. Who fucking knows? It is one of the great achievements of character writing, design, and performance by Shinji Koikeda of all time, and it is. There is no other possible answer for who is the best character in Gundam. Spoilers for the other, like the 2000s and 2010s Gundam that we're going to start watching eventually. Nobody's as good as Char.
No.
And it is a series of shows, particularly when like Seed and some of those other ones that model themselves fairly closely after the first show. It is a lot of shows trying to catch up to Char in some way. And not to say that they're bad for doing it, or that they have bad characters that are being their Char clone. But nobody can be Char.
No.
Char is Char.
The only one is Full Frontal, because he's actually a Char clone.
Yeah, because he's literally a Char clone, and he is voiced by Shinji Koikeda, so he's the only one who gets the count.
Yes. Oh my god. We love Char. But I think that was apparent through the other 20 episodes we've done of Char.
Yes.
All right. So now we've got to rank the shows.
Yes.
So how do you want to do this? Do you want to both give our list individually, go back and forth? How do we think we should...
I think... give the list individually, and I think we only need, because we've, literally done full podcasts, or for one of them, multiple podcasts on all these, so we don't need to give much of an explanation. Just, I think, let's go through them one by one and give short descriptions about why they are where they are, and we'll see where these fall. I think they will be incredibly similar lists, is my guess. I'm hoping they're very similar lists, because it'll make easy to combine them, but we will find out.
All right. So, do you want me to start?
Yeah, you go ahead and start.
Okay. And I'll just give, if there's any that feel like they need more explanation, I'll give it. 11 is Gundam Wing plus Endless Waltz. That's the only Gundam show on here I don't like. Or don't love. There's parts I like, but it's clearly the number 11. And I will say, that's the one that is obviously number 11. The other 10 that we're talking about, I love all of them. And, we can rank them and fiddle with that. I think they are all A-level shows. Like A-, A+, but they are all in that range. There's outside of Gundam Wing, there's nothing we've reviewed that I think is anything less than fantastic.
Yes, and so I will say my number 11 is New Mobile Report Gundam Wing and Endless Waltz, because it's the same. It's like, there are pieces of Gundam Wing that are very good. Endless Waltz is very well animated, has some cool stuff in it, but overall, I don't think it particularly functions well as a TV show, so it is handily the number 11. That was by far the easiest ranking.
Yeah. So just for my other 10, I just want to say, if your favorite show ended up at my number 10 slot, that still means it's a show I love deeply.
Yes, the same with mine. Yeah. All the rest of them are great. A lot of them, it was very hard to figure out how I was going to rank them.
My number 10 is Mobile Suit Victory Gundam. I like Victory Gundam a lot. I think it is the show that feels the least cohesive of all of these in terms of theme and overall impact. I think it loses itself a little bit in places. I think it is dark to the point of being nihilistic in parts, and I just don't think, especially after watching Turn A and seeing Tomino do a lot of these ideas again, I think it feels the least formed in my mind. So that's why it's number 10.
Okay.
My number 9 is After War Gundam X, which I love. I think it suffers a little bit from being cut short and having to go very fast through the end, but you combine phenomenal characters, really solid animation, great music, and a really thoughtful kind of commentary on what Gundam is, and it's one of the great Gundam shows. Number 8 is Mobile Fighter G Gundam, the hardest one to place because it is the most different.
Yeah.
I love G Gundam. I could argue for G Gundam being higher in my own personal canon, but I could not qualitatively put it any higher than this. But I do love G Gundam very deeply. Number 7, this is going to be the sticking point that's probably controversial, is Mobile Suit Gundam Char's Counterattack.
Interesting.
I can very much see the argument, and I would be willing to negotiate with you on this, Sean, for putting it higher. Between this and F91, I like F91 more, and I can tell you why later. But there's Char's Counterattack. It's very good, but I would put it below the other pieces of the Tomino Gundam trilogy because it's more of a coda than an active, like, next installment in the story. It's, only a movie, obviously. I still love it. Number 6 is Gundam Double Zeta. It is the Return of the Jedi of Gundam, which is to say that of the original trilogy of shows, it probably has the most weaknesses, but it also has some of the absolute highest high point strengths. Mm-hmm. And it is hard to place, but that's where I have it. This is my personal ranking. I know this is not where it's going to end up in the end, but my number 5 is F91 because I just need to say, like, if I kind of thought of my top 5 as my Desert Island Gundams, of the ones I would be so sad if I never got to see again. And in my heart of hearts, F91 is one of those. I know it is imperfect. I know it does not work as a movie almost at all. I know it is broken narratively because they did like 13 episodes of television in 1 2-hour movie, and that is fucking insanity. But every time I watch it, I love it exponentially more. It is my favorite look of any Gundam. It has some of my favorite sounds and everything. Like, the score is not one of the best, but just it is such a great cinematic production, and it is so full of ideas in Gundam that I love and feels like it comes from Tomino's id, and it has one of my absolute favorite scenes in the end. Then I have Gundam Unicorn / Gundam Narrative, but really mostly Gundam Unicorn. And on number 4, y'all know how much I love that. Number 3 is Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam, because it's Zeta Gundam. Mm-hmm. Number 2 is Turn A, and number 1 is the original with its movie trilogy. Number 1 and 2, I'm extremely firm on. That's obviously 1, 2, 3. Honestly, is my 1, 2, 3, and those were very easy for me to call.
Okay, so I'm already beginning to see, because I'm writing down your list on my document, Jonathan. So it'll be easy for me to see.
I'll write down yours too.
Yeah, because I'm already seeing where we are identical, and then the couple of conversations we'll have to one of which you've already very handily identified.
Okay.
So my rankings are: number 11 was New Mobile Report Gundam Wing and Endless Waltz, the bad one. Number 10 is Mobile Fighter G Gundam. I like Mobile Fighter G Gundam. Again, all the top 10 are great shows. Mobile Fighter G Gundam, I think, is the one to me that has by far the most weaknesses of any of these that are not Gundam Wing. It has some like really high highs, but G Gundam has multiple episodes that I think are just basically bad episodes. And there are very few Gundams that I think have like legitimately bad episodes, and G Gundam has several. It has rough pacing stuff that is related to a lot of budget issues that the show has, so it ends up falling in that way. But it has so many virtues that go back to our Master Asia discussion. The music is incredible. Domon is a great protagonist, and Domon and Rain's relationship is phenomenal and one of the best romantic relationships in any Gundam. So it has a bunch of virtues, but I don't think its virtues overcome its flaws relative to the other Gundam shows we've watched.
You shut your whore mouth.
Okay. My number 9 is After War Gundam X, which is, I think was your ranking as well. So I feel like that is a solid number 9. After War Gundam X, great show. I think it's mostly that it's just like, I don't think its highs are as high as other Gundam shows.
Sure.
And it over relies on you needing to have a strong familiarity with Gundam for it to like really function. And those are the main reasons why it's on the lower end of the list. But Jamil Neat is my boy. I love him to death. Garod Ran and Tifa Ideal are two of the great like Gundam protagonist pairs, and Human Touch, and the whole vibe of the show and the structure of the show that is, I think, epitomized by Human Touch in the Warren Wiebe version is great. And the show is so slick. While it is not one of the best Gundam shows, it is one of the slickest. My number 8 is Mobile Suit Gundam F91. It is a great movie. I love, and we should make it clear that putting F91 at number 8 is still very high for most people. I feel like putting F91 above Gundam Wing for most Gundam fans is like heresy.
But it's right. It's just right. Objectively correct.
It's a great movie. And actually I should say here, because I think for me, Mobile Fighter G Gundam and After War Gundam X are very easy to put at the lower end of the list. Starting with F91 is where it was a lot of waffling for me for these next. From basically 8 to 5, I had a hard time figuring out how I wanted to place them. And like the reasons why F91 is on the lower end are fucking obvious, right? It's the middle section of that movie is a complete mess. But the beginning and ending are amazing, and some of the best Gundam stuff there is. I think F91, when we expand on stuff in the future and do future Gundam shows, F91 is going to be a stalwart wall for future Gundam shows to have to overcome. to get into this upper segment, because even with its flaws, its virtues are tantamount. It is a movie that I enjoy more every time I watch it. Great Gundam designs. It has very good music that maybe is a little bit too much like Star Wars music, but that's good in its own way. Eternal Wind is a killer song, and it has one of the best ending sequences of any Gundam thing ever. Truly iconic. My number 7 is Mobile Suit Victory Gundam. I think I agree with a lot of your criticisms of the show, but I think a lot of its virtues for me are high. I think it's a show that has some really high highs. Some of the middle episodes and some of its ideas around the idea, like the philosophy that the Zanskar Empire has of just destroying the Earth. Like, I will always remember this revelation I had watching Victory Gundam in 2015 or so, that I used to be someone that was very like pro space stuff. Like, we go to space, we'll be good. There's so many benefits to going to space. And there's something about this moment where the villains in Victory Gundam are literally just bowling over cities with giant tire like fortresses, flattening the Earth and blowing up nukes on purpose to pollute it. That made me realize, like, okay, no, there's a lot more complexities there, and like going to space doesn't change the things that humans are, the things that humans can do. In fact, it just expands the kind of atrocities humans can commit. And so it is a dark fucking show, obviously, but I do find the darkness overall earned, and it has one of the most haunting endings of a Gundam show. Like, it is one I think about the Victory Gundam ending quite frequently because it I think is challenging. My number 6 is Mobile Suit Gundam Unicorn, parentheses, and you can throw narrative in there. Narrative doesn't do, for me, Unicorn any favors. It doesn't make it lower on the list than it would be. Unicorn, it has incredible production values. It has incredible music. It has a great core story. This is one of the ones that, like, I could probably put it a little bit higher, but my top 5 are pretty fucking good. And Unicorn Gundam, it is the highest non-Tomino thing on here. It is it means the only thing that beats any of the other Tomino stuff, because I think it really earns that of being able to sit there with like the original Gundam stuff and is in conversation with it in a way that is really powerful. My number 5 is Mobile Suit Gundam Double Zeta. I fucking love Double Zeta. If you had asked me to make this list after I had originally watched through the shows, Double Zeta would be much higher. It would be higher than where Zeta Gundam is for me. On rewatching it, I think the flaws of Double Zeta bothered me more than they did the first time around. I think the opening 10 episodes or so are interesting, but have a lot of like rough episodes in there. The Moon stuff is pretty rough. This is another one like with G Gundam that, like, there's a couple episodes in there that I'm like, this is kind of just a bad episode that hurts it. But it also has some of the absolute best stuff in the entire franchise. It is, with Turn A Gundam, we talked about the nuclear bomb episode of Turn A Gundam, which is one of the best episodes of that show. And it harkens back to the colony drop episode of Double Zeta, but Double Zeta does it better. It's like, obviously, because I haven't mentioned it yet, Turn A Gundam is a higher show on this list, but Double Zeta has some things in it that I think is better than any Gundam show has ever done. And that colony drop two-parter is one of those things. My number 4 is Mobile Suit Gundam Char's Counterattack. This is a show, and this is a movie that, again, if I had made this list originally, it would be way lower on this list. I've watched the movie, 4 or 5 times at this point. And every time I watch it, I like it more. It's one of my favorite podcasts that we did, was talking about Char's Counterattack and the ways that this movie, while I think you're right, Jonathan, that is definitely it acts as a coda for the Universal Century cycle, starting with Mobile Suit Gundam and going through Zeta and Double Zeta. But I think the ways that it is able to summarize and complicate the messy sort of politics and characters and tropes from that Gundam cycle fascinate me endlessly. It has just like one of the greatest ending 2 lines of any movie ever that just totally throw you on your head, that I kind of hated the first time I watched the movie, and now think they're essential to making you realize that how hard it is to actually understand people. The way that I think it challenges the concept of new types and what that is and what that means, the way it pushes against the boundaries of what Tomino or anybody is easily able to represent or feasibly able to represent in fiction is fascinating. And I think it just really pushes the boundaries, both in terms of production of what Gundam could do. It's one of the most gorgeous Gundam things. But also narratively really struggling with the limits of the themes of Universal Century Gundam. I find it utterly fascinating. And then my top 3, stop me, Jonathan, if this sounds very familiar to you. My number 3 show is Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam. It fucking rules. My number 2 show is Turn A Gundam, called Turn A Gundam. It rules also, just slightly more. And then my number 1 show is the original Mobile Suit Gundam. There was a moment where I was just going to put Mobile Suit Gundam and Turn A Gundam as a tie because I was really struggling with it.
It's the original Gundam.
Yeah, I think it is the original Gundam. I think Turn A Gundam gets real fucking close.
It gets real fucking close. I will say, here's the thing for the original. I think the original is the best TV show I've ever seen. I am ready to say that now.
Okay,
I have been holding... It is my favorite TV show ever. Live action, animated, Twin Peaks, Doctor Who. No, it's... Original Mobile Suit Gundam is the best TV show I've ever seen. And I know that because it's been it's been a year. I want to rewatch it again. I'm going to probably this fall when the Blu-ray comes out.
I mean, I watched the show, and then 3 months later we did the podcast, and I watched the show again.
You know, I've seen the movies all the way through twice. I'm going to do it again on this Blu-ray I have read the book. I've been reading the manga. Like, it is a show. It is a story so durable that not even considering all the times it has been remade and redone within the Gundam universe in like Seed or Afterward Gundam X or all these other forms, on its own, it is one of the most well-told stories, and it can be told in all these different ways. And it has the best mobile suits, and it has the best characters. And it's just like, look at our lists. Most, like, the show with the most music on it for the songs was that one. The show with the most mobile suits on it was that one. The show with the most characters was that one. Yeah. Like, that has to be number 1. That is not to take anything away from Turn A. But I don't know if anything can rise above it.
Yeah, and I think that's where I landed on it. Because there are things about Turn A Gundam and what it does, and particularly on watching it a second time, that like I just again it was already like, because this would have been my top 2 if I had made this list after I originally watched through all these shows in this order. But like the amount at which I enjoyed Turn A Gundam even more on a second viewing like shocked me. And I think it is a show that like has like what almost feel like unplumbed depths because it is not a show that is widely watched in the Gundam fan base.
Yes.
So
there's a reason our podcast on it was 4.5 hours.
Yeah, and could have gone on for fucking 10 hours.
Yeah, I felt like we in places only scratched the surface.
Yeah, and so it is a show that has like this incredible depth, and I like and that pushes me, and I struggle with. But that is true, of course, of the original Mobile Suit Gundam as well. And the original Mobile Suit Gundam, on top of those things that Turn A Gundam has this je ne sais quoi that captures your imagination, right? There is a reason why Mobile Suit Gundam created a franchise that is still ongoing today, that has inspired us to do this podcast, inspired other like podcasts, YouTube series, whatever, discussing this franchise. And Mobile Suit Gundam is the thing that makes that. Like, everything about the Gundam franchise, the concept of the mobile suits, all the character archetypes, the concepts of new types, like the way that they film action, the way that they use character depth, the main themes that they use about war and technology and youth, about the coming of age. And yeah, like all those things, Mobile Suit Gundam blazes that trail that creates this franchise, and then also creates an entire subgenre of the real robot part of mecha, basically on its own. And it is this thing that's like undeniable. And it is one of those where I think it is kind of that Super Mario Brothers. It's a sort of boring answer because of course it's the original Mobile Suit Gundam, but it very much just is. Like there's kind of no other bones about it. Like it's the best mecha show I've seen. Like all the because I've seen many other mecha shows at this point, and nothing even fucking gets close. Like it is the measuring stick by which I watch a Vodums or a Macross or an Eva, and I look at it as like, I mean, this is okay, but but Mobile Suit Gundam would have been able to do basically all the meaningful story and character stuff you've done in like 3 20-minute episodes, and would have done it in 3 minutes, and you wouldn't even understood how it was possible to do that and to condense all this meaning and narrative complexity into the most concise amount of time physically possible. And Mobile Suit Gundam is like, it feels like it's cheating somehow. It feels like Yoshiki Tomino and crew like got a fucking game genie for life and pressed some code that allowed them to make like a show that breaks the rules of space and time and communicates a narrative in a space of time that doesn't make sense for that narrative to be able to communicate and for you to feel everything about it.
It is a lightning strike moment in the history of popular
Yes.
fiction where the right people were in the right place at the right moment in the right combination, and all of the right things went right, but also the wrong things went right, like how it was cut short and then they made something even better out of it.
Yeah.
That's what Mobile Suit Gundam is. So, our combined list, 1, 2, 3 are definitely the same.
Yes.
Gundam Turn A Zeta. Number 11 is definitely Gundam Wing. Can I lay out some points where I want to negotiate?
Okay.
All right. 1, I want to get F91 as high as I can fucking get it.
Okay.
But more passionately, if there's one thing genuinely I want to argue for our disagreement, is I do want Double Zeta higher than Char's Counterattack.
Okay. Why?
That is where I will fight.
Okay.
I just think it's... So, Char's Counterattack, I love it. As a movie, it does not... One, I actually genuinely just do like F91 more as a movie. I think Char's Counterattack has some things that do feel a little unfinished in it. I like Quest. I am not one of those people who think Quest is a stain on the franchise, and I've definitely seen that out there.
Yeah.
I like that, and I like that whole dynamic of the movie, but there are parts of it and we talked about this at the time, that feels like if it had been an OVA somehow, Quest could have been a little more fleshed out. I do love all the Hathaway stuff. There is the last hour of the movie, the second half, is kind of one long ongoing action scene, and it until you get to like the final push, there are parts of it where I tend to zone out a little bit. I've seen it 3 times now. And I don't know, Double Zeta has so much in it that is so different for Gundam, that is so essential, that like Char's Counterattack is the ending for these characters we love. But I don't know, if you put them next to each other and you say the heights of Char's Counterattack and the heights of Double Zeta, and part of it is, I think at this moment in time, I do think I like Double Zeta a little more than you, because I like those first 10 episodes an awful lot.
But I ranked it higher. I mean, I didn't rank it above Char's Counterattack, but it's number 5 on mine. It's only 6 on yours.
Okay,
So
but
I think you're wrong about that.
Okay, well then but I'm saying I'm happy to move it around in my ranking. This is one I'm happy to negotiate on. I am happy to give you something else, like letting Victory Gundam be a little higher, which I do not agree with. I would pretty firmly put Victory Gundam at number 10. But if I could get Double Zeta a little higher, I would love that. But I will not be angry if we leave.
I'm just saying, if we put Double Zeta at number 5, like where it is on my list, it is higher than it is on your list.
Okay, I get that. but this is just but now we're talking about how we're going to combine these shots.
So I'm just trying to put in the things that on the combined list I know are going to be the same. So our top 3 are the same. Our number 11 is the same.
We both had After War at 9, but that could move depending on how we negotiate.
Because I very strongly think that Victory Gundam is above After War Gundam X. So
okay,
because you put it below that on your list. Same thing with.
I am okay putting G Gundam at number 10 because I want to fight elsewhere, and it is so different from anything else. And I can obviously admit that qualitatively it does have more rough patches than other ones.
Okay, yeah. So
I can agree to that.
Okay, yeah. So let's do that. Let's put Mobile Fighter G Gundam at number 10.
And I think After War then goes at 9.
Yes.
I think we agree on that. And then we fight.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy putting F91 higher than it is.
Because my instinct would be to have Victory there and then something else. But
I'm fine with having Victory be 8. I'm fine with like at least like looking at my list, I would be fine putting F91 above Victory.
Oh, thank God. Okay,
good. I don't feel strongly about Victory being better than F91. It's just that's
okay.
My gut.
So Victory at 8.
Yeah.
And is 7 the highest we feel we could push F91?
For
you?
Where was it on your list? Because you put it above Double Zeta and you put it above Char's Counterattack.
I did. I put it at 5. And I know that's probably not how our list is going to come out, and that's okay. Because I watched them this week, one night after another. I did Char's Counterattack, and then I did F91. And this is where movie criticism gets tough. Yeah. Because I can 100% tell you that Char's Counterattack is better structured as a movie. It's obviously like better paced. It is more of a movie. And part of this is just there's a bone I have that loves movies that are a little off the beaten path and that have flaws that are in their own way fascinating and beautiful. And I think even when F91 is on narrative rocky ground, it is so virtuosically directed. I just think pound for pound, scene for scene, it is one of the best directed things Tomino has ever done. But I will also not argue if you want to say Char's Counterattack is a better movie, because by a lot of conventional means it is.
Yeah, and I think the thing I think there's a aesthetic and kind of like emotional quality to F91 that I think F91 is better. I think for me, what fascinates me about Char's Counterattack is the dilemma at the heart of the movie.
Sure.
About these two political positions about destroying the system or working within the system, and the two places that Char and Omaro are on. Yeah. That, like, I mean, I have been thinking about Char's Counterattack every single day for the past, like, 4 months, because this is what we are in. We are in this moment of where, like, I used to be someone who just felt there's never any reason to kill another human being. And I'm at this point where it's like, if people start dying to affect change, I'm fine with that. And this is like a political shift that, like, Char's Counterattack is at the heart of that discussion for me. And F91, I love the aesthetic qualities of that movie, but I think a lot of the ideas that are there, that are some ideas that Victory Gundam ends up being able to flesh out about, like, the nobles and the way that aristocracy affects politics in society. It's buried there in F91, but it's so buried there that I think that's what ends up hurting it for me compared to Char's Counterattack, which I think has this very fascinating the political dichotomy at its heart. That is something that is so in play, particularly right now for me personally, but I think at all times in history, is this question about what price are you willing to pay for change? How far is it okay to push? What are the ways to affect political and social change in the world? That, to me, is what I love about Char's Counterattack.
I love that analysis, and I agree with so much of it. And this is not to argue with it, but just to present my other side of it, why I kind of put F91 in my personal canon higher, is there's also something about how Char's Counterattack, when I say it's a coda, that's not to put it down, but it is like, it's obviously not something you could watch without the other stuff. Yeah. Because it has that power you're talking about, because we've seen the state of the world built up to the point where that discussion can reasonably be had. Yeah. And that's why you and I both think Double Zeta is so key. Yes. Like, to understand where Char and Omaro are at, they're not in Double Zeta, but I think you have to understand the world they're living in, which is formed by Double Zeta. Yeah. But at the same time, that means, like, if I'm just watching it on its own, I like F91 more because it is getting to start something new and have, kind of its own visual style to it, and have some new big ideas it throws out there that I agree it does not explore as well. And Char's Counterattack is a little more dependent on it, at its role as kind of an appendage. But that is not a knock against it. It's
because that's just what the movie is. Sure, it's not designed to exist. Because, and this is something we also talked about in the Char's Counterattack podcast. Well, like, while at its best, it is best to have the Zeta Double Zeta context, but you could get a lot of the power of that movie and only have watched the 3 compilation movies of the original Mobile Suit Gundam. Sure. Because they smartly sort of picked the core cast from that movie to focus on. So I think it does what it can to minimize that element of it, but it's inevitably that is what the movie is.
So I am okay putting Char's Counterattack above F91. We'll talk about specific placements later. So I think that does.
Here's a fight. I'm willing to concede. Oh wait, never mind, because you have Unicorn above F91. Because I was going to say, like, I would be fine putting F91 above Unicorn.
I'd be fine with that too.
Okay, if you want,
can we put Unicorn at 7?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I know I'm betraying my own list, but I was not too super firm on that either.
Yeah, because I like Unicorn a lot, but it is definitely the one that, like, it can go a little bit lower for me.
So can I put F91 at 6?
Yes.
Then I'm happy.
Okay.
Because that's higher than I ever thought I would get it in the.
I think you underestimate how much I like F91.
Good. That's fine.
I love that movie. We are hardcore pro F91.
Yes.
So now we've narrowed it down to the Char's Counterattack versus Double Zeta fight.
So I gave my piece on it's Gundam Double Zeta just brings so much new to the table. Yeah. And I do think that, like, the Moon stuff is the worst stuff in Tomino Gundam. Like, it's the most problematic and, like, falls apart and doesn't work. Yeah. But that fucking colony drop episode and everything with Haman and Judo, and just Judo and that crew getting to become their own group and being the kids who overcome these impossible odds by taking these reins of a new responsibility, because Bright reaches this point as a character where he lets that go and he lets them go fly on their own. Oh man, it's so special. But I'm willing to hear your piece.
And my piece, Jonathan, is I think Char's Counterattack is our number 5.
Okay.
And I think that Double Zeta.
Have I made a good
our
case
number
then?
4. Yeah, like again, I mean, I had them right next to each other on my list.
Yeah.
Like I'm happy putting Double Zeta higher. Obviously, for me personally, I like Char's. I think it mostly is that like Double Zeta just has like rough stretches that most Gundam shows don't go through. But its highs are so incredibly high. Judo and Pudu are such great characters. I mean, the whole Gundam team and the Gundam team concept of Double Zeta is fantastic. And yeah, I'm very happy with this list. I think this is a
great list. And honestly, the other thing I will say, and I think you would agree with me on this, is Double Zeta needs more rehabilitation than Char's Counterattack does. So if we want to put it a little bit higher, just to stick it to people.
Secretly, that is part of my reason. I'm like, why do I need to have this fight? Because you also put G Gundam very low. So let's put the Double Zeta above Char's Counterattack. That makes me happy.
This is a really good list.
Looking at this list, this feels like the list for the podcast. This is what I wanted. I wanted us to come together because a lot of the things were basically the same, or like one plays off. But to just kind of fuse our combined feelings on Gundam together and create a representative list for this podcast.
And I think it still has a feature where Unicorn does get to be above one Tomino Gundam, which is Victory, and I think that feels right because, and it was for both of us, right? Yeah, because you had Victory at 7, and and I think that feels right because Unicorn is one of the only ones that can really play in the Tomino leagues because it is written in such a way, in such a reflective way that it feels like a part of the Tomino canon.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's share the list with people. Let's go back and forth. Number 11.
So let's just say, this is our Weekly Suit Gundam official first anniversary ranking, establishing the Gundam of Gundams.
Yes, the Gundam of Gundams. Number 11, new Mobile Report Gundam Wing plus Endless Waltz.
Number 10, Mobile Fighter G Gundam.
Number 9, After War Gundam X.
Number 8, Mobile Suit Victory Gundam.
Number 7, Mobile Suit Gundam Unicorn and Narrative.
Number 6, Mobile Suit Gundam F91.
Number 5, Mobile Suit Gundam Char's Counterattack.
Number 4, Mobile Suit Gundam Double Zeta.
Number 3, Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam.
And number 2, Turn A Gundam.
And number 1, the Gundam of Gundams. Yes. Mobile Suit Gundam! Also known as First Gundam.
Also known as Gundam 0079.
Also with some movies attached that you should totally watch if you haven't yet.
Yeah, it should be said that those are technically counted in that ranking, that the movie trilogy is attached. Yes. Like, I don't think that affects the ranking one way or the other, because it's number 1 anyways, but it's not. But it should be noted that it is technically factored in the ranking. So someday when we have done more of the movies, we'll probably do a separate movie ranking.
I would love to break off the movies and like do them all together, and even break the trilogies up and just be
I mean that's what
anarchists.
we could rank the movie trilogy one separately and stuff like that. Because the problem is we would only have 5 movies or 6 if you count Endless Waltz. I guess 7 if you really want to put narrative in there. And that doesn't feel like quite meaty enough. But we will get a few more Gundam movies soon.
Yep. All right, so Sean, let's talk. This has been a very long podcast, but briefly, the next phase of Weekly Suit Gundam is going to be an OVA-a-thon.
Yes.
Where we are going to do the 90s OVAs.
Yes, so we're going to cover the OVAs that you had watched when you did all the Universal Century stuff, and we only talked about briefly in podcasts.
In episode 6.
Yes,
if you want to go
so we want to just sort of like give them their due. Because all 3 of them, one of them for maybe a slightly different reason, but all 3 of them are well worth discussing.
100%.
So we will be doing 0080 War in the Pocket, we'll be doing 0083 Stardust Memory, and then we'll be doing 08 MS Team. And then after that, we'll see where we go from there. Obviously, the next Gundam show would be Gundam Seed. Maybe if Jonathan, you want to do some other mecha anime, we could do other mecha anime. But the next series of episodes will be us cleaning up the little Gundam stuff from this period that we have kind of missed over.
So before we dive into the 2000s, we'll have everything pre-2000 discussed.
Exactly, yes.
So there's a lot of Gundam coming up. I've already written up kind of a schedule list because there's lots to go. But I am super excited to do these OVAs because it also means we can have more of a focused conversation.
Yes, because we can talk about 6 to 12 episodes rather than 50.
And there's some of the best Gundam stuff to talk about here.
Some of the best Gundam stuff, and one of the most infuriating things any Gundam show has ever done in one of them.
So watch War in the Pocket for next time. We will be doing that in a couple of weeks. It is one of the best Gundam things, and we'll see you on the other side.
And there might be another extra bonus somewhere in the mix as well.